So, this is Minecraft. More specifically, it is Minecraft version 1.7.10 because that's the version I like to play the most. This is a fully edited, complete playthrough of the game with post-commentary, so I hope you enjoy. Something I like to do when I start a new world in Minecraft is I like to give it a custom seed. I've done Lucky Star and Konata in previous playthroughs. This time I'm doing Yuri Yuri because it's an anime that I really enjoy. I think it's really cute. I think it's really funny. I love Toshino Kyoko and Yui and the pink one. And then I think that's all of them. But as we spawn in, as I spawn in, you can see that I spawn in underwater in the middle of an ocean, which is actually very unusual. Normally, Minecraft does not spawn you in a place where you can immediately die if you don't do anything. Normally, it spawns you in like a meadow or on top of a hill or surrounded by some trees. Very rarely does it spawn you drowning. So I hope that isn't some subtle foreshadowing as to how the rest of this playthrough is going to go. As you can see, the first thing that I've done, and the first thing that a lot of Minecraft players, almost all of them will do, is get wood. And that's something that I find very nice about the early stages of Minecraft, is that it's kind of nice how everyone has this shared experience, because no matter what kind of player you are, no matter what you want to do in Minecraft, almost everyone is going to have to start off by punching wood. And it's kind of nice. It gives you time to think about what you're going to do. It gives you time to absorb your surroundings and just really think about it. It's also just a very relaxing sensation, I think, just chopping down wood. I think this early ritual of getting wood in Minecraft is really special. I enjoy it quite a lot. You may have noticed that, but I've spawned in the middle of an ocean, and I really like that. I think ocean biomes are probably one of my favorites, just because I like having defined areas to play in. I like having just these islands that are like little play areas. I don't have to worry about like, oh, where am I gonna build? I can just be like, oh, well, I can only build here or I can only build there. So I'm gonna choose one of those. Now, obviously, I can build in the water, and maybe I do in the future, but I don't know. Oceans just feel very isolating and small, and I enjoy that. I really do. It's a bit strange that I'm playing this massive open world game, and I'm like, yeah, I like the small places. I like the 20 by 40 block area that I can play in. When in reality, Minecraft is millions and millions and millions of blocks long. I noticed a flower island in the distance there, and that is wonderful because I really enjoy flowers. I think they're very pretty, and I like decoration. I like decoration, and I like making things look nice in Minecraft, so I immediately go over to this island, which turns out to be a lot bigger than I initially thought it was, as you can see more and more of it rendering in. Going towards it, I immediately know that I'm not going to be building my main house on this big island here. I'm probably going to build it on the island that we were just at, for reasons I'll go into later. But I do want to explore here for just a bit, because you may have noticed, but there wasn't exactly a lot on my spawn island to look at. It was rather small. So here I can, maybe get some more trees, pick up some flowers for decoration for later. And overall, it feels nice to explore, I don't know what's going to be on the other side of this hill, and when I turned, it's actually quite beautiful, I think. I like the hills, and I like the shadows cast by the mountains. It's good to know I have a few cows nearby in case I need them. My spawn island had some pigs, but this one has some cows, so it's good to know I have some choices in the animals that I want to breed. Do some husbandry. Is that the word for it? Anyway. Yeah, as you can see, I climbed to the top of the hill, and I have a pretty nice view. Flower islands are just so pretty. In this version of Minecraft, I believe they're one of the newer biomes, so I'm pretty happy that I got one. I think they're rather rare as well. Oh, that jump almost scared me. Imagine if I hit the floor there and immediately died starting off. Luckily enough, I jumped down here and I find some coal, which is really, really good. Coal is super useful to have, especially early game, for reasons you'll see soon that I'll go into. But I am the kind of person to really maximize their resource gathering. I'm not going to leave any coal behind. I am going to pick up every single piece. Don't worry. Although I'm playing everything uncut right now, this video is heavily edited. For right now, I'm not cutting anything out because I think the early parts of Minecraft are pretty special. But soon enough, you won't. You're not gonna have to watch me mine every single block for the entire playthrough. This playthrough in total was about 25 hours, I think. I might be wrong, and I cut it down to about 8. So about a third you're going to be seeing. So there's going to be a lot of cuts and nice fades into and skips and time lapses. So don't worry, this isn't just going to be a boring raw 8-hour session. But for now, I say that, but for now it kind of is, isn't it? Where I'm just mining into a wall. There, as you can see, I just crafted a torch, which is coal's main purpose. Torches are an essential item in Minecraft. They're one of very few ways to get light, and light is a very important mechanic in Minecraft as well, for reasons you'll see soon. So that's why I really wanted to collect all the coal, because I'm going to be using a lot of torches this playthrough. Just walking along here with my funny bushes, and I go down here. And I hear a very spooky noise. And that is a cave noise, and that is very exciting because what that indicates is that there is a open like cave nearby underground. And I dig a little, and I immediately find this giant chasm, ravine, if you will. And I'm not gonna go down it right now, but it's just nice to know that it's here. And I just wanna peek a little bit, you know. I just want to go down and peek in there. Cave sounds in Minecraft are very, very interesting. They're technically not diegetic. They are, you know, just there's nothing in universe that's making that noise. But I think they're very cool anyway to have, because honestly, if there wasn't a cave noise, there's no way I would have found that ever. So, and it led to a pretty exciting moment. Me unveiling that cave, it felt amazing to me, because I was like, oh, this is going to be something I can really look forward to doing. You know, I'm going to mark this off for later. Ooh, look, there's adventure afoot. And the cave noises themselves, they have this perfect mixture of intrigue and mystery and fear, too, which is a very important part, I think, goes underrated. Is a part of adventuring and exploring and finding new things is the fear of the unknown. You don't know what you're going to find. Obviously, in my case, I've played so much Minecraft, I do know. I have a pretty good idea of what I'm going to find, but I hope you understand what I'm getting at. What I'm doing here is I've collected some seeds to lead these chickens to back to my main island. The reasons why I'm leading chickens and not the cows is because chickens only need seeds to be led. And seeds are extremely easy to get. You just punch grass and you can get seeds. Meanwhile, cows and even the pigs need much more harder to come by items. Not harder to, yeah, harder to come by. It's much harder than seeds anyway. A lot more time investment. And because the sun is going down, I want to just, I want to do this quick, you know? So chickens, probably the best option. The only problem is that chickens, they're not that smart. They are pretty stupid creatures. So you may notice me have some, me having some difficulties in herding them to where I needed them to go. In fact, I know that I'm not going to be able to get them to my island in time. So just to make sure that they stay safe and they don't run off anywhere and get themselves killed, I'm going to make this very, this very nice hole for them to stay in. And I'll come back for them later. You can see a prime example of their pathfinding here. They really feel like, they really feel like actual dumb animals. I didn't snort. That wasn't me. I don't snort. It's just something about watching this chicken desperately try and just follow me with the seeds. It's very nice. You may notice while I'm getting this chicken in here, you may notice the video is juddering a bit. It's a little jittery. I do very much apologize for that. I mean, listen, I'm sorry. It doesn't stay like that the entire time. The more we go on, the more I can edit out the parts where it gets a little juddery. It's just when I was recording, I didn't set the bit rate high enough. I don't know what I did, but some parts of the footage are just a little jittery, and it really bothers me. It really, really does. I'm gonna be awake 30 years from now thinking about how man really should have fixed that before I recorded the rest of this. So I apologize. I hope it doesn't bother you too much. At least not as much as it bothers me, because I'm never gonna let myself live that down. So the sun is almost down, and I want to be safe because when the sun goes down, things come out to play, and I don't want to play with those things. So I want to make some shelter right away as soon as I can. I am cutting it a little close with how quickly the sun is going down, but I'm pretty efficient, so I think I can do it in time. You may have also noticed in the bottom right of my hotbar, there are those little meat drumsticks, and I only have 3 left. The reason why that's bad is because if you have 3 or less, you can't sprint. And sprint is it just feels nice to sprint and move fast, you know? But beyond that, it also means I won't recover HP. So if I lose any hearts, they won't come back until I eat more food. And if I lose all of my little ding-dong meat things, then I'll start taking damage. All the way to half a heart. I won't die, but like being at half a heart means that pretty much anything can kill you. And I don't really want to die. So really hoping I don't. Really hope I can get this food situation sorted. That's why I really wanted to get those chickens over as soon as I could, because you do eat things in this game. You do eat animals. This game is pretty metal with how its laws of nature work. And here I'm just making a very quick, very easy house. Not exactly the prettiest, but it's good enough for a first home. I think everyone's first home is always very cozy. You know, it's always very small, makeshift, put together, and that's kind of what appeals. That's kind of part of the charm of early game Minecraft as well. Is everything's kind of hobbled together because you don't have a lot of resources. Of course, mine is still prettier than like a dirt house, but in fact, I could have just made a dirt house. There's no reason not to. It's not like wood is stronger than dirt or anything in terms of like protection, but I just like making things look nice. So I used my very limited wood and cobblestone to make a little shack here. And I'm going to have that for quite a while. We can see a mob, a zombie. That is a zombie villager, a rare variant of zombies. And so it's quite interesting that that's the first zombie I came across. A lot of rare things happening this playthrough. And I'm just getting settled in, organizing everything as the zombie is groaning outside my house. Minecraft is a scary game. Watch out, by the way. There's going to be some scary moments later on. This being one of them, where I'm so vulnerable and scared. So this is the first night in my Minecraft world, and as you could see from earlier, horrid little creatures and ghouls and little treacherous things come out during the night, so I can't exactly go outside until daytime. So my options are pretty limited in what I can do to pass the time, but that's not to say that there's nothing I can do. If I had more stuff, I could craft or organize, or if I had like a proper house, I could decorate it. But I don't really have any of that right now, so I elect to go mining. And it's pretty straightforward mining. I'm not like going through a cave or anything. I'm just digging down and hoping for the best, which is a little slow and laborious, but that's kind of what I like about nighttime in Minecraft, is that it just lets you take a break from daytime. It kind of gives you a reason to slow down and do some of the smaller things that you might otherwise not want to do right away. Because, you know, during the daytime in Minecraft, I'm always thinking, okay, what am I going to do next? What am I going to do next? What am I going to do next? I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to do this. But when it turns nighttime, I'm like, oh, well, I guess I'll just, yeah, I guess I'll go digging for a bit, you know? Just turn off my brain and kind of hold the mining button for a while. It's really nice to have this break in between days. It doesn't it doesn't last forever. You'll see you'll see kind of soon that there are ways to mitigate nighttime, And part of me doesn't like that. I really do enjoy how I really do enjoy just how nighttime kind of forces you to slow down and change the way you play. But that doesn't last for a long time. At the very least, it does make the early game a lot more, like I said, special because you are kind of forced to change how you play intermittently. So let's cherish this while we can. As you just saw, I crafted a whole bunch of tools, and that's a form of progression in Minecraft that I really like. Is the upgrading your tools? We're not upgrading, but just building better tools. It's kind of the one thing in Minecraft that kind of makes you feel more powerful is when you craft better items. Like wood is the weakest, and it took so long to just break a single block, and it doesn't last that long. Like you only mine like 50 things and then it breaks. But then stone is just faster and it lasts longer, and you can actually mine more blocks with it. And there are many forms of progression in Minecraft. There's the XP bar at the bottom, but that really is only that's really only an indicator of how long you've been playing, and not really, and how much you've been playing, and not really an indicator of how like progressed you are, because you can reach level 50 with like, if you just play long enough and just kill enough things, you can reach level 50. But the stone tools are different. This is a progress indicator of how like strong you're getting, for lack of a better word. I shouldn't say strong. I should say capable of how much your capabilities have improved. And that's what I really like. There's various forms of progression. The XP bar is one of them. The tools are one of them. And you'll be seeing another form of progression. Well, you've already seen it, actually. The fact that I built like a little shed. Progression in my world. I'm building things and I'm leaving my mark. And the more I play this game, the more and more I'll be leaving my dirty little marks everywhere. The more I'll infest this world with my buildings and creations. And being able to one day look back and look at my world and see all the things I built, that's another form of progression that feels really nice. Feels like I've really done something with my life, even though it is just a silly little video game. You may have noticed as well that I say that a lot, don't I? You may have noticed. Maybe you did, maybe you didn't, who knows? But you may have noticed that I dug up some funky looking, like, orange-ish minerals. Though that's iron, and iron is just basically one step above coal, but that one step is pretty large. It lets you do a lot of things you can't do with coal. I'm not going to do any of it now, but you'll see soon. I'm just peeking outside, and there's a few little critters hanging around. Thankfully, the hostile mobs don't go after passive mobs like the pigs, which is really good for me. If they did, I would be in much more trouble than I would be otherwise. So after mining some more coal and even breaking my stone pickaxe, I come back up and I collect the iron that I had smelted. Without smelting iron, it's just useless. It's just like a decorative block, pretty much. So you need to smelt it for it to be worth anything. And with my smelted iron, I make some shears and a bucket, which is rather unusual. Most of the time, when you get iron, you'd want to make armor or like a sword to, kill monsters easier. But I go for the bucket and the shears because I think they're very underrated items, especially the shears. Now, the shears' main purpose is to shear sheep, but that is not their only use, as I'll demonstrate in a little bit. So look forward to that. But this is our first sunrise of the game, and it's a little hard to see through the doors, and it's a little obnoxious with the creatures outside groaning and moaning. But as you can hear and as you can see, they won't last long when the sun rises because they start burning to death. The fact that mobs burn to death when the sun rises is a very natural way of explaining why daytime is safe and nighttime isn't. The creatures don't just like despawn when daytime comes, they burn to death. And I think that goes a long way to adding to the immersion of Minecraft. I really like little touches like that, where they put effort into explaining why things are the way they are. And, it's part of the reason why Minecraft is really immersive. They put that extra effort in to kind of explain how things work. Zombies burn in daylight. Duh. You heard another cave noise, which is rather spooky. That means that there's like some kind of opening right next to like where my house is going to be. So maybe I'll find that soon. I'm not going to look for it now, but maybe soon. You may notice that creepers don't burn in the daytime, which is a unique trait to creepers, I believe. They're the only ones who like stick around during the daytime. Some mobs just go away. I don't want to spoil it, but maybe you know the mob I'm talking about. Some mobs are really rare and don't burn in daylight, but they're so rare you probably won't find them anyway. But creepers are like the main one you're gonna have to worry about even when the sun comes up, and I'll talk about creepers more later. But for now, I'm just gonna look around for a bit. I'm very low on food, so I did slaughter one of the pigs just to get some pork. And look at this. Look at how much food that gave me back. Oh my god, that's so nice. Now, animals like pigs and cows and sheep, like these really useful passive mobs, as they're called, they don't they don't respawn quite often, so they're very valuable. You don't want to just slaughter them all for food. It's a very short-term way of thinking. So I'm gonna have to solve that problem soon. But as you can see here, I'm finally putting those shears to use, and you can clearly tell how efficient they are at destroying leaves, and that's like their other main purpose. They are really, really good at getting rid of leaves. It's pretty much instantaneous. You may be wondering why I want all these leaves, but you'll see that very shortly. Before that, though, there's a skeleton in the water. The reason why the skeleton isn't burning, because it is one of the mobs that burns, but the reason why it isn't is because it's in a bunch of water. I believe like mobs like skeletons and zombies will seek out water when they're burning to death, and if they get into some, then they're safe until, you know, until you just slaughter them, like shooting fish or rather shooting skeletons in a lake. You can see the remains of a skeleton who didn't quite make it, and then you can see the natural ocean chicken in its habitat. I really do quite enjoy that first skeleton encounter, though. I believe that's the first skeleton we've encountered, and it kind of feels like a tutorial. The fact that it was at like 1 HP, and it was just stuck in like a body of water where it couldn't really shoot me. That really does feel like, hey, here's an enemy. And, you know, it's a bit too perfect for a tutorial. But here's where I put the leaves into use. Leaves are a very, very excellent building block. Of course, it's not like the prettiest building block, especially when you're making like a bridge of just a bunch of leaves. It doesn't look like a bridge, but it's really good to have this temporarily, because as you saw, it's really easy to get rid of them, and it's really easy to get a high amount of them. Like if I was using dirt or stone, it would take quite a while for me to get the blocks necessary to make this bridge. But thanks to the leaves, I can bridge across very easily without worry. And it's a pretty long bridge, too. And there's a few reasons why I'm making a bridge. Firstly, it's just really nice to be able to go back and forth between my island and the flower island. But secondly, I want to get these chickens across to the other island, because that's where my house is going to be, and I want chickens near my house so I can do a whole bunch of funny things. But like I said earlier, chickens are rather stupid. So they need a nice, like, wide, straight path to get to where they're going, and they can't exactly swim that well. They're very slow, sluggish swimmers. So I kind of have to baby-proof as much of the path as I can for the chickens. Will it be enough? Well, I sure hope so. You're going to find out. But yeah, you may think that you may think if you're a Minecraft player, you may be thinking, oh, why not just like use a boat? Well, in this version of the game, mobs cannot ride boats, so you do just have to drag them all the way to your house. You can't cheat your way into just trapping them in a boat, which I kind of like. This might be what are the kids call? This might be what the kids call a hot take, but I kind of like the difficulty and annoyance that comes with hurting mobs. I really do. All right, let me think about how I'm going to word this real quick. Like, I like the challenge. It's a little annoying, but it does make me like think and puzzle. Like, okay, how am I going to get these guys from A to B? How am I going to build a path that's like baby-proof enough where they're not going to kill themselves? And that's just a fun challenge to get around, compared to if I were to just, you know, like leads are a new item in Minecraft, I believe. And I could just attach those to a chicken and then just walk to my house, and like there's no way that they won't get there. But then you remove the whole challenge, the navigational aspect of I gotta escort these little dudes to their place. And it's only like a one-time mission for each mob. So like once I get my chickens over there, I'm not gonna have to do this with the chickens again. I mean, I am gonna have to do it with other animals, but I don't know. It's a nice it's a nice challenge. I'm hesitant to say fun, but it's definitely memorable and definitely is a challenge. It also just makes the chickens like it like they feel like actual animals. They feel like actual dumb animals who just fall off things all the time and don't exactly know where they are, and they just want their food and they'll follow you to get it. They don't care. They have no idea where they are. Again, it makes these things feel like real creatures and not just like if their pathfinding was really good, then I'd be like, oh, you know, I'd be like, oh, well, this is they just feel like robots going from point A to point B. But the fact that they're so stupid makes them feel like real. I feel like I'm really coming at chickens right now. Look at them go! Oh no! Oh dear. I haven't seen this footage in quite a while. I'm commentating long after I've done this part. That's pretty unfortunate. I wonder how I felt in this moment. Oh, that's quite great. I understand that I'm probably alone on thinking like why would you want to keep the stupid dumb minigame of leading the chickens to your house? I understand I'm alone in this, but I really wish they didn't get rid of the stupidity of the animals. I really wish they kept them. It's such like a fun part of Minecraft. It's just how derpy all the passive mobs are. I mean, they even look kind of silly. Have you ever looked at the face of a cow or a pig? They look like idiots. So maybe I've converted you to my side of keeping the animals dumb. Maybe I haven't. But I did spend the entire day trying to get these chickens to my main island, and I couldn't do it. I did get them about 20 feet, so that's progress, baby. Oh, I am going to have to expand my bridge by quite a bit. I'm going to need to add, like, railings so the chickens don't fall off and drown. They can't drown, but you know what I mean. They get stranded in water. I am just getting some seeds in the meantime because there's something I want to do. As you can see, I'm pretty low on food, and I don't have any animals to breed, so I can't really kill anything off yet. So instead, I use the seeds I picked up earlier to plant them. And as you can see, immediately one just grew. But thanks to the skeleton I killed earlier, I can use their bones to craft bone meal and advance the growth of all these plants and get some wheat. Hope that's not information overload. I realized I just said a lot of stuff there real quick. But yes, there is farming in this game, not just animal husbandry, but also just raw. What's the fancy word for crop farming? I know it's on the tip of my tongue. I'm just gonna say ground farming. There is ground farming in Minecraft. It did fill up quite a lot on my hunger bar, but not as much as like meat does. So it's an easier and more consistent, but definitely not as rewarding method of getting food. So the sun is down once again, and I go back to mining, and not only can I hear mobs, but I also hear bubbling noises, and that is something very interesting. So I dig towards the noise, and I end up finding a little cave. And this is an exciting part of Minecraft, is your first cave, because I have no armor, some of my health is gone, I don't have any hunger. I am at the most vulnerable I will ever be right now. And caves are very claustrophobic, and they're always very pitch dark, so as you can see, there's so many mobs coming at me. There was even a particularly frightening one you may have seen, the witch. It doesn't have any sounds in this version, but normally witches are very frightening, especially when you don't have anything early on. I don't think I ever get hit by a witch in this playthrough. As you can see, there's a better view of one right now. Normally they're pretty rare, so it's interesting how I found two in the same area. But witches are generally pretty scary because they can poison you and slow you. They have like a lot of these status effects that they can inflict on you. And without a way to like really heal yet or defend myself, witches can be very dangerous. But thankfully, I know the strategy to just, you just gotta rush them and bring them down early. But when combined with other mobs, witches can be quite a problem. By the way, the bubbling you saw earlier, that is the lava. Lava is kind of the counterpart to water, both in the game and in real life, where water is very cool and nice and nourishes life. Lava kills you and everything you love and makes you feel like a giant idiot when you fall into it. But lava is also much rarer than water. It's only ever found underground, but also in some rare pools on the surface. It's a lot less common than water is, so it's interesting to have around. There are a few uses for lava, but I'm not going to use it for quite a while, so for now it's just like a cool thing that I've come across. Here I'm digging through gravel, and gravel is another block which is rather useful for one main reason, is that it drops flint, and flint is an item that I will need a lot of in the coming times. So that's why I'm actually taking the time to dig out so much of this. Otherwise, gravel's pretty useless. It is one of, like, I think 2 blocks in the game that is actually affected by gravity. So keep that in mind, because it's a very unique characteristic of gravel. Sorry, no, I'm just thinking of something that happens in the future that I think is going to be pretty funny. For some reason, all of my drops are red. I don't know why. I mean, I know it's a problem with the shaders that I'm using. I'm using shaders, by the way. I'm very sorry if you hate shaders, but I think shaders make the game look so pretty. But unfortunately, there is the side effect of sometimes all the items I mine just turn red, and I don't know why. I do eventually fix this, I believe, but for now, please try to ignore the fact that some items are just red. Thank you. I guess that's the downside to playing on a very old version of Minecraft. Like, you're not gonna get any bug fixes or community fixes to any mods you use, because people have moved on to, I don't want to say better things, but they've moved on to more recent things. But that's a trade-off I'm willing to accept in order to play the version that I like, while still having it look pretty, very pretty. I guess I'm just gonna have to live with witches not making noises, and sometimes my items turn red. But in the grand scheme of things, not that big of a deal. Here, my hunger is very, very low. So I'm actually going to do something pretty desperate and eat rotten flesh. This is the stuff that drops from the zombies, so it's probably not that tasty, probably not that hygienic, and as you can see, it actually inflicts me with the hunger status effect for 30 seconds. And what hunger does is it drastically increases the rate at which you lose hunger. As you can see, one of my hunger little knobs are, like, it's already gone completely, and I'm just standing still. If I was running around or, like, doing stuff, that it might be just completely gone. I don't often eat rotten flesh, but I don't really have any other food, and I was already low on health, so I just wanted to regen that last bit. I then immediately eat a spider eye, which inflicts poison, which is kind of like the mirror of hunger, where instead of draining your hunger, it drains your health. So I don't think I eat those ever again. So it's I don't know. I mean, it works if you're desperate to eat spider eyes and rotten flesh. It's just not recommended. Here, I finally get to use my water bucket. Firstly, I fill a bucket with lava just to have for later because it's pretty neat. And then I use my water bucket to traverse the lava. Lava instantly turns into this weird black block when you cover it with water, and that just lets you safely travel. I'm not going to be doing anything with that weird black block for quite a while, but just keep note of it. And thanks to my water, I'm able to move all the way over to the other side of the pool and get some sweet, sweet iron. Pretty worth it, if I do say. So yeah, that's kind of what I like about water. It's very It's a really great traversal tool, and this won't be the last time that I traverse with it. So we should talk about hardcore mode. um, what I just did there was die very embarrassingly. I stupid, so stupid. Is that the only time I die so stupidly in this game? I sure hope. Keep watching to find out. So, what hardcore mode is, there's four difficulties in Minecraft. There's five. There's peaceful, easy, normal, hard, and hardcore. I'm playing on normal, so mobs deal a reasonable amount of damage, and I regen health at a reasonable rate, and my hunger doesn't go down super fast. Can't believe I used gravel to fill in that block again. Like I didn't learn anything. Oh, remember when I said gravel falls? Yeah, sure does. Amazingly enough, not everything in my inventory got burned, but anyway, as I was saying, normal is like the standard intended difficulty, and I like normal quite a bit. I like playing normal in most games just because I don't know. It's like this is a difficulty the developers intended. Like I want to try it out. Hardcore and to an extension hard. It increases like how much damage mobs deal, and I believe your hunger goes down faster. And it might do some other stuff, but in general, that's what it does. But hardcore mode in particular, when you die, you can't respawn in your world. So you saw earlier when I died, I just clicked respawn and I respawned up on the surface. If I were playing hardcore mode, this world would be defunct. It'd be over. It'd be donezo. And I really don't like hardcore mode for multiple reasons. In any game, I don't think, like, it does give death more stakes, but in, like, the worst way, where dying isn't, like, it's not a punishment. It's just the game's over now, which I guess is, like, a punishment, but it's really hard to explain. But I think punishment should come in the form of like having to play the game in a different way. Like when I died just then, I had to go back down, and thankfully it was a very safe travel. But if I died in a different scenario, I might have had to walk really far, and there might have been monsters in the way, or traversal navigation issues in the way. If I died in a slightly bigger pool of lava, I would have lost a lot more stuff. Even now, I still lost like all that iron that I mined, but I still get to play the game, In hardcore mode, I just go do something else once I died, and I think that's really, really lame. It's like a fun... I'm not even think it's like a fun challenge. Some people have like really long hardcore worlds, and then they die to like something really stupid, and then it's like, oh, well, sorry, buddy, it's over now. I just don't get the appeal in any game ever. I think Outlast has this. I don't know why I'm talking about Outlast in my Minecraft video, but I believe Outlast has something like that where it's like, oh, if you die, then your save file gets deleted. It's like, that's not... I don't get it. I just don't get it. I think hardcore mode's really dumb. I think Minecraft's normal difficulty is perfectly fine. I don't think Minecraft is a game that really needs to be super challenging. Like, I think the mobs as they stand deal a reasonable amount of damage. I think hunger goes down just fine. Hunger in itself is another thing I'll talk about. Hopefully I'll remember to talk about it later. But yeah, I don't care much for hardcore mode. I think dying has enough penalties depending on how you die and where you die, where it doesn't need this extra, like, oh, you're watch out, buddy. It's like if you die in the game, you die forever, and it's like real life. It's like Minecraft's immersive, but you don't need to bring in everything that real life has in the Minecraft. It's like, yeah. Anyway, I hope that's enough rambling about hardcore mode. What I'm doing right now is I'm torching up the entire island, which is actually pretty difficult for me to do because, like, the island's fairly big, and torches, although they cover a lot of space, it's kind of hard for me to tell exactly like what spots are lit up enough and what spots aren't. So I am just gonna have to use. I think I've crafted like a stack and a half, and I'm just gonna have to use pretty much all of them to torch up the island. But once the island is torched up, I don't have to worry about little scary things spawning on it anymore, and I can walk around with my island with reckless abandon. Thankfully, now all the mobs are red, I do actually I do actually reload the world. This is a bit of an immersion breaker, but I think that's the only time I like. I think that's the only time you like see the pause menu in this playthrough. So cherish that. But now that the entire island is lit up, I don't have to worry about hostile mobs that much, which is one of the advantages of living on an island. It's a lot easier to entirely light up an island than it is like if you are just living in a plains biome, or something like that. And also, there's no hostile mobs in the water, so I don't have to worry about lighting up the water, because lighting up water is very obnoxious. So if hostile mobs did spawn in the water, then I would have to I'd have to do a bunch of annoying things to make sure that creatures don't spawn there. So thankfully, I don't have to do that. Here, I'm crafting fences because I'm gonna expand on my farm quite a bit, and fences are kind of not necessary, but like I've never built a farm without fences. So that's why I'm crafting a whole bunch. I like to use fences for my ground farm and my animal farms. So I'm gonna need quite a lot, and I like to make them rather big, I think. So look forward to that. I am actually going to use a little known mechanic called trampling, where you can stomp on your crops and that'll turn them back into regular dirt blocks, which is a pretty interesting mechanic. I believe mobs can do that as well. So like if a zombie came onto your crops and trampled over it, it could get rid of all your crops. I've never had it happen to me though. I think other mobs can do it, but I've never had it happen. But I'm so afraid of it that's why I build fences anyway. Not only does it just look nice, but also it prevents mobs from trampling your crops. I'm not going to look up if that's in this version. I'm not going to look up if that's ever been a thing, because I don't want to be wrong. I find my life more interesting if I believe that's how it works. I'm actually running really low in storage space at this point. I might actually have to start like expanding or make a proper home that's bigger than a shed. But I like to just go for another chest. So still gonna live in the shed for now. It is rather interesting how far I'm into the game and how like I don't have any armor. I don't have any food. I have a single iron sword. I'm a pretty slow-paced player in Minecraft, as you can see. It is quite I don't know. I enjoy it. I enjoy going at my own pace. There are a lot of players who might be like covered in diamonds at this point, but I like to take my time with things. I'm a pretty relaxed guy in general, I like to think. So that's why you're not going to be seeing me do any big flashy things for quite a while. But I hope you enjoy that. I know I do. This place really is starting to become home, where I can just walk around freely, and I don't have to worry about creatures spawning anywhere. I kind of have a familiarity with where everything is. Right now, I'm just plotting like where am I going to put the rest of my pens? Because right now I'm building pens for my animals. Which animal's going to go where, you'll find out, but I'm going to need 4, so I need to make enough room to have, like, 4 entrapment areas. But as I was saying, this place really is starting to become home. It's, like, safe, it's familiar, I'm really starting to enjoy it. The only thing is that, right now, with nighttime, like, how spawning hostile monsters work. You might see a creeper in the far distance there on, like, the shoreline. So mobs can spawn when the light level is dark enough, but it doesn't have to be like pitch black. I think, I'm not sure, but I think if it's light level 7 or lower, then a mob will spawn. There is something in the game called a debug screen, so I could press F3 if I wanted to, and that would show me a whole bunch of data about the game. It would also tell me how bright, exactly to like the number, everything is. But I don't like doing that. It kind of ruins my immersion, personally. It makes Minecraft feel kind of more like a computer game, if that makes sense. I know it is, but like I don't like feeling like it is. I don't like having like external knowledge provided to me by the gods. I just want to suss things out as they happen. But if that number is below a certain number, which I believe is 7, then hostile mobs can spawn. And it's really hard to tell visually when the light falls below a certain threshold or not. So until I get it like really perfected, mobs are just going to occasionally pop up here and there, but to a much less frequent degree. That of course, if a creeper spawns, and you know that could still ruin my day. But I'll worry about that bridge when I get to it. If I die here, it's fine. I don't have any levels to lose thanks to earlier, and you know I don't have that much stuff either. Did you see how much easier that like leading that cow to that pen was compared to like the chickens? Of course, the distance like matters a lot, but oh my god, that was a really great, just straight line. Make it to the pen. Oh, very very easy herding for the cow. Thankfully, I do have cows and sheep, and even like that extra chicken over there on the island. So herding is not going to be a huge pain in the ass the entire game. Something about seeing the entire landscape covered in torches just feels nostalgic. Like it's speaking of mobs, there's the funny little creature over there. I think I also hear a skeleton. But as I was saying, something about seeing like the entire land covered in torches, it just makes me feel so nostalgic. Because it's like the most baby easy way to make some areas safe. Cow wasn't listening to me for a second. And I remember when I was a child, instead of like making lampposts or, you know, having any creative way of lighting up my area, I would just spam the ground with torches. And I don't know, it looks ugly, but it reminds me of my childhood, and I like it. So don't bully me about it, please. I also hear a skeleton, but I don't exactly know where he is, which is kind of concerning. That leads me to believe he's either like underground or stuck on like the edge of the beach, maybe, and I haven't found him. But really hoping he doesn't come to ruin my day. So we'll have to see what happens there. Something with the animal pens that I need to do and the farming in general is I need to terraform the land. And this is one of those things in Minecraft that really makes you feel like a settler. You know, changing the land to suit your needs. Because generally speaking, for a lot of building stuff, you want just a nice flat area to work with. Minecraft even has like a setting where you can generate worlds that are entirely flat. And just use it as like a plot to build things, which is really interesting, really nice feature. But something about doing it in survival is very rewarding. Like I really do feel like a settler. Like, all right, let's take this mold of land and form it into something we can use, fellas. Here, I don't know if you noticed, but I'm actually counting out my blocks because I have a very specific desire of what I want my farm to look like. And it has to be a very specific size. So, you know, counting out my blocks is a pretty important step to make sure that my farm will actually fit. I did use that bucket of lava from earlier to smelt a whole bunch of stone. I'm not going to be doing anything with the stone now, but it's just nice to have because stone is one of those things you never really get until it's like too late. So I'm just preemptively getting a whole bunch of stone. I hear another cave noise, the same one from much earlier. And I'm very curious about it, because I also hear that skeleton, so that tells me that there's definitely something underneath me. But for now, I just give up. which is little unfortunate. I go back to making my leaf bridge for the chickens from earlier because I just really want my farm set up. Really funny to me how easy the cows and the pigs are going to be, but the chickens, man, the chickens require so much maintenance. My least favorite passive mob in the game is the chicken. I think I hate them. They're so stupid. That actually scared me. Watching this back, that actually frightened me. I wasn't expecting that. Good lord! I must have I blocked that because like I only took half my health. I think I would have died if I didn't block that. Oh man, that's because I was walking backwards into new land. Oh wow. That's kind of why I like creepers so much. They're so scary and surprising. And not only that, but he actually made a big mess of my little beach here. That's a very interesting thing about creepers is that they're the only mob that can damage you in like a building sense. Every other mob only deals HP damage, but the creepers can damage your progression in terms of buildings, which is kind of like the perfect thing for Minecraft. A game all about crafting. Well, one of the enemies, it kind of like reverses your progress of building. Can't remember the last time I've had a creeper like blow up something I've made, but they definitely they definitely do blow up the world a lot, and I have to fill in a lot of their holes, otherwise it looks ugly. That was genuinely frightening to me. I don't know how loud that scream is going to be in post. I'm probably going to have to turn it down. I do lose a chicken, a sayonara fella, but I have one, and I know there's a chicken back at home base, so I'm just going to use that one instead of the other one. The lengths I'm going to. I don't know why he decided to walk up on the ledge instead of just, down the road. But listen, I guess he didn't want to be captured. It's his life. He can do whatever he wants. I don't give a gosh darn heck, dude. I did make the chicken fence on the sand because I want their feet to be hot, I don't want the chickens to have a good time. They don't get any grass to pick at. No worms in the grass for you to eat while I'm away. No grass to frolic around in. No, you have sand. Hope you don't accidentally bury yourself in it, idiot. It's so petty, but I don't know. It's fun to be cruel to animals. In Minecraft, it's fun in Minecraft. Here I remembered that the other ocean chicken is there, so I elect to go get this instead of going all the way back and getting the other one. Isn't it crazy how I started with 3 chickens and I only managed to get 1 all the way over here? It's amazing. I'm very low on food, so I'm really hoping I can get some animals gathered up soon. But it seems like it might take a while, because this chicken is being quite a B-word to me, with how much it doesn't want to climb up the frickin' sand. So I finally get the other chicken into the pen, and now we got some hot bird breeding. With that was my first breeding, I think. Did I breed the cows? I don't think I did. No, I definitely did. That was the first breeding for animals. It's not that graphic, thankfully. They do just kind of mash into each other like Barbie dolls, and then a little baby chicken spawns, which I think is probably the best way you can handle animal intercourse in a video game. Just have a bunch of hearts appear, and then they mash into each other, and then, oh, that's a baby. It's still good enough for kids, or they'd be like, huh, there's something here you're not telling me. I don't know. It's cute. It's another one of those things where it's like, it's kind of like zombies burning in the daylight. It's like, oh yeah, yeah, that's how yep, makes sense. You know, the chickens they kiss and then a baby pops out. Makes sense. I'm so low on food that I can't even sprint, and my HP from that creeper is forever at half a health until I get food. I zoom in on a little area at the top of the mountain because at this point I look at that and I immediately am like, I'm gonna build something up there soon. Someday I want to build something up there. Oh, peep this, peep this. Oh, the dream. Oh, I missed it. That chugs. Oh well. Imagine if I hit that. That would have been sick. That would have been a sick frag. I want to cook the chicken immediately so I can start sprinting, but I don't have any coal on me. So I have to actually go get some wood just to cook a single piece of chicken. How am I this far into the game and I can't, I like, you know, I don't have any food. That's the one thing about oceans is that if I was doing like a plains biome or if I was in like a forest, I could run pretty far and just kill things along the way and amass like a stack of food before, you know, so I wouldn't have to worry. Because generally, the more land there is, the more animals there are. But because it's so scarce, I just don't have any opportunity to really amass food. I think it's a pretty interesting challenge. Food is a pretty divisive topic in Minecraft. Some people really like the hunger bar. Some people do not care for it in the slightest. There is a version of the game, Minecraft Beta 1.7.3, I believe, that a lot of people like to play on. It doesn't have hunger, and food works in a very different way, where instead of like restoring a hunger meter, it just refills your health, and it doesn't stack. So there's some like interesting resource management there. I'm not sure which system I prefer. I definitely see the merits to both, but truth be told, and please don't take my gamer license away, I haven't actually played a Minecraft 1. Beta 1.7.3 world yet. I really want to. I plan on doing it. I just haven't. And so until I do that, I can't really state whether or not I like one or the other more. But I do think that for the most part, the hunger system is fine. It's not like game ruining. But maybe my opinion on that will change once I actually play beta. And I'm like, holy moly, the hunger system completely sucks. You know, chugs. It chugs. I don't want to say it chugs the bees. It chugs the bouncy balls. You know. I finally have enough food to be able to move faster than walking speed. Oh, it feels so nice. By the way, the chicken hole from earlier, remember that? That's nostalgic. Remember that from like a half hour ago? Remember the days. Now, because I have two chickens in my pens, I can just slaughter any chickens I see from here on out and get some food. Because I don't have to worry about running out, because I have two in the back for, I have infinite chickens pretty much, which is rather nice. Here I spot what a lot consider to be a traveler's blessing, which is the holy floating single grass block in the sky. I think it's really special, and I think you should pay your respects whenever you see one. It's said to bring travelers good luck, and I wouldn't dare ever do anything to that block. I think it's really cool to have. I think it's really neat. I don't know. I do like Minecraft's weird, funky train generation, where sometimes anomalies like that can just appear. I like it when Minecraft's train generation is more, what's the word? Wacky. Not wacky, you know, more unusual, where there where variances and kind of like odd things here and there can happen like that. I like it when that happens. It kind of makes me feel like I'm coming across a rare landmark or a rare like formation of things. I think if Minecraft's terrain generation was like perfect, then I think that would take away from the game. I really do. I think Minecraft without like a random floating block or like a random floating island, I think that's a lesser version of Minecraft, honestly. Even though it is kind of like immersion breaking, maybe. I don't know. It just fits in the Minecraft world somehow. Now, of course, if it happened really often, then I think it would be a problem. But I don't. I think it happens just enough for me to not care. I am out in the wild during nighttime, which is a little scary, but thankfully I did get enough food to be able to sprint. And this is the one thing about sprinting that I kind of agree with critics, is that sprinting kind of makes the nighttime in Minecraft really not a problem at all, because you can just sprint past any hostile mobs you see, because they can't catch up to you. And I think you can run past creepers before they even explode. I think the only mob that can even hurt you while you're sprinting is skeletons, but they don't tend to hit their shots a lot. So yeah, sprinting is something that I think is a little bit powerful, a little bit too powerful. I don't come across any mobs this time, but you may see in the future. Oh, I do a little 360. Oh my god, I'm so adventurous. Ooh, what if I fell? I didn't come across any mobs this time, but you may see in the future. I'm probably just going to be sprinting past a whole bunch of mobs, which is something I don't think is entirely amazing. Like, why even have armor when I can just, I can just run away, and it works just fine. Back at the house, I did some organizing, and I developed the farmland just a little bit, and now I'm just replanting the trees using the saplings that the leaves drop. And the reason why I'm doing this is because wood is a pretty important resource in Minecraft. I mean, it was the first thing that I got when I spawned in, but that never really changes. Wood is just so immensely useful in almost like every crafting recipe. Here, not to be interrupted, sorry, but here I hear the cave noise and I keep hearing that skeleton. So very, very soon I'm gonna see if I can go find that skeleton and by extension, whatever is making that cave noise. But as I was saying, wood is like always going to be important no matter what stage of the game you're playing. And living in an ocean, it's rather difficult to procure wood. Even the trees on the flower island, those will run out with time. So planting saplings is pretty necessary for me to sustain myself. As you can see, it's very efficient. One of the saplings has already grown, and it is instantaneous. A little bit of a tree jump scare, but it's nice. I like how fast trees grow. As long as if they took the same amount of time to grow in real life, let's say they took like 30 Minecraft days, that would be quite obnoxious. So I craft a shovel, and with it, I'm hoping I can finally find out where Mr. Bones is hiding, because it's bothering me so much. How there's something right under my nose, right under my little toesies, that I just don't know what it is. Maybe it's a ravine. Maybe there's a few things it could be that I don't want to spoil right yet, but really really hoping I can find it, and I do. That is not the ocean. We are not close enough for that to be the ocean. So you may be wondering what that is. Well, turns out it's a little underground lake. I'm so mad with how much my game jittered there. I'm so mad with how much it's jittering in general, but there especially, because sand falling is super pretty in Minecraft. Sometimes sand can spawn floating. Even though it is a block that's affected by gravity, it can spawn floating. And it's like the floating grass block from earlier. It's one of those like natural phenomenon that I really enjoy in Minecraft. Good lord, it's jittering so much this time. Again, very sorry about that. But like I was saying, it's like one of those phenomena in Minecraft where, yeah, sometimes you just find like sand floating because the terrain is generated wonky sometimes. And I like it quite a bit. It's like a nice, fun, secret surprise. Like, oh, there was a hidden lake, a hidden like pocket of water just in the middle of my island. And this may seem really inconvenient, like, oh no, I have to fill in the big sand hole. But I have a few ideas at this point as to what I can do with it. So I don't see this as a problem. I see this as an opportunity. So that's my mindset going into this. I decided to do some more development on my farm. I'm gonna need to do a lot of digging in. Oh my god, this is the longest it's been jittering for quite a while. I don't like pointing it out when it happens, but like it's kind of hard not to here. Oh man. I hope my stellar commentary can make up for how much this is jittering. As you saw there, I was tilling the land to plant some more stuff, but because I didn't have any water next to the tilled land, it immediately turned back into normal ass dirt. Normal ass dirt. Oh my god, I'm so vulgar. It turned back into normal dirt. And so I dig a little channel here to put some water in. Water will hydrate dirt 4 blocks like away from it. So if I were to dig a block 5, if I were to till a grass block 5 things away, it would not be hydrated. It pretty suddenly starts raining, and then at the same time the music starts. And I really like this. This is just one of those Minecraft moments where, even though it's simple, even though it's not really that impressive, sometimes things can just be beautiful to you. And you don't know why. I don't know why. Like I said, I don't know why, but something about that boat. I saw it in the middle of the ocean with the rain. It is something about it captured my eye. Minecraft can be surprisingly serene at times. And I think everyone who's played Minecraft for an extended period of time has experienced a moment like this, where you're doing something and then all of a sudden you just stop and you're like, huh, this is a really nice world. If I were to be isekai'd into one world, I'd want it to be this one. So I'm really glad I got to capture that on film. I finally fence my farm, but it turns out I don't actually have enough fences to finish it. Like I said, wood's very important, so I get a little bit more, and I make a few more fences. Hopefully it'll be enough, but while I'm building my farm, I also want to talk about farms in general. They're very odd. Like, making farms I think is really fun. I like making farms. I like having a little plot of land where I have my crops growing. It's really nice. But at the same time, like, it's the one roadblock that really gets in the way of your game before you can just do what you want. Like, you notice throughout my entire playthrough so far, I've been, like, really struggling with food. So I haven't been able to really do the things that I want to do right now because I just need to get the food sorted. I'd love to go mining, like, as soon as I could, but there's no food underground, or no viable food underground, aside from rotten flesh or spider eyes. So I would need to amass quite a lot of food before I can do that. And it is kind of strange how farming bottlenecks you into, it bottlenecks your early game into, okay, I need to start a farm, and then I can, like, finally start doing the stuff that I want to do. It's very strange. I'm not quite sure how I feel about it. I don't think I like it. I don't think I like just how important farms are, that they dictate your entire early game. But at the same time, I don't know. It's another one of those things that I'm not entirely sure how I feel about. Overall, maybe if, like, animals spawned more, so you didn't have to amass so much food, you know? So you could just slaughter animals, get like 60 steaks, and then just go mining. But then that kind of defeats the whole purpose of farming. This is a complicated thing. This is another reason why people really like beta 1.7.3, because they don't have to worry about about farms. They can just start doing what they want to do, and they don't have to worry about making a farm, which I definitely see the advantage of. That is one of the things that I don't care for, is having to make a farm. Of course, it doesn't help that I'm in an ocean where there's like there's like very few mobs I can just run around and slaughter very quickly. Anyway, I did make a hat, so I finally have some armor. I have, like, the worst armor possible. I have, like, as you can see above my health bar, I have, like, half a little armor point. But it's better than literally nothing. Also, it just feels nice to have a hat to protect me from the rain, you know? So, it's very nice. I'm not sure if it's, like, officially nighttime or not in my Minecraft world. It's kind of hard to tell when it starts raining and fogging. But I know that during thunderstorms, mobs can spawn, but it's not thundering, so I'm not really sure why that zombie was there. I guess it's nighttime. I don't know why I'm over-explaining this. I guess it's just nighttime. Very interesting. Oh, poor guy. That was just mean. I don't know why I did that. Lona, you're kind of mean. This is a good example of what I'm talking about. If I could do this, like, the entire playthrough, that would have been amazing. Just killing animals along the way. and just getting a whole bunch of food with like very little effort comparatively. But I couldn't really do this until now. Here's our first spider. I think this is the first time we've encountered a spider, and they drop string, which is actually really useful. Spiders are an interesting mob. They're the only one that is like horizontal instead of vertical. They are 2 blocks wide and 1 block tall, as opposed to 2 blocks tall and 1 block wide. That means they can fit into spaces that most other hostile mobs can't. So they're kind of unique in that sense, but also they can climb walls to get to you. So if you are up at an elevated position, the spiders could climb up and get you. I don't think I've ever had it happen to me, just because it's such a rare scenario, but they can do it. Spiders are quite interesting like that. Very funny how I actually got a spider eye from a witch before I got a spider eye from a spider. That's pretty funny to think about. So I go back to check out the hole that was made earlier, and this time my footage isn't choppy as heck, so you actually get a pretty good look at just how deep and messy this hole is, and it seems like it'd be a big pain to refill. So I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do the exact opposite and make things even worse by getting rid of a whole bunch of sand and letting the water flow through it. Because the idea I got when I saw this hole was this is an opportunity for me to split the island in two and have a nice little river running in between both halves. I just think it'd look really nice to have like a little river connecting two parts of my island. That way, I can section it off. Like one half can be like the farm area, and one half can be like my home area. And I think something about that's really cute. I like that. You may be thinking that this is completely unnecessary, and you're absolutely right. There is no reason for me to do this, really. It doesn't like progress any game states. I'm not getting anything out of it, honestly. This is just pure decoration, and it's gonna take a while, and it's gonna take a few resources, and it's probably not worth doing. But I think Minecraft, for me and for a lot of people, it's not about doing things efficiently, and it's not about doing things that are necessarily going to progress you to where you want to go. Minecraft is it's a video game in the truest sense, where it really is just about doing whatever you like doing. It's about doing whatever you think is fun and enjoyable. Sure, there are some like vague goals here and there, but other than that, you really are free to do whatever you want. And that's kind of what makes Minecraft excellent as a second life. You have this world that is truly your own, with no restrictions. You can do anything you want, no matter how unnecessary it is. And every time you do something like this, every time you do something that doesn't really need to be done, it's another thing that really differentiates your world from everyone else's. Like, I really do wonder if, like, 100 people were given this same seed, how would this starting island look for every single one of them? I imagine for a lot of them, it wouldn't even, like, change. I imagine a lot of people might just immediately leave and go find a better island, but I really like thinking about how different people would tackle these things differently. I wonder how many people would just fill in the hole again. Or I wonder how many people would just leave it there. Or maybe they do something I can't even think of. But that's what I really like about Minecraft. There's so many options, and so many things you don't need to do but you can do, that it really is such a personal game. So the process of actually making a river in Minecraft is rather time consuming and a little complicated, but probably one of the more challenging aspects about it is just having to work with a lot of water. Because as you can see here, water is very cumbersome to move through. It feels very sluggish, and that can add a good bit of challenge to any Minecraft build involving water. Especially in this case, where I don't really want like a flowing river, I want like a nice, calm, still river. So I guess really I don't want a river. Really, I guess I want like a canal or a channel in between my island. And to accomplish that, I'm basically going to need to fill every single square in this little canal with water. And I can't just like let it flow through, which is actually quite a huge pain to do. So I'm actually going to take a little break from the canal project and make my way over to the Flower Island. On my way over to the Flower Island, I see a whole boatload of creepers. I'm sure there's some joke I can make here, but I don't know what group to target, you know? Oh, look at all these creepers. It's like a insert X here con. Yeah. This one's for you. This one's a Mad Lib joke for you. You fill it in however you'd like. What do all these creepers represent? I fight one of the creepers here, and it actually blows up, which is quite unfortunate because creepers don't drop experience or XP. Or no, they don't drop experience or their gunpowder drop when they blow up. And then they also leave behind these really ugly holes in the world. They're kind of like a mark of failure. Like, these holes only exist because I couldn't fight the creeper properly. It did actually knock out, I think, two of the other creepers. So, it was efficient, but not what I would have preferred. I actually spend a lot more of my time than I'd like to admit filling in creeper holes. It's not fun, but, I mean, I'd rather do that than have a bunch of holes in my world that look ugly. Speaking of filling in creeper holes, do you guys remember the Mob Talker mod from back in the day? It's a really old mod. It's called Mob Talker, and it lets you talk to the mobs, if that wasn't obvious. And I remember having quite a lot of fun with it. Anyway, that's a strange tangent. I find it very strange that I've been playing for so long now, but I haven't really gone anywhere. I've really just gone to my main island and then the Flower Island. I think it's rather unusual to find a player who doesn't really go anywhere in their Minecraft world. I'm a very stationary person, but as you can see here, today I'm thinking of venturing into the mines for the very first time. I have 12 stakes, which should be enough to last me throughout the entire mining expedition, unless the cave is stupidly big. I end up finding this nice little, I'm not sure what to call it, alcove, maybe? That just leads to the edge of the cliff. It's a very nice scenic area. This would have been a nice place to build like a giant base, you know? I can imagine a player doing something really cool with this entire island here. That's kind of what I like islands. It makes me feel like Doofenshmirtz with my hidden base in the middle of the ocean where no one can touch me. So I go back to the entrance I made quite a bit ago, and this is the one thing about ravines. It's rather interesting that I'm starting off with a ravine, because ravines are kind of like the pinnacle of difficulty in caves because they're so vertical. And verticality in Minecraft has always been a big challenge because, like, moving left to right, moving forward, backwards, really easy. Moving up and down, not so much. There are very few ways to efficiently move up in Minecraft. You can do ladders, but that only works against like straight walls. And you can do water, but that requires quite a bit of skill and is also rather slow. And moving down really fast, you can like build a little staircase down. Oh, don't mind these guys, by the way. These guys are just here for funsies. Actually, one of those zombies, if you can see there, he has some armor. I believe I'll talk about that more later, but that's something that like mobs can happen. They can spawn with armor, and it's quite interesting. It means that not all zombies are just going to be the exact same difficulty. Some are going to have equipment and armor, so look out for that. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, going down. Going down in Minecraft is also an issue because the risk of fall damage is so severe. I think you can drop 19 blocks before dying, but like, there's very few ways to mitigate fall damage. You can use a water bucket to mitigate fall damage, but that's rather challenging. If there's water down below, then great. But then you're kind of trapped, because if you fall down into water, then you can't get back up so easily. The point I'm trying to make here is that verticality in Minecraft is a hassle. It's a real pain. And that's why ravines are so challenging. If you didn't notice there, that zombie dropped a carrot, which is actually very, very good. Carrots are the one crop, not one, it's one of two crops that pigs will follow you around with. So now with that carrot, I not only have access to a new crop, but I have access to a new breeding animal with pigs. I'll talk more about that later, I think. I say that a lot. I very well might just forget to talk about it. But yeah, I have access to pigs, and also it's also a good ingredient for a mechanic I'll talk about again later. Surely, this one I'm not going to forget about. I'll talk about this mechanic later. But yeah, as I was saying, I think ravines are kind of like the biggest Minecraft cave should be. Just because verticality is such a pain, it really should be limited to these like one-off rare structures. Because even if I'm at the bottom of the ravine, creepers and skeletons can still drop from above and completely ruin my day. It's happened more than once where I've been mining in a cave and a creeper drops on me and it explodes and there's just no way for me to react to it. And that just doesn't feel great. I think Minecraft caves, for the most part, are perfectly sized. By the way, check out these two skeleton lovers who just spawned in the worst possible place. This is like the skeleton nutty putty cave where they're just trapped together. I mean, at least they're not lonely. At least they're doing better than me. They got someone to hug during the cold cave nights. I feel bad about killing them now. Now that I made them lovers, I feel really bad about murdering them. I think I even made one shoot the other. Oh my god, what's wrong with me? Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. Ravines in general tend to lead to a lot of other cave systems. They tend to branch out. They're kind of like a central hub for caves. So as you can see, I'm only at one end of the ravine, but I've already found like a branch that leads very deep down. I have to take my time going down here, you know? I have to build like a little staircase so I can actually make my way back up. Thankfully I do find some more iron. I've been running, I don't have a lot. Let me start over. Let me start over one more time. I've been lacking iron quite a lot throughout this playthrough so far. Normally I would have a lot more. I suppose it doesn't help that I died earlier to that lava, which was very embarrassing. But the goal of this whole mining expedition is just to get a boatload of iron so I can finally have the things that are required for me to be a real Minecraft player, like armor and iron pickaxes and whatnot. Something very interesting is that this cave is going very deep down. Normally cave tunnels, I just say, these like narrow passageways, normally they're not this vertical. Generally it's a more gradual decline downwards, but this has just been kind of like a drop. I do dig out the gravel here, not only because I want to get flint, but also because gravel tends to block off other parts of the cave. So there could very well be more cave behind all this gravel. And as you can see, there clearly is. It's a whole bunch of lava, which is a little scary, but I think I've learned my lesson, and I know not to just... I know what to do in case I fall into lava. My pickaxe ends up breaking, so I actually need to make a new one. So it's really good that I found some iron earlier, otherwise I would be pretty screwed. I'd have to go all the way back home and make a new pickaxe, because I wouldn't be able to... Do I have stone? I'm not sure. I have to wait till I open my inventory. Maybe I would have just had to make a stone pickaxe instead. But either way, it's really good that I got some iron before my pickaxe broke. Yeah, I could have made a stone pickaxe. Don't mind me. But it's still nice that I made an iron pickaxe. Yeah, and with this iron pickaxe, I'm going to go further into the cave, really hoping this leads to some deeper things. You may hear like a little fiery noise. That actually is not... That's not the furnace. What actually happened was my crafting table caught on fire, because something that you might not know is that if something's next to lava and it's made of wood, it can catch on fire. And that includes crafting tables, so I'm kind of out of a crafting table right now, which is not really that unfortunate because it only costs 4 wood, but it's pretty funny to think about that I'm so careless with my crafting table that it actually burned to death because of me. Unfortunately, this cave does end right here. Really unfortunate considering how deep it went. If it expanded more after coming down this way, I would have been able to find a lot of minerals, because generally speaking, the deeper you go in caves, the more stuff you find. The rarer and more precious minerals you find, and that's why it's so disappointing. I do get an iron here that I missed somehow, and I make my way slowly back up. Again, another example, it's a way slower to go up than it is to go left or right. And now I actually get to explore the rest of the ravine. Once I leave that little hole, I finally go forward, and you have a good view of it now. I find a little ravine cave rose. Poppy, as they're called. Just one. I look up, and normally ravines, well, not normally, ravines can either be closed inside, like, underground, or they can be open ravines, so, like, they're exposed to the sky. This ravine is really, really close to being an exposed one. It seems like there's like a single layer or just a few layers of dirt as the ceiling, which I find pretty interesting. Normally, you don't see that. And maybe that influences why there was a rose so far down in the depths. It's not getting a lot of sunlight, so poor little fella. Something you might notice me do is I'll put torches on the right side of the cave, so that is a signifier. If I am going forward, if I'm going deeper in a cave, then I put them on the right, so that way, if a torch is on the right, that means I know I'm going deeper. But if I'm on my way back, all those torches on the right will now be on the left. So if I want to leave the cave, then I just follow the torches on the left. It's a very nice system to make sure you don't get lost in caves, because that did happen back in the days of my early Minecraft playthroughs. I would get lost in caves, not knowing which direction was to leave, because the caves can get pretty complicated. As you'll see soon. Right now, they're pretty simple, surprisingly. Not a lot of twists or turns or anything like that. But an unexperienced miner can definitely get lost and probably like run out of food and die. Here, I have 3 different choices of paths to take. It seems exciting, but one of the paths is just nothing. So that's a little disappointing. This cave's just really disappointing in general. A lot of dead ends. A lot of very short dead ends. But, oh well, that's neither here nor there. I like listening to the noises that are happening in caves. Just right there, I've heard, by the way, the creepers coming out from the darkness. I heard a zombie groan, I heard water running, I heard lava bubbling. Caves, and the like, strangely calming music while I'm doing all of this. I think the soundscape in caves is really nice. It can be scary if you don't know what all these sounds are, but in my case, where I know everything, it's quite relaxing. There, you might have noticed my screen like zoomed in. You might have noticed it a few times throughout this playthrough, but for some reason, I don't know what this is. Sometimes my screen will just randomly zoom in. It's really annoying. This playthrough is so scuffed. This footage sucks. This footage sucks so much. It's jittery. Everything turns red for no reason. My screen keeps zooming in. I'm laughing, but I hate it. I'm laughing, but I really do hate it. I wish I knew how to record games properly. You think after so many... you can even see me fooling around with the FOV to be like, can I fix this? I don't, by the way. I never fix this. It sucks, but it only seems to happen when I'm, like, mining. So, I hope you can overlook this. Just think of it as a fun, dynamic, sometimes you look closer at things feature or something. I don't know. I apologize. Again, you can see the caves here getting a little bit more complicated. Earlier, we had 3 paths, and then we go down one of the paths, and then that's 3 more paths. So things can get really cumulative. Is that the word? Exponential? Where branches lead into branches lead into branches. And it can get very daunting if you don't know what you're doing. I like how skilled I make myself sound, you know? Like, if you don't know what you're doing, like me, the expert, who can't figure out why his game keeps zooming in for no reason. When in reality, it's just make sure you don't get lost. I see a whole bunch of cobblestone down here, and that's very concerning, because normally cobblestone can't, like, generate. It can only be placed by players, or in, like, other rare circumstances. But here, what happened was the water actually flowed down onto the lava, and when water flows onto lava, it can make cobblestone or obsidian, depending on the order of contact. And in this case, it just made a whole bunch of cobblestone. So I was a little concerned that, like, Herobrine was going to show up in my world, but thankfully, it was just lava and water mixing. I hear a little skeleton, and I also hear, like, a really annoying squeaking noise in the background. Those, we'll see them instead. Actually, we'll probably see one soon. I don't want to spoil what the squeaking noise is, but hearing that skeleton is very concerning. I still only have half a bar of armor, so things could go terribly wrong in these caves. You think by this point I would have, like, made some more stuff. There's more flowers underground. Look at this. There's even 2 of them. Very rare sight. Normally flowers don't spawn underground like that. But again, it's another one of those things in Minecraft that I kind of like. It's, you know, it's unusual, but it's like a little landmark. Here, I mog the skeleton that was behind me. And, oh, that was scary. Good thing I looked up. That creeper, that's another example of verticality where if I didn't look up and see that creeper, it would have fallen on me and exploded, and I probably would have died. You know, creepers don't take that long to explode, and if they do, then you're pretty much dead, kiddo, especially when you have no armor like me. Apologies, especially when you have half an armor piece like me. More and more branches and a whole mess of gravel. I'm the kind of person who likes to clear out every single area in a game before I move on. So a game like Minecraft where like caves can get so unfathomably large, it's a nice mixture of really satisfying and really annoying to do, because like I want to get the cave complete, but at the same time I really like exploring. So when there's like 3 new branches, I'm like, oh yay, 3 new branches, but then my other half is like, oh, this sucks. But you know, for the most part it's good. Otherwise I probably wouldn't be playing this game. So I cleared out the rest of these little branches here, and as I'm making my way back to the main tunnel, I hear some little creepy crawlies to my left, and some scary little things, so I'm really wondering what that could be. And after I dig up some gravel here, for some reason, I go down, and I see a whole boatload of just nasty things. I run away immediately because I'm pretty cowardly, and I even start to barricade myself, you know, just in case they start coming after me. But then I realize that they're not coming after me. And I go over to investigate, and it turns out they're stuck. All of these creatures have no way of getting up to me. Mobs, much like humans, struggle with verticality, so I really can just pick them off as I go. Now, of course, spiders can climb walls, but funnily enough, all of these hostile mobs are in the way of the spider. So, for the longest time, the spider just couldn't climb up to get to me. He does end up getting up there, but spiders aren't that big of a threat, so I take it out pretty easily. And I deal with the last few mobs here. Make careful care not to explode the creeper, so I can get the XP and the gunpowder. And that's it. And look at all this experience. Oh, it feels so nice to get XP. The sound when you get experience is so delightful. I go to the end of this little path, and it turns out there's just nothing there. It's a complete dead end. That was just a monster house, which was, you know, got me some XP, so that's nice. We encountered a lot of zombies there. Something about zombies is that they tend to be high in numbers. I believe, now this is something I heard off like a grapevine somewhere, almost got suffocated there, but I believe that if you hit a zombie, there's a chance that it'll spawn another zombie somewhere nearby. So the whole mechanic with zombies is that they're like dumb and stupid and like not that complex, but there can be a lot of them. So that's the fun thing about zombies. I think that's a thing. I could be wrong. So isn't this such a great series where I tell you things that just might not be true, and I take no effort to look it up? What the hell? I really hope someone fact checks and be like, oh no, all those things you said, they just happen to be true. All these things you heard in like a bus stop 5 years ago, yeah, no, they just happen to be true. Good job. Because I don't want to put any more effort than I've already put in. I see another cave flower and 2 brown mushrooms. And that's pretty cool. Brown mushrooms are pretty rare to find in caves, so it's nice that I found some. Mushrooms are a farmable crop that only grow in dark areas like caves, and it's pretty uncommon, so it's nice that I found them. Here, I'm doing something rather unusual. You can notice I'm not, like, killing the creeper with my sword, because I'm trying to do something pretty funny. Let's see if I get it to happen. You can probably tell what I'm trying to do now, but I don't want to spoil it. Unfortunately, I don't really manage to do it. The creeper does just blow up. And it even kills the cave flower, which is quite sad. I even go down to 2 hearts of HP, which is very frightening. If I died in this cave, it would have been a pain to get back. And I have so much stuff too, so I would have had to reorganize all of that. It would have been nonsense. The skeleton did drop a bow, which is very, very useful. I haven't actually made a bow myself, but bows are extremely useful. Is an extremely useful weapon to have in Minecraft. It's the only way to like hit enemies at range, which you'll see me do from time to time. Now, my inventory is full, and after I place those 2 plants back down, you know, to apologize for getting them blown up, I continue deeper into the cave. But yeah, my inventory is getting full, which means my time spent in this cave is getting more and more limited, as, you know, I don't want to leave anything behind. And the deeper I go in, the more stuff I'm going to find. Inventory management is a pretty fun part of Minecraft, I think. I like having a limited number of slots to carry, because it does lead to some pretty interesting decision making of what am I going to leave behind? Can I craft stuff into other things to kind of lighten the load in my inventory? You have quite a few inventory slots, but like with the amount of items in this game, is not as much as you may think. So being able to manage your inventory well is a pretty good skill to have. Here I come across something really cool. This is a block that I really like. This is, I'll come back for it later. I thought I was going to go mine it, but no. Apparently I'm not. I'll talk about it later. I really like that block. Blue is my absolute favorite color. And so any Minecraft block that's blue, you know, it's pretty good. After getting the coal, I come back to mine the blue ore from earlier, and as you can see, when I mine it, it drops a whole boatload of minerals, and there's no smelting or anything required either. This is just the raw mineral, lapis lazuli, which is a super satisfying name. I believe it's a Steven Universe reference. I remember watching the show quite a while ago. I didn't care much for it, but man, it had some hot rock ladies in it, and lapis was always my favorite, so that's pretty cool. The mineral itself is rather useless. It's pretty much purely decorative, which is a bit of a shame. If you're a new player and you come across this cool blue ore, and then you come to realize that it's basically just a giant paperweight, that can be rather disappointing. They do give lapis a minor use in future versions of the game, but for now, it really is such a shame how useless it is. Earlier, when I was talking about the sexy rock ladies, you may have noticed that I was throwing my items into the lava. When items come into contact with lava, they burn up and disappear, which can be really bad if you fall into lava like an idiot. But if you just want to get rid of some items from your inventory so you don't accidentally pick them up again, it can be really good as like a quasi trash can of sorts. And it makes inventory management just a little bit easier, which is nice. Here I come across a creeper, and the creeper is actually next to a whole bunch of minerals, so I kind of have to lead it away, because creepers can blow up minerals. Thankfully, this one's pretty stupid, so I don't have to worry too much about it, you know, getting in a position where I don't want it to be. Mobs don't normally interact with water, so it's pretty interesting that their AI pretty much just breaks whenever they come across it. It's pretty funny. Something to note is that because the caves are so closed in and tight, I actually did have to deal with a creeper. I couldn't just run past it like I could in the overworld, which is another reason why the cave size being the size it is really nice. It forces you to actually interact with the mobs in the game. Here, I fight a skeleton, and for some reason its first arrow just completely bounces off me. I don't know what that was about. That's a very unusual occurrence. You don't see that too often. Here I'm making my way back to the initial branch from the ravine, and I'm clearing out a little bit more of the cave. It turns out a lot of the pathways that I didn't explore earlier just kind of lead into more of the ones that I did explore. So it's kind of nice that, you know, I'm saving myself a bit of time by not having to explore completely new pathways. At this point, the cave is getting rather filled out with light, and it's very satisfying to pretty much have this entire cave system mapped out, have it all explored, and basically rendering it safe for consumer use, if that makes any sense. Something good about the size of caves, once again, is that it's very easy to light up a cave system. One torch can pretty much effectively light up, you know, its entire section, if that makes sense. It applies less so to ravines, but like as you can see, when I'm going through the cave, one torch is generally enough to light up a part of the cave in its entirety. If caves were much bigger and I had to use like 2 or 3 torches every time I moved like 10 blocks forward, that would be really, really annoying. You saw there I used my bow to deal with creepers. Bows are really useful for long range, and especially for creepers where they blow up if you get close to them. So bows are kind of like the hard counter to creepers, which is pretty nice. I'm glad a skeleton dropped one, because I just never bothered to craft one myself, which is quite funny. Here, I decide to block off the water so I can move around just a bit easier, and I get creeper jump scared for my efforts. Which just goes to show that you can never really let your guard down in caves. You never know when a creeper will descend from the heavens to ruin your day. Thankfully, I didn't scream like a child from the creeper jump scare this time, so that's pretty nice. Just goes to show that I'm really growing as a person. Again, I could go up and light up the upside of the ravine, but that would take quite a long time, and I just don't want to do it. It's so bothersome to climb up and like place the torches and make my own platforms everywhere, and I need a whole bunch of blocks, and it's just not worth the hassle, I don't think. There might be some minerals up there, but again, I just hate moving up in this game. So here I come across another creeper, but thankfully the water means that it basically just can't get to me. It is kind of funny how just completely mogged creepers and other mobs get by water. For the most part, I am okay with like bad pathfinding. The mobs in this game are pretty stupid, so it's like their strength is in numbers, you know? They are pretty mindless creatures, so it's pretty easy to excuse whenever they have bad pathfinding or they get pushed around by water, for the most part. There are times where it can get a bit ridiculous. Here, I think that I'm just going to go have fun mining in the ravine, but then I come across Skeleton City, and I have to have a little shootout with these guys. There's 3 of them, the skeleton trio coming at me, and you can just really see how effective the bow is. I'm able to deal quite a lot of damage to them pretty easily from a safe distance where they can't really shoot back. You may notice a little brown flying rat making a lot of squeaking noises there. Those are bats, and bats are an interesting mob for not a great reason. They're completely useless. They don't even drop experience. All they do is fly around and make squeaking noises. They do technically have a use where if you're next to a cave, but like if you're next to like a blocked off cave and you can't see the cave, you might be able to hear a bat making its distinct squeaking noise, and then you can know like, oh, okay, cool, there's a cave nearby. But I feel like that role was already fulfilled with skeletons and zombies and other hostile mobs. Bats feel really useless as an addition. It's kind of like it's probably the primo example of a filler mob in this game. Thankfully, they are very small. They're basically just ambience mobs, which I'm not sure how I feel about entirely. I think if you start adding too many ambience mobs to the game, it can kind of dilute the mob pool. If that makes sense. It kind of makes seeing mobs less interesting if so many of them become useless. But thankfully, there's really only just the one. And, you know, they're inoffensive enough. They're tiny. They just squeak around. It's okay. It's whatever. It is kind of interesting, though. When you think of Minecraft mobs, you think of this creeper, the skeleton, the zombie. You don't think of the bat. So, it just goes to show that, you know, I feel like if you deleted bats from the game, no one would really miss them. I wonder if I would do that. I don't know. Here a skeleton just basically kills itself behind me by jumping off a cliff. And I think that was planned because as soon as I turned around to look at like the skeleton that died behind me, I get shot by a different skeleton. So I think those guys were in cahoots. I think one of them sacrificed themselves so that I would be distracted and I would be caught off guard. Here I'm doing that challenge I did earlier, but I have a much better position. I still mess it up, but it would have been cool if I got it done. One day I'll get it right and I'll actually explain to you what that challenge is. But for now, yeah. I'm finding a lot of creepers in these caves. You may notice that when I knock back the creeper, because it's about to explode, it lights up a little bit and then actually lights up the cave around it, which is very interesting. That's not a feature of Minecraft itself. That's actually a feature of the shaders that I'm using. So, I don't know. It's just a nice little detail. Another reason that I like to play with shaders. It does neat little things like that. Here, I come across a creeper who's just tending to his flowers. I feel really bad about this one, but like if I want to get the real ending, I'm going for like genocide route, right? So if I want to get that ending, I do have to kill every mob I come across. And like I feel bad because this guy was just tending to his like 3 white cave flowers. But like I said, genocide route, it's supposed to make you feel bad. You know, it's a pretty nice experience. And, you know, it's pretty unfortunate, but that's how it goes with the genocide route. Here, I come across our first Enderman, and Endermen are a really interesting, unique mob. you might not be able to tell, but they're actually passive until you either hit them or look at them. So you can set up as much as you want before actually engaging with them, which is what I do. I take advantage of that fact. Endermen, as you can see, deal quite a bit of damage. 3 hearts with my 1 armor piece, which may not sound like a lot, but, you know, if you have that combined with other mobs, then you're in big trouble. It also helps that I prepared by setting up a little ceiling. Endermen are rather tall creatures, so if you hide underneath a 2-block gap, the Enderman actually can't reach you. It is rather funny how the mob that lets you prepare before you fight it has such an easy way to cheese it. But at the same time, like, I don't know, I feel like that's kind of a reward for knowing about the game and thinking ahead. And besides, it's not like it works all the time. If you're like in the overworld with a bunch of creatures, you know, the Enderman can really disrupt you. Maybe you won't have time to build a little ceiling for yourself. You may have also noticed that the Enderman actually teleported, which is basically the main mechanic when fighting them, is their ability to teleport. It wasn't showcased too well there, but I do fight more Endermen, and you'll get to see me talk more about them much later. Here, I'm trying to make my way back up, but I actually get completely lost. I end up coming back to the romantic Nutty Putty skeleton cave before I find my proper way back, which is really nice. Finally reaching the end of our mining expedition. And as I leave, oh man, the transition from dank, dark cave to the sun shining on this beautiful green landscape and the ocean as far as I can see and into the horizon. It's a really nice transition from scary mining time to like, okay, now I can relax. Now I can take a breath. It's a very good release of tension. I very much enjoy the transition of coming out of a cave into the brightness of daytime. It's very, very nice. It's a very seamless transition. Feels like I'm coming out for some fresh air, you know? Feels really, really nice. And I'm finally coming back to my home, coming back to some familiarity, which is, again, just feels wonderful. Really like how there's like these 2 distinct factors of Minecraft, the scary mining and then the nice overworld. And it's really cool how well they kind of weave into each other. I make it back to the house, and I finally get to really take in just how much I mined and how much I did. I have a lot of coal, about 1.5 stacks of iron, a little bit more than 1.5 stacks. I have some gold, lapis, carrot, redstone. I have a whole bunch of stuff, and it feels really rewarding to really take in what you did in a very safe environment. Because, like, yeah, I can look at my stuff anytime while I'm mining, but when you do it when you're home, when you're organizing, you really get to absorb the information. I go to plant the carrot, and while I'm doing that, something interesting to note is that I only have 1 steak left, so I basically had just enough food for that mining expedition. If it went on for any longer, I might have been in trouble, or I might have had to go back and recuperate. Hey gang, I learned that apparently my microphone has been oriented upside down for the past year. I have it the right side up now. I don't know if it's actually going to make any difference in terms of the audio quality, but I sure feel stupid for having it the wrong way all this time. So if I sound slightly different, maybe that's why. If I sound slightly better, maybe that's why. If I sound slightly worse, well, I'm going to feel even stupider when I listen back to this recording. Anyway, you can see that I'm using the bones I got from mining to create some bone meal, which is just the best farming item in the game. It's so nice to be able to turn your, like, 1 carrot into 5 instantly. If I had enough bone meal, like, I would basically have a full farm in like 2 minutes. It would have been amazing, but it's actually fine that I only have the 2, because that's all I need to lead and breed pigs. I can finally fill in another one of my fences. I actually only have 3, and I really want that top fence area, the one that's on like the hill, I want that one to be for sheep. So I am actually going to make a entirely new pen just for the pigs. Here I make a fence gate, and in this version of the game, unlike later versions, the crafting recipe for fences is just sticks. In later versions, it is sticks and wooden planks, so that's a small change that you might be surprised at if you go back to an older version of the game. They don't often change crafting recipes, but this is the one case where they did, and it can be pretty confusing if you don't know about it. It is something you probably have to look up. Here I'm building the pen, and you may notice I have half the pen in grass and then half of it in sand. My mentality here is like, oh, the pigs can like lie and rest in the grass, and then they can like play in the sand or something. Now that I'm thinking about it, is there really any reason for me to even have pens? Like, I'm in the middle of the ocean. They're not gonna run away. Like, and like it's nighttime right now, but my island is completely lit. There's no worries or fear of any mobs getting at them. That's yeah. I guess I just do it just to have it, just to be nice and have all my animals in one spot. Although I wouldn't mind having like a utopia where the animals are free to roam, the free range animals. You think leading this pig would be really simple, but like I said, animals are pretty dumb in this game, and he falls to the left. Thankfully, he didn't fall in the canal. That would have been a pain to get him out. But, yeah, so I get him over here relatively easily compared to what it could have been. Pigs are interesting animals. They kind of lost their identity as the game got developed. They used to be the only farm mob that dropped food. Now they're the only farm mob that only drops food. In this version of the game, cows and chickens also drop food. But then cows and chickens also have other things they drop. Chickens drop feathers and cows drop leather. But pigs just drop food. Pigs are kind of like, it's not even like the best food. Cows have much better food than pigs because steak doesn't degrade your hunger nearly as much as pork does. So, like, steak lasts longer. It's kind of a shame. I liked it I like the idea of each animal having their own specific role. Sheep kind of fulfill that, where they're the only animal that drops wool. But back in the day, chickens used to only drop feathers, and cows used to only drop leather. He dropped into the canal. Oh, I foreshadowed that earlier, and he dropped in the canal. I am only leading one sheep into the pen. I don't really mind that too much. Like, I don't want to go out of my way to go to some other island and build a bridge to it and then lead the sheep back. So I'm just gonna collect this one sheep and wait for another one to spawn on the island. Thankfully, sheep's resource, wool, is, you don't have to kill the sheep to get the wool. So honestly, having one sheep is good enough. It is really slow to get wool, but I do have an infinite source of wool now, which is pretty nice. Going back to the pig thing, it is kind of unfortunate that pigs have lost their identity. But, like, I suppose if you spawn in a place that has, like, every other mob but pigs, then you'd be starving. But I don't know. I wish they could have mitigated that. That wasn't a problem back in the day, because of course you didn't lose hunger. But, yeah, it's kind of a shame. Pigs are kind of the one mob that got left behind in the times. They are unique in that you can, like, ride them if you find a saddle, which I don't do in this entire playthrough, so I'm okay with telling you now. But outside of that, like, really niche gimmick, they don't really do anything. They just kind of exist to look cute and oink. It's kind of a shame. It's kind of crazy how far... I think I've said it before, but it's kind of crazy how far I am into the game, and, like, I'm still scrounging for food, like, every 5 minutes. It's quite crazy how I'm almost level 30, and I'm still struggling to get a consistent food source. It is quite a shame. I am running out of space in my chest, so I decided it's about high time for me to get another chest. I don't really have room in the little shack for it. Because if you place a chest on top of another chest, it'll open, but because I have blocks above the chest, it wouldn't work. So I decide to block off the first mine, because I have no plans of going back down there. And now I have 2 chests in my house, which is pretty nice. It's kind of crazy. Like I said, I've been running low on food and struggling with food, but also I still have that tiny like first night shack. A lot of players would have built a house by now. I don't know why I haven't. I guess I've just been so preoccupied with like farming and mining and everything else. But like I really do care about having a house. Some players like never build houses. They just live in caves or they just, they rough it out in the wilderness. But I really do like houses. If I was like a Minecraft player, if I was in like a Minecraft server with another friend, I'd basically like be the housewife. I'd just stay home and decorate and build things and make the house look all pretty, but I haven't been able to do that yet. So, hopefully get to do that soon. Here you can see me painstakingly setting the water, trying to get water on every single block. It is pretty annoying. And I realize there is a much more efficient way to do this, so I get my shears and I go to the trees that grew earlier. Once again, I'm going to be borrowing the power of the leaves for this task. Hopefully I have enough. You can also see that I actually sheared some grass. You can shear tall grass and place it wherever you want, which actually isn't something a lot of players know about because grass like isn't really that pretty of a decorative block, so you never really would go out of your way to shear it just to place it in specific spots. But here you can see I'm finally doing something smart. You can notice there, because I placed the leaf blocks right below the water's actually like leveling out, which is a really nice thing. I really want the water to be level, so this is a really nice shortcut to make that possible. Thankfully, I thought of this before before I did any drastic measures. Actually makes things so much easier. As you can see, the water is just filling the canal, which is really nice. I don't have all the leaf blocks that I need to do it, so I do need to make some more shears, but thankfully I am swimming in iron, so I really don't have to worry about that. And looking back, it's pretty much almost done. All I have is just a little hole left to fill in, and a few corner spots here and there that need correcting. But other than that, doesn't the sun look so nice with the shaders in the water? I really like the way water looks with these shaders on. Water in default Minecraft is really, really blue, but I like the ocean quite a lot. I think water is just really, really neat. So the fact that shaders make the water look like kind of like real water without sacrificing like Minecraft style or anything, it looks really nice. I like it quite a lot. After doing some organizing and looking at the completed river, well, I say completed, almost completed river, I decide to make the floor of the river completely out of sand. As you can see, there's like some dirt and some stone and some sandstone at the bottom, but I want it to be all sand because if this was a river I had in real life, I would really like it if the floor, like when my feet touched the bottom, it was really soft and nice. I've swam in like rivers and stuff like that before, and I really hate it when my feet touch the ground and it's like slimy rocks. I really like it better when it's nice, soft, comfortable sand. So I've cleaned up one end of the canal, and much like cutting the ribbon to a brand new supermarket, I clear the other end of the canal. And with that, I have successfully split my island in half. It feels really satisfying to finally get this project done. I mean, it feels satisfying to get any Minecraft project done, but this one in particular is very aesthetically pleasing to me. It feels really nice to have my island segregated into two separate districts. Because now I have one part of the island is like the farming island with like my little farming shack and all my animals and crops. And I plan on having this currently uninhabited side of the island. I want that to make that my my home, my actual house side of the island, my residential area, if you will. And while I'm exploring this soon-to-be residential area, I get the idea to kind of combine this water pool up here with my canal. I just think it'd look really neat to have it flow into the canal. I really like the sound of flowing water. So it'll be nice whenever I come across walking between my residential area to my farming area. It'd be pretty nice to have like a little river, a little nice subtle bit of water flowing to kind of symbolize my travels from one part of the island to the other, if that makes sense. I did get this idea rather spontaneously. Thankfully, it's not going to be too hard of a project. The biggest issue with it is just manipulating water. It's really quite a pain. As you can see, I'm managing quite a bit. I'm digging out the canal. I'm using blocks to kind of prevent the water from flowing in ways I don't want it to. And it's shaping up to be pretty nice. It is a little tall for my taste right now. I would very much like it if the water had a more gradual decline into the channel instead of a big drop, so I am going to have to fix that. I try to fix that with some cobblestone. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. Oh my goodness gracious. I apologize. As I was saying, I am going to fix that with some cobblestone. It makes it a lot easier if I just block off the water and then re-let it flow into the canal. Water tends to not, like, degrade itself, if that makes sense. Once water is flowing, it doesn't, like, get rid of itself. It just keeps expanding. So the only way for me to make the river kind of go down is just to completely block it off and let it start up again to kind of fill in the space that I allow for it. Hopefully that makes sense, but you'll be able to see that in action quite soon once I finish getting the last bit of the structure here. I get rid of the cobble to let the water flow, and it's a nice gradual decline into the canal. There is this one sand block that for some reason just never got the memo and didn't get covered in water. So a little bit of sand to corral the water into it, and it's perfectly fine. And that's the end of the river into the canal project. I make my way back home, and I do some organizing. I get some of the redstone that I got from the witch. I believe I got that from a witch. And I also got some gold. I smelt the gold. I only have 2 redstone pieces, which is actually perfect because I'm going to use one to craft a compass, which is going to be a mainstay in my inventory from now on. Compasses, what they'll do is they'll always point to your spawn point. So as you can see, I go to this exact spot and the compass kind of does like little loop-de-loops because that is where my spawn point is. You may remember that I spawned in the ocean quite a while ago, but how spawning works in Minecraft is a little different, where you don't spawn the exact same spot every time. There's kind of a variance, and I just happened to spawn in the ocean that one time. So that's why my compass doesn't just point into the ocean. The one really good thing about having a base at my spawn is that my compass will always point to where my base is. If I were to travel like 1,000 blocks away and make a compass, the compass would not be that useful because it would point to my spawn instead of my like base. But because I have my base and my spawn in the same place, it's going to be really useful. No matter how far away I go, I'll always have this way to get back, no matter what. And that feels really safe, feels like really secure. It's actually one of the main reasons why I really enjoy building a base at where I spawn. So I'm really happy that I got a spawn location that I really like. It feels quite nice. I do get the last pig here into the pen, so there's officially no more animals just roaming around my island. They are all captive, finally. And I have quite a good amount now, too. So, you know, I shouldn't have to worry about food for much longer. Anyway, I still have one more redstone piece, and you'll see what that's used for in a bit. Here, off screen, I planted some sugarcane, and I'll talk more about that later, but it's actually a really easy crop to build. You just plant it on grass or sand, and it just grows by itself. There's no tilling required, and it's a really easy crop. It's not that useful, but I am going to need it quite later. I see that a single lone spider spawns on my sister island, so I figure it's about time to like put a torch here. I'm forever going to name that island Oremo Island, because it's the little sister island. And I put the spider corpse into the chest, and with my last redstone piece, I'm going to craft a clock, which is going to be a second mainstay item in my inventory. The clock is, well, it's a clock. It tells you what time it is, and it's a visual representation, so you'll be able to see where the moon is, and you'll be able to see where the sun is, and how far along it is into the night or day, which can be pretty useful. It lets you know when you need to, if you're traveling and you need to know when you want to build shelter, like preemptively, it can be pretty nice. Okay, I'll admit, clocks aren't nearly as useful as compasses. I just think it's nice to have, personally, even though it does take up a whole inventory space just for one. But I like it, okay? It's nice. I like knowing the time. I like being knowledgeable. Here, I set up a fence gate on the other side of my farm area here, because it is pretty inconvenient having to walk around my entire wheat and carrot farm whenever I want to get in there, so having two entrances, it's just a nice quality of life thing. Here, I'm doing just a little bit of cleaning, you know, clearing out some of the torches, trying to make the island look just a little bit neater, because right now, it is just like Torch City, just spammed everywhere. And you may have noticed that there's like a huge gap in between the two islands now, and it's actually really annoying to have to jump across every single time. It's also just not that practical. I do want this island to be kind of civilized, so I am going to do something about that pretty soon. I actually made the gap wider, and you may be wondering why that is. But you'll see very quickly that I don't want the island's distance, the distance between the two islands, to be short, because I want to build a little bridge between the two islands. And if the gap between the islands was like 3 blocks, a bridge would feel kind of pointless. So I do expand the canal just a little bit to kind of justify having a bridge a bit more. I am going to clear out the stone because the stone is rather ugly. But yeah, I'm going to make a little bridge. After getting rid of the stone and replacing the gaps with sand, I decided to place some fences in the water to act as a support for the bridge that I'll be building. And you may notice that fences interact rather strangely with water, where even though the fences are so thin, they still occupy a full block's worth of space under the water, and as a result they leave behind these strange air pockets. And that actually does have a rather niche use, where if you're underwater and you don't think you can make it back to the surface in time to get some air, you can place a fence down and hide in the little air pocket it creates to breathe underwater. It is a pretty nice mechanic, and it has saved me before when I played this game, but at the same time, it's so ugly. Like, if you want to place fences underwater, just have fences underwater and look nice, it just does not look good at all. It's one of the few things I wish they updated earlier in the game's life cycle, where in newer versions, yeah, the fences interact like normal, like you'd expect, like water occupies that little air slot, but here, it's just so ugly. But at the same time, this is a rather minor detail in my bridge, so I don't mind too much that it has this weird black magic going on. So that's fences for you underwater. Here I use the sand. It takes 4 sand to make a sandstone, and then it takes 4 sandstone to make a smooth sandstone, which is really cool. I like smooth sandstone a lot. But then I use the smooth sandstone to make sandstone stairs, which was completely pointless. You don't need to use something as precious as smooth sandstone to make sandstone stairs. You can just use regular sandstone. So that was a complete waste of resources, and makes me feel like a big fool. I say as I immediately miss like the easiest jump in the world. The bridge is rather uneven right now, and maybe if the bridge was longer, that would be okay. But with such a short bridge, it doesn't feel right having it like elevate or be at a slant, so I am going to adjust the land here a little bit to allow for a nice flat bridge. You may notice that I'm also making the bridge out of sandstone. That's because I want the bridge to blend into the environment really nicely. But at the same time, I want it to be obvious that this was like man-made, you know? So because you can't really find sandstone in the wild too often, It's a nice mixture of nature and human ingenuity, if that makes sense. It is rather simple. I'm not going to deny that, but I'm a pretty simple person. So although it's not too extravagant, I think it's neat. I like it. I think it's nice. I think sandstone is really pretty in general. It does require quite a lot of sand to make a lot of sandstone, and especially smooth sandstone. But thankfully, I've collected enough after like terraforming so much of my island. I am gonna get rid of the fences here for just a moment, some of the fences, because I want to place the sandstone kind of down more. I only want the fences to be in the water. I think part of this decision was influenced by the fact that like having them stick up makes the fact that the fences interact weirdly with the water more noticeable. But I don't know. I don't remember what I was thinking at this time. Although at this point, why even have the fences, you know? I guess it's more of a lore thing, so in my head I can be like, oh, it's okay for me to walk here, the fences are supported. Something interesting is that I make the core of my bridge out of smooth sandstone, and then I immediately like defeat that point by making the outer of the bridge out of regular sandstone. And the only difference between smooth sandstone and regular sandstone is the like outer layer. The top is identical. So there was really no reason for me to use smooth sandstone in the middle if I'm just going to use regular sandstone on the outside anyway. If anything, I should have done the reverse, but I guess I never noticed until just now. So goes to show you how attentive I am. Here, strangely enough, I take like a small micro break from the bridge and I make some arrows. Arrows, that's the chicken's main purpose, is to give you feathers for arrows. I don't think feathers have another use. I don't believe. I think it's just arrows. And then the flint from the gravel from earlier I can make into, yeah, it's also made into arrows. I don't think flint has any other use either. No, that's not true. It has one other use that you'll see rather soon. But yeah, now I finally have some ammo for my bow. Bows do require arrows, and arrows are finite. You do have to craft them yourself, which is a nice, like, the power adjustment. It's a nice bounce adjustment for the bows, because, let's be honest, bows are just pretty much superior to swords in, like, every way. The fact that it's ranged, the fact that it's pretty much the same amount of damage, but having the ammo be, like, finite as a resource means that there is some give and take. It's more powerful, but you do need to prepare and expend resources to actually, you know, be able to use the bow. So I think that's rather neat. I go more into the bow later, but here I'm flattening out the land, not only because I'm collecting a bunch of resources and blocks, but also this is where I want to build my house. I want to build it on this little plot of land here. So I'm flattening it out to just make it suitable for house building, to make a nice foundation, if you will. I'm just getting a nice feel for the area. And you also notice that I'm replacing a lot of the sand with dirt. This is another one of those things where, like, I'm trying to insert reality where it probably doesn't belong. Because in my head, I'm like, oh, well, sand doesn't make for a good foundation, you know? Like, if you want to build a house, you want to build it on something more sturdy than sand, right? Even though it makes literally no difference. It's just one of those things. I'm just immersed. I'm like, hey, I need to build my house on a strong foundation. Otherwise, it'll collapse and crumble, even though it has zero chance of doing that, which I find rather amusing. Here, I'm filling in just a little bit of the water pool because I want to have like a nice path from the bridge to my house. And as it currently stands, it's a little too thin for my taste, so I'm just filling it out just a little bit. And you'll see that come to fruition when I actually build my house and make a nice path from the bridge to it. Here, what I've done is I've gathered a bunch of blocks that I might want to use for the construction of my house. And what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to place them next to each other to get a good visualization for what the house might look like with different combination of blocks. As you can see, I have quite a few options here. Some wood, some stone, and then some sand and sandstone. Just taking a moment to really think about how all these blocks might mesh together and look together if I were to use them as building materials. Looking at all these blocks together, Like, Minecraft's blocks really fit nicely together, don't they? They just look like they belong together. Which I think makes building in Minecraft a lot easier when the blocks just naturally go together anyway. It's really hard to make ugly structures when so many combinations of blocks just look nice together anyway. And that's something I really like about Minecraft. Like, building is pretty easy to make something that looks nice, even if you don't have much architectural prowess. As you can see there, I eliminated quite a few blocks that I didn't want to use, and I'm just left with the stone bricks, the sandstone, and the smooth sandstone. I do attempt to combine the stone bricks because I forgot if they can become smooth stone bricks or not, but they can't, so I look a little foolish there, but oh well, I'll live. I place a chest here because I'm going to want to keep all the resources for my house in one spot. So this is going to be like the temporary chest where I put all the building materials for the house. So I have them all in a nice, simple area. And I don't have to walk back and forth from my little shack to the house if I want to continue building it. It's actually rather interesting that I decided to go with sand and sandstone and bricks, stone bricks. Normally when I build houses in Minecraft, I build them with wood. So this is actually going to be a nice change of pace for me. So it'll be interesting to see how it turns out. Here, I'm finally getting rid of the starter shack. It served me very well for the past few hours, but it's kind of run its course. My island is safe enough where I don't really need a starter house. I don't need shelter. And to be honest, the shack is kind of an eyesore, you know, as cozy and as soulful as it is just a big lump of wood in the middle of my beach. So I am going to finally get rid of it. I am going to reuse all the materials that it was made out of, so it's not like a complete waste. I'm not like disrespecting it by burning it down. I'm giving it a nice send-off, so say goodbye, everyone. Say goodbye to the starter house. I'm gonna miss you. I'll think about you every now and then. Maybe I could have kept it as like a little farming shack, but you know, I feel like this land could be better used elsewhere, so, or better used for other purposes, so I am just gonna get rid of it. The chests are a little bit more complicated because I'm not going to be able to fit all of it in my inventory. So I'm going to have to make a few trips from here and to where my house is to properly transfer all the items. So I am going to leave the chest there for just a little bit. I do venture down into the first mine that I made so long ago on my first night. And I'm coming back as a stronger man. The kind of man who wouldn't die to lava like an idiot. I do have a lot of torches here. I could probably take the torches if I wanted to. It does feel like kind of a waste to leave them here, but I kind of like leaving my mark in the world. Like, I don't know. What if someone comes after me and they discover this place and they realize, oh, someone was here before me. You know? I can be like their Herobrine. And they'll appear on like a GameFAQs forum and be like, guys, I found this cave that was already torched. And here we are, back where I pathetically ate it. I destroy the block that killed me and it burns up, and I place a single piece of redstone on the ground where I died. As a little bit of an indicator, you know, as a little bit of a mini gravesite. To show, yes, this is where I perished. This is where blood was spilt so long ago. I don't think I ever come back here, so it's kind of funny that there's some reminder of my past mistakes immortalized in this world. I mean, I guess you wouldn't really spill blood from a lava death, but oh well. Here I get some shears, and I even get some extra iron to make another pair of shears because I'm going to be doing something that I've been meaning to do for quite a while now. You can probably tell what it is, but I'm finally going to be getting rid of the stupid bush bridge. Because, like, yeah, it's useful, and yeah, it's efficient, but, like, I'm not here to be either of those things. I want something cool and neat to be the pathway between my two islands, and like the bush bridge just isn't gonna be it. It's just oh, watch out! Oh no, there's a baby zombie villager. He's gonna get you. Ah, he's gonna get you. Ah, watch out! He's gonna hit him! Oh my god! Okay, he's dead. As I was saying, the bush bridge is just really ugly, and I don't want to become reliant on it, so I want to get rid of it as soon as possible and make something else that's like actually soulful. Here, I do just fall off like a complete noob because I was just holding W and the mining button. Thankfully, I have a bucket of water, so I can just climb back up. Buckets of water are great because this way, I don't have to learn anything from my mistakes, and I can continue on as I've been doing. So that's really cool. I actually don't end up destroying the main part of the bridge because I have a plan for what I'm going to do for that later, and that's going to be pretty exciting. After doing some more finagling, I make my way to the Flower Island for a few reasons. You see, I've stocked up on some food, and I even made a flint and steel. This is the other use for flint. You can combine it with an iron to make flint and steel. And the first thing I'm going to do with it is this poor pig. He has no idea what's about to happen. After doing a little bit of struggling, what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so there can be a blocker next to him. I'm going to light the block on fire, and the pig is going to die in the fire. And what that does is it actually cooks the food that it drops. If a mob is on fire and it dies, it drops the cooked version of its food, which is amazing for just skipping having to wait in a furnace for your food to cook. It is a little dangerous. I did hit myself there, and you can't actually light up the block that the mob is standing on directly. You have to light up a block next to it, but I'm generally pretty good at doing that. There is also the danger that the food can fall into the fire and just immediately evaporate, but again, I'm pretty quick on the draw, so that doesn't generally happen to me. You may have also noticed I've gotten rid of the leaf pathway that I used for the chickens so long ago. I'm finally like evolving from leaves, and I'm doing other stuff. You may be wondering just like what I'm actually even doing here in the first place, aside from animal cruelty. And I'm digging little holes here. You may be wondering why. Well, I brought my gunpowder, and I have some sand. And if you combine these, if you combine it correctly, I should say, and not the wrong way, like a fool, you make TNT. TNT is a very interesting block in Minecraft, and you don't have to be in creative mode for it to be fun. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna place them down, and after getting near my crafting table for safety, I'm gonna use the flint and steel and light them up. I'm gonna place it down, and I'm going to correctly light it up. Oh, very loud, very powerful sound. And I'm going to do the same thing with the other TNT. I even get hit there. Thankfully, it doesn't do any damage because I was so far away. But TNT is rather powerful. Very powerful block. Very dangerous, too. As you can see, it did make a huge mess. But at the same time, it dropped a lot of blocks. TNT is a fairly efficient way to gather a whole bunch of blocks at once. Because for my house, I'm going to need quite a bit of sand and sandstone. So this is kind of the perfect area for me to just launch a bunch of TNT off and reap the rewards without having to like mine all the blocks myself and go through like 5 shovels and take like 5 years to get it. And also TNT is just really fun. It just feels really nice to set off and fire, which is why I really wanted the gunpowder from creepers, because it's just so fun. Look at this. Oh, the destruction. It feels amazing. It's very satisfying. I believe this is gunpowder's... No, gunpowder has 2 uses, and this is like the main one. So, I'm glad I picked up quite a lot of it. I am making a big mess of the Flower Island right now, but I've I've pretty much done all I've wanted to do on this side of the Flower Island. So, like, I don't really mind making it look ugly, because I'm not really going to be coming back here for very long anytime soon. I just wanted to have a bit of fun, you know? I just wanted to let the bad part of me just, like, fly off the handle. I wanted to let Nega Lona take over. What's Lona backwards? I was about to say anal. It's not it. Lona. Lona. Anol? Anal? I'm letting Anal take over. Stupid. This is such a stupid bit. This series sucks. If you made it this far, thank you, but this series sucks. Oh, it's like I'm fucking 5. Don't swear. Don't swear. Don't swear. Don't swear. I don't like swearing. I don't like swearing. Stupid. Cut that out. That's so dumb. I'm sorry. TNT just brings out the naughtiness in me. It just makes me a wild boy. You can even see that it exposed some iron there. You can use TNT to mine as well, but it does come at the risk of destroying the minerals you're trying to mine. So I only use it to like get a bunch of filler blocks, like sand and dirt and sandstone. I never use it to like actually mine things. Oh my god. TNT is so fun. I think everyone, and I mean everyone who's played Minecraft, has like gone into creative, got the TNT, got the flint and steel, and then crashed their computer. Because it's just so tempting. It's like the most violent thing you can do in this game. It's amazing. TNT was a stroke of genius. Here, a skeleton comes out of a cave and somehow just like doesn't burn. Because I guess there was some block like 1,000 blocks above it. But it doesn't last long. This is a cave, but like don't worry, I don't go mining. This is a rather short, small cave. So consider it a little break. I saw a cave, I wanted to explore, you know, sue me. What a wild past like 2 minutes. Whew. There's another creeper, so like more gunpowder for me. Assuming I actually battle this thing right and don't let it blow up. The creeper is an interesting mob. The creeper actually came about because of a mistake, which is one of my favorite things in like development for video games, is when things happen because of a mistake. Rocket jumping in TF2 and Quake comes to mind, but the creeper happened because Notch, the creator of Minecraft, he accidentally made a pig like inverted so it was tall instead of horizontal, and he actually just made that a mob. And creepers are easily the most iconic Minecraft mob, so the fact that it came about because of a mistake is really interesting to me. I like it when developers utilize things that happen by accident, or they turn a weakness into a strength, or, you know, they recognize the potential of something that they didn't intentionally make, and that's what creepers are. Check out this really weird generation with this water. This is generally not supposed to happen, but it's another one of those things. It's like one of those oddities that's just really neat to have in Minecraft. I don't want to like touch it or like place a block next to it because I'm afraid it'll update and go away. That's a really cool natural phenomena to have. I make a little staircase so that the creeper can come up to me so I can pretty easily swipe it down, and it works. Thankfully, this mini mining expedition does make it so that I get some more gunpowder. I don't know if you heard there, but I think the skeleton stole the spider kill from me. I don't think it makes a difference who kills the mob, as long as I did some damage to it, but I find that quite interesting. Mobs can hurt each other, and if they do, they actually will fight each other. So if a skeleton shoots a zombie, the zombie will turn its attention away from you and hit the skeleton instead, which I find really, really amusing. I'm actually doing quite a lot of unexpected fighting here. My health is at half, below half even. So I am gonna make a tactical retreat and go heal for just a little bit. before, anything bad happens. After recovering from my injuries, I tear down my dirt wall, and I take a peek down into the cave to see if there's any vile creatures that want to violate me, but everything seems to be fine. And as I'm going down back into the depths, you can see my screen really glitching out. Oh, it's so unfortunate. It's really painful to watch, partly because it's jittering everywhere, but also because it's a constant reminder of my sheer incompetence, which just feels terrible. Here, I do encounter the skeleton twins, and I have a little bow battle with them. They're not too big of a threat, but I've gotten pretty low on health without realizing it a few times in this series, so I really do have to be careful of my hubris. I don't want to get too confident and then suddenly eat it without realizing it. Here, I start mining coal, and something interesting happens with the sound. I want you to listen out for it, so I'm going to be quiet for just a little bit. It starts raining, and it really does feel like it's raining while I'm in a cave, while I'm in shelter, and it's very rough and pouring outside. It feels very comfortable. Minecraft sound design, I think I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again, it is phenomenal. It's part of the reason why the immersion in this game is so great. The sound of rain, like pitter-pattering outside while you're safe indoors, is a very common sound that people use to relax, and the fact that it so naturally happens in Minecraft is amazing. I don't think people point out sound design enough in games, but it really should be appreciated. Speaking of being appreciated, look at me juggle these two creepers without blowing up either of them. What a gamer I am. I'm so good at everything. I go check out the right side, but it's just a dead end, so I go down to the left cave and see if there's anything funny in here. You can hear a skeleton. I do end up taking care of that, but I cut it out. I go down into this cave. It's getting narrower and narrower. It's almost like a little nutty putty cave, and it just happens to be a dead end. So that's it. The cave is complete. I'm sure if I dug around, maybe I could find another section of the cave, but I just wanted to clear this out, you know? I don't want to go for a mining expedition. Here, I encounter another Enderman, and he's actually holding a block, which is a unique feature to the Enderman. They can pick up blocks and place them elsewhere. It's not really a useful feature, but something to note. You may have noticed, you definitely noticed that really long, eerie sound that the Enderman made when it died. I remember when they added that sound. That was not a default sound the Enderman came out with. They added it later, and the first time I heard it when it was new, it was really creepy, and it scared the crap out of me when I was a child. But like nowadays, I think it's a bit much. It's a bit too it's a bit tryhard, you know. Especially when you like have already killed the Enderman and it's still making that noise. It's a little silly. I think that's a noise that we could have done without for the Enderman. The noise on itself is great. I think it'd be really cool in like a horror game, but it's not something that I think the Enderman really needed. I think the Enderman is pretty creepy on its own, you know? It's based off the Slender Man, which is like one of the coolest internet horror creepypastas around. I love the Slender Man, and by extension, I love the Enderman. I finally make it back home. It's raining, and unfortunately, I did throw away my only source of shelter, so I am going to get pretty wet. I have what the VR furries have, where I can feel stuff in the game in real life. I have phantom feeling, so I feel wet just looking at this. I finally collect all the iron that I've had for quite a while, and I'm going to do something pretty important. I'm going to finally get rid of our broken leather cap and make some proper armor. I was a bit mean, but the leather cap really did serve me well for a long time. But it's her time to rest, so sayonara, leather cap. I'm gonna miss you. So yeah, look at that armor bar in the bottom. Isn't that just beautiful? How fully decked out that is. That's amazing. I'm also going to take the opportunity to make some extra tools. It doesn't hurt to have spares, and some of my tools are pretty low on their durability, so it's good that I'm making extras. And you can see that my inventory is really coming together now. A lot of my mainstay blocks are there. I have my hotbar organized the way I want it to. I have my clock and compass. I have my crafting table, wood, my buckets of water. I don't have food, but, you know, I'm working on it. Something interesting that I like to note with anyone who plays Minecraft is I like to see how they organize their hotbar. I've had the same organizational system for hotbars for a long time. Sword, pickaxe, shovel, then axe and bow. I had the middle as a freehand, then I have a block, water bucket, food, and torches. And it's just how I played for so long that I can't imagine organizing my health bar any other way. So when I see other people play Minecraft and they have like something like their sword on the very far right and then torches on the left and then like the pickaxe in the middle, it always freaks me out. My brain automatically responds and it's like, oh, that's not right. Here, I get an achievement, and I'm not sure if it's the first one I've gotten. I don't think it is, but I'm not a big fan of achievements in Minecraft. Immersion in this game is like really important for its enjoyability, and having this pop-up that says, hey, you did really good in a video game, it's pretty immersion killing. Maybe I shouldn't say immersion killing, that seems like hyperbole, sorry. But it is kind of annoying to have this pop up. Achievements can be nice, you know, it makes maybe you get a little dopamine rush, but for the most part, I find it to be just an annoyance. So I do prefer if Minecraft just didn't have them, honestly. I don't think they introduce a lot. Sometimes achievements are like stupidly specific too, and they're things you'd have to go out of your way to do, which can offer some fun challenges, but most of them are just like things that you'll do anyway. So the fact that something pops up when you do them, I think is just annoying. So I'm at the plot of land where I want to build my house, and as you can see, I brought along a good amount of materials to really start construction on this thing. And to start off with, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use wooden planks to kind of get the plot of the land figured out, the exact dimensions of what my house will be. The reason why I'm using wood and not just like stone or something is because I guess wood is more construction-like. It's like when you see a building with some like temporary scaffolding around it. It just feels like it's in progress, you know? So that's why I'm using wooden planks. I think it's pretty important to plan things out when you're building. Not necessarily like having to do things on pen and paper or anything like that, but just thinking ahead just a little bit so you don't run into problems later. I think that really helps out a lot. I speak from experience where I've had many construction projects go terribly wrong just because I didn't think about one factor and I had to like redo the entire thing. I'm looking out into the river because I want to have like a little patio that I can have to kind of overlook the rest of my island. So that's why I've been looking at that. And here, what I'm going to be doing is I'm trying to figure out which block I want to be the primary block and which one I want to be like the secondary block. I'm torn between the stone and the sandstone on which is going to be which. Because I think that's rather important. Sandstone and stone are very different in terms of, you know, their colors and the general feel they give off. So which one my house is going to be primarily composed of is really going to make a difference. You may think that my house, the plot, is rather small, and that's just completely true. I am... I don't want for much. I'm a pretty, you know, frugal person. As long as my house can, like, fit my stuff and it gives me shelter, I'm pretty fine. I'd rather a small house over a large house. I just think they're really cozy. Maybe you could tell from, like, my first day shack that was roughly the size of just me. But, yeah, I like small, comfortable houses. I've never been one to build mansions or anything like that. Here, I'm really staring at the house, trying to think, like, is this exactly what I want? And as it turns out, it's not, because I end up breaking these stone bricks, and it seems like I'm just going to replace them with something else, one of the other sandstones. So I'm going to have a primary block, a secondary block, and a tertiary block. The primary block is going to, like, make up the walls and stuff. The secondary block is going to make up, like, the crust of the house, if that makes sense. You know, like the just the floor level of the house, and then the tertiary block is going to make up the pillars of the house. And that's generally how I build. I like to use a mixture of just a few blocks. I'm not too extravagant like that. It's kind of nice to be building in the rain, especially at nighttime. That's not an experience a lot of Minecraft players get to have, mostly because the existence of things like beds make it so that you never really build at night. You just go in your bedtime, it changes to day, so you're more safe, and then you start building. But there's something undeniably comforting about building at night in the rain. It's kind of like a replacement for music. It's just this nice ambiance to have in the background. And like I said, I've always found nighttime to be more aesthetically pleasing than daytime. So yeah, this is a very enjoyable process for me. Something nice about using sandstone and other sand-related materials is that my house is going to blend in really nicely with the surrounding beach environment, and that's a form of architecture I really appreciate, is when buildings can blend into nature and not just completely overtake it. It's my personal preference for buildings in real life, and I want to bring that into Minecraft, because Minecraft is like my ideal world, so, of course I'm going to put things in it that suit my preferences. Here, after accidentally placing a water bucket instead of my crafting table, I'm going to craft another set of stairs because I'm not sure what kind of staircase I want to use for my house, because my house is going to be slightly elevated, so I'm not sure if I want stone stairs or sandstone stairs. I placed the sandstone stairs, and I never look back. It's just the clear winner. It just looks really nice. I like how the transition from the stairs to the floor is rather seamless, and I feel bad for the stone stairs. They don't even get a chance to shine, which is a little unfortunate. I do run out of rough, regular sandstone to fill the floor with, so I will need to go collect more, but thankfully it's just sand. If you haven't noticed, it's kind of everywhere, so that's it's not a big deal. Here I'm building the walls, and you may notice that I'm leaving quite large gaps in the walls. It's because I'm gonna want to place a lot of windows. I really like windows. I like scenery, and I don't have to worry about any creeps peeking on me because this is Minecraft and it's just me here. Here I'm building the entranceway to my patio, and as you can see, it's not even at all. My house is sized in such a way where I can't use a single door entrance to my patio if I want to. So I am gonna have to, I'm gonna have to figure this out somehow. It's finally gotten proper nighttime, and the music has kicked in, and this is just such a relaxing, therapeutic endeavor. Up until this point, like, I've had projects like the canal project and the river project, and I've done some small buildings, like, I fenced some animals in and I made my starter shack, but this is like the first proper building that has a lot of intention and care put into it, because this is going to be a rather long-term place. So the process of really thinking it through and, you know just building it. It's like building a Lego set, or it's like making a figurine. It's very relaxing. Part of me wants to be quiet for a while while I just build, and I think I might go silent for a little bit, but not now, because as you can see, I'm completely deleting the back wall because I need my house to be one square bigger than it is. I also turned down the volume for the rain. The rain, although it's nice, can be a bit loud. Thankfully, Minecraft's volume options are very robust, and you can choose to turn down individual things, which is super nice. I just really didn't want the rain to overshadow the music and the sound of me placing blocks and whatnot. But as I said, I think I'm going to be quiet for just a little bit and really let this play out. Here, I finally make some doors, and I don't even need to place them down to realize that these wooden doors aren't going to be a great fit for my building. The color just doesn't look that nice, so I'm actually not going to go with wooden doors for now. I'm gonna go back to my chest with all my stuff in it, and as you'll see in a second, I'm gonna collect some iron, because I'm gonna make something that not a lot of players tend to make in their Minecraft worlds. I'm gonna make some iron doors, which is really silly for a few reasons. Firstly, iron is a lot more expensive than wood. You know, wood is a pretty common resource, while iron is you have to go out of your way to get. But secondly, as you'll see in just a little bit, iron doors are pretty heavy. They don't open up just by clicking on them like a normal door would. So I'm gonna have to do something else to get them to open. But I do think the color looks nice. I think it blends in with the sandstone a lot better. But I do have to craft some buttons to get into my door. So not only do I have to do a mini aim test every time I want to get inside, but like I have a limited amount of time before the door automatically closes back up. I think it's pretty funny. The reason why you would want to use iron doors, aside from aesthetics, is that zombies can't break down iron doors. In hard modes of the game, in hard difficulty, zombies can break down doors, but they can't break down iron doors. That's clearly not a concern in my world where I'm playing on normal, and I'm on a freshly lit island, so zombies can't show up anyway. The other advantage is that if you're playing with other players, maybe you can do something with redstone so they can't just easily get into your house. It's kind of a cope, because even then you need like server plugins so they can't just break the iron door. It's not really that useful. Iron doors just aren't useful. They just look nice. This is a version of the game where there are only two doors. There's only iron and wood. So that's kind of unfortunate. A nice quality of life improvement in later versions of the game is that different types of wood will make different types of doors. And I genuinely think that's nice. I wish that was in this version. But, you know, I learned to work around it. Here, I slaughter all the chickens except for a single parent and the little children. I feel kind of bad about it, but hey, at least I left them an adult to supervise them. I'm killing the chickens in particular because I need food, but I need a little bit to really prepare for what I'm about to do. And I also needed feathers to make arrows. Because I'm going to do something, I'm going to take a little break from the house construction project, and I'm going to do something a little interesting. You may notice that my world looks a little different. Between the last clip and this clip, I found a new shader pack that I really, really like. I think this one is a lot better than the previous one. I forget the names. I think I'll put the names in the description for each of the shader packs that I use in order. But this one I find a lot better. I like how vibrant it is. I like how the colors pop out. I like the shadows. I like the water more. So I'm going to be rocking with this pack for the next long while. I hope you like it. If you don't, then, well, at least you had about, 2.5 hours of the shaders you do prefer. But the rest of the time, it's going to be these. So, look out. As you can see, what I'm doing here is that I'm finally exploring my Minecraft world beyond, like, the 2 islands I was given, and I'm leaving the bounds of what would be in, like, a Minecraft PS3 edition world. Because on PC, this world is basically infinite, so I might as well see what's out there. I do have my compass, so no matter where I go, I can pretty much always find my way back, unless something goes terribly, terribly wrong. I should be fine. So, who knows what I'm going to see? Maybe some crazy natural terrain generation, maybe some new biomes. Honestly, it could be anything. The first thing I see coming to the horizon here is a terracotta biome. Terracotta biomes are still that new biome to me. I think in this version of the game, they were still pretty recent. I'm going to be honest, I don't care much for them. I personally think they look really ugly, and the biomes themselves don't really seem that useful or livable. They don't really have trees or animals. It's just kind of like funky sand and clay. It seems that its only purpose is to get different colored clays to use as building materials, but like if I wanted different colored blocks, I'd probably just use wool. The land itself is also rather hilly, and like I've lived in a lot of different biomes. I've lived in deserts, I've lived in taiga biomes, I've lived in jungles, but I've never lived in a terracotta biome, and I wonder if that has something to do with the fact that it just looks so unapproachable. There's a giant hole in the ocean leading to an underground cave system, which is a pretty cool discovery. It's kind of amazing that I spotted that. I don't end up exploring it ever, but I don't know. Maybe if you ever want to play this seed, you ever want to play the Yuri Yuri seed on this version, you can load it up yourself and see what's down there. Maybe I missed out on, like, a giant party. Maybe if you go down there, Herobrine shows up and he gives you a big kiss on the lips, and you become really good friends, and you play Binding of Isaac together. Local, not online, because online it keeps desyncing and lagging, and you can't finish a run with your friend. It's fine, don't worry about it. As I was saying, I've lived in a lot of different biomes, and the thing I think I don't like about terracotta biomes is that biomes in Minecraft tend to be based on commonly known biomes in real life. Jungles, deserts, forest, snowy places. But like not a lot of people even know that terracotta biomes like are a thing. Like they look vaguely recognizable as a real place. Like you could probably find a picture on Google of a biome like that, but it's not something commonly known, and I think that kind of leads towards it not being a very popular biome to talk about or live in. Long story short, I don't like them. And I wonder what the opinion of the common folk is on terracotta biomes. I wonder if they're even called terracotta biomes. I could be wrong about that. They could be called something completely different. Here, I'm pretty calmly navigating through a river, and it seems like we finally found some mainland. Something that's bigger than like a 20 by 20 block island. And we actually get to a desert. And deserts are pretty nice for a few reasons. They're very open and wide, and there's a lot of sand, so it's really excellent for collecting sand. I'll talk more about the deserts in a bit, but as you can see, there's a funky little what is this? Is there other players? Is there going to be other people? Oh, I hope one of them's a girl. Oh, please, I'm so lonely here in my Minecraft world. Are there any women? You hear some funky noises, and there's even this really strange building. This is a really unusual place. I go inside the house, and oh, there's no girls. It's just a bunch of ugly, big-nosed... Don't say bastards. I couldn't think of any other word besides bastards, but I didn't want to say it. I kind of did. No, I just did. I just did. I go into a building and steal all their stuff from a chest. They didn't even have anything that useful, but I took it anyway. So what this is a village. Villages in this game are interesting. It's the only thing that is like actively inhabited by other creatures that is like built and has like design to it. It is rather interesting because without these villages, you really would be the only active agent in the world. The villagers are supposed to like represent people in a sense, and they can randomly spawn in almost any biome, I believe. You can trade with the villagers. There is like an economy with them. So it's kind of like finding a bunch of natives and, you know, it's like, hey, we'll give you some pots and pans if you give us some, I don't know, corn seeds or whatever. A lot of the time the trades are rather useless, but it's a pretty extensive system. In this version, it's still pretty bare bones. But in later versions of the game, you can get pretty crazy things with Minecraft villager trading. This thing right in the middle of all these buildings with like the wool, this is actually a desert temple, which is completely separate from a village. And there was even a villager stuck in the temple. He was probably so lost and confused. I'm gonna have to help him get out and see his family again. Don't exactly know how these guys reproduce since they're all clearly male. I say clearly male. Maybe they're not. Maybe I'm just being, you know, prejudiced. Maybe there's some way to... Oh, I really am being prejudiced. Oh, I didn't mean to hit him. Oh, I'm sorry, brother. You can't heal villagers, I believe. I tried giving them my shovel for some reason because I like feel bad, but as I was saying, these temples are completely separate from villages. It's actually really unusual to see these things spawn together. So closely, too. Like, really just merged in with the village. It's the first time I've ever seen it. And there is actually a secret to this temple. If you... you can see here I'm blocking off all the sides because what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be digging down. And I don't want anything falling on top of me while I do this. So, as you can see, there's this big open area underneath the main floor of the desert temple. And if we go down a little further, we're going to find something fairly interesting. You can see there's a bunch of chests, which is always very exciting. Like literal treasure chests in a hidden temple. I feel kind of bad for looting this villager's temple, but not bad enough to not do it. As you can see, there's a little trap underneath it. The villagers wanted to kill me for stealing all their stuff, but I've been burned by that before. I remember when temples were still a new thing. I found one. I found the hidden underground thing, and I got jump scared by the TNT trap. And I've never fallen for one since. It's actually a really good source of TNT. 9 TNT at once. That's really, really good. As you can see, there's quite a few goodies down here, too. There was an enchanted book. There was diamonds. A bit of iron and gold. It's pretty lucrative. You can find even crazier things in these, too. But overall, that was a really good haul. 3 diamonds. I think that's are those my first diamonds? I haven't found any diamonds while I was mining, right? Those were my first? That's kind of crazy. I found diamonds in a temple before I found diamonds in a mine. 3 is also a really good number of diamonds to find because you can make a pickaxe with those, and the diamond pickaxe is like probably the best diamond tool you can make. Here, you may have noticed that I've been stealing their books. I don't think the villagers can read, so they probably shouldn't mine. But you'll see why I'm stealing their books later. I am going to need quite a few of them for something in the future. My inventory is getting rather full of a whole bunch of things. I am going to have to do some inventory management because I do want to collect the special sandstone that is in this temple. There are specially designed sandstones that have like faces on them and stuff, and I want a few of those for my own building purposes. So not only am I stealing the treasure from their temple, I'm just stealing the temple itself now. Oh my goodness gracious, I'm so evil. I'm so bad. It's fine. They don't mind. The villagers are entirely pacifists. You can't make them angry enough or they'll kill you. Honestly, thinking about it, I'm not really a big fan of villagers. I really like Minecraft for like the isolationist aspect of the game, and the fact that there's all these like really like kind of guys roaming around. I don't know. It kind of ruins the mood for me. I think it would have been cool if the villages were like abandoned. That would have been neat. Be like, whoa, what the hell made these? Because there are a few structures like that in the game where it's like abandoned buildings and things. But this is just it's just a natural village. As you can see, they're all hiding indoors. And I actually do a trade. Some gold for an emerald. Just to have it. Emeralds are pretty rare to find from mining, so I am just going to have one as like a little keepsake. Yeah, all the villagers are hiding indoors because the villagers are hella weak to like any mob. Zombies in particular really like to attack villagers. As you can see, some of the trades here are just ludicrous. 11 books for an emerald is like really good, but then there was another guy that wanted like 10 emeralds for a compass. Like, excuse me? And then there's 2 emeralds for like a hat, a leather hat. Oh my goodness. And then you have something cool, which is like 7 emeralds for a diamond shovel. It's really random, the trades I find. Some of them are completely useless, some of them are pretty absurdly good, and there doesn't really seem to be an in-between. The reason why I'm spending so much time in the villager house with all the the reason why I'm spending so much time in the villager house with all the boys is that I don't have any way of skipping the night, and I'm a scared little boy. I don't have a lot of food, so I don't want to engage in too much combat and just run out of health. So I'm going to be hanging out with these guys for the time being. Oh, these ugly, ugly fellas. You can see that they all have like different outfits on too. The villagers all have different roles. Some of them are priests, some of them are blacksmiths, some of them are farmers. I don't think there's any farms in this village, which is really unusual. I don't believe I encounter one the entire game, but villages can also spawn with iron golems, which are big creatures that protect the villagers. Because other than iron golems, villagers are completely defenseless against zombies and whatnot. Thankfully, there don't seem to be any around me now, but, you know, better be safe than sorry. There's actually so few mobs around that I kind of venture out for a bit because I really want to use my TNT. It's really calling to me. And deserts are honestly a really good combat arena. Because the land is so flat and open, there's very few obstacles in the way. You have a really big advantage when it comes to maneuvering around things. Here, I'm trying to do the thing I've tried 2 times before, where I'm trying to get this skeleton to shoot the creeper. And you may be wondering why I'm trying to do that. Well, you'll see in a second if I get it. I'm not sure if I do or not. It's been a while since I've seen this footage. So maybe I don't. Let's see. I got it! And the creeper dropped a really strange round thing. What is that? What is this? A music disc? Yeah. So, if you get a skeleton to shoot and kill a creeper, it will drop a music disc, which is such a strange interaction. It's a really fun challenge, and it's you get rewarded by something really rare. It's normally pretty hard to come across music discs. There are easier ways to do it. You can use items to like knock the creepers and skeletons into like a hole and get them to shoot each other. But I like to do it the natural way, you know. My sword is actually very, very weak. It's almost broken, which is actually good for me because that means that I can make up room for another item in my inventory. It's kind of crazy how little exploring I've actually done, but I'm already pretty much out of space in my inventory. I suppose it doesn't help that I have like 2 times the tools that I would normally have. Here, the skeleton dropped a bow, and you can repair items in this game. So with 2 bows, you can put them in your crafting table and kind of add the durability between the two. It's not a complete like 1+1 add. It's like there's some negative multiplier, so it doesn't just, you know, like if you have 2 50% bows, it doesn't make a 100% bow, if that makes sense. So it's not like perfect, but it's good to get some durability. Here I'm doing what I did earlier, and I'm just blowing up a whole bunch of TNT to get some sand. I'm going to need quite a lot for my house. If you remember, when I was building my house, I actually ran out of sand blocks. So this is a really good method for me to get a little bit more sand to actually finish building the house. Going back to the music discs for just a moment, I think they're pretty emblematic of a major flaw with this version of Minecraft, and that is that there's no tutorial or crafting guide or instruction booklet at all. It's very difficult to know what to do and how to do it in this game, which does have a few upsides in of itself. It's really nice that a player is forced to learn and discover and experiment themselves to progress in this world. It really lends itself well to feeling like you're an explorer who's been dropped into this uncharted land that you have to conquer. But at the same time, there's a few mechanics in Minecraft that are just a bit too obtuse to expect a player to actually figure out themselves. The music discs are probably the most extreme example where it's such a niche interaction that it's probably never going to happen to a majority of players. So a lot of players will be locked out of a source of renewable music discs, which isn't too big of a deal, but this also applies to some more important things, like very basic crafting recipes. Now, stuff like the crafting table, you know, and sticks and tools, you can pretty easily figure that out on your own. But then there's more complicated recipes for things like, like flint and steel. How would you be expected to know to combine those two things? Unless you just happen to know that that's a real thing people did back in the day, because they would use flint and steel together. Using the gunpowder to craft TNT, how would you know that sand and gunpowder makes TNT? Just for an example, it's very difficult to figure these things out on your own. And I think the people who made Minecraft knew this because back in the day, when you went to the actual website to buy Minecraft and download it, they had a lot of tutorials and like Let's Plays linked on the front page for you to watch and figure things out. That's how I figured out a lot of things in Minecraft. I learned from a guy called Paul Sowers Jr. He had a whole tutorial series on Minecraft that was fairly long, and that's where I learned pretty much everything that I know today. If I didn't watch those videos, in the absence of his presence, I can still hear his voice. It haunts me. The point is, if I didn't have those tutorials, I'm not sure if I would have enjoyed or even been a fan of Minecraft. I probably wouldn't be playing it today because it's just so difficult to learn things for yourself in this game. But later versions do have basic things like a crafting recipe book, which is just nice. But yeah, that's the problem with this version of the game. As you can see, the zombies are really, really wanting to get those villagers. They're even completely ignoring me, which lets me just have a little fun with them, set them on fire. You may notice that the zombie there is riding some sort of creature. It's like you know how horses have like what are they called? Horses have like jockeys that ride them. Well, this is a chicken that has one of those. And it's a pretty rare creature to find. It's pretty funny, too. I think it has like a 1% chance of spawning, and I don't really know what the point of it is. It's not like being on a chicken has some kind of tactical advantage or not, but it is pretty funny. I do like these really rare, kind of silly mobs that you have a chance of seeing. There's a few beyond just the zombie riding a chicken. But maybe we'll see a few of those later. Something interesting to note is that baby zombies in this version of the game don't burn in daylight, which is very strange. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's because they're so short that they're like further away from the sun. I don't know. Still, it'd be really cool to for a new player to like find the chicken zombie and lose their minds, being like, "What the hell? They're cooperating." Yeah, that's another reason why chickens are my least favorite mob. They're in cahoots with the hostile mobs, and I don't like it. I think it's pretty funny. So I am going to raid a little bit more of the temple, see if there's any more of the decorative blocks that I can steal. But I've pretty much looted everything. I missed one block there. But overall, this was a pretty good outing. I am going to have to get ready to get back soon because my inventory is basically as full as I can get. I don't want to get rid of anything I have here. So I am just going to go back and, organize things and sort things out. I realize I didn't actually go that far on this adventure. I pretty much stopped at like the first interesting landmark I saw, and now I have to immediately go all the way back. But I do plan on going out more. This isn't like the only thing. This isn't the only time I go out exploring, so look out for that. You may notice next to the cows, there's like these weird creatures. What are those? These are horses, which are another mob that was added later in the game from when I started playing. So to me, they're still like that new mob. The only thing you can do with them is you can ride them. If you find a saddle, which is an item you can get in a few ways, you can put them on a horse, and the horses go much faster than you, and they make it so you don't have to use up your stamina, your hunger, when you're traveling. And I think they're a pretty neat addition. I like horses because it kind of makes sense in a game where exploring is a pretty relevant factor. And it's not like they're super overpowered either, where they would like demolish any other forms of transport. Horses are just a neat addition that make you go a bit faster. And it's cool to have like your little horse buddy who's traveling around with you. It's another thing that makes you feel like an explorer, on your horse, riding through the land. It's pretty nice. There is a thing you can do with horses called horse breeding, which is something I've never done before in my life. Some horses randomly go faster, jump higher, or have more health. You can breed horses to make like the perfect horse, but I find that to be just too much work. I'll take what God gives me. Although it is interesting to kind of try different horses out that you find in the wild and just see which one works the best. And whichever one you choose ends up being a really lifelong friend. I like having horse friends in Minecraft. I don't use one this playthrough because I am in the middle of the ocean, and surprisingly enough, horses aren't too useful in water. They don't float, so riding them through my biome would be very, very difficult. But in any other biome, if I was living in, I would absolutely have a nice horse friend, and we would go on adventures together and I would have a really fun time. They're kind of like Yoshi from Mario. Yashi, sorry. They're kind of like Yashi from Mario or horses from real life. So, I think they're a perfectly fine addition to the game. I like them a lot. After running around for a bit, I finally find my boat so I can go home. Yeah, I could have just built a new boat. It does cost like 5 planks of wood, but I have a pretty sentimental attachment to my boat, you know? I didn't want to abandon her or anything. I finally make it back home, and after depositing all of my loot and treasures, I can go into my house, and with all the sand I've collected, I can resume building it. After so long, I'm finally going to have like an actual structure to take shelter in, which is pretty crazy to think about. Something nice is the feeling of relief and safety after exploring uncharted land. Coming back home after being so far away, it's a feeling you can't really get elsewhere. It's kind of like when you go on a vacation to a foreign country, and after spending weeks there, you make it back home after like a long flight, and you just feel really relieved to see everything that you recognize. And the familiarity is really just warm and comforting. I really enjoy that feeling that Minecraft provides. It really does make you feel like an adventurer, and you have like this home base that you consider home, and it really is quite nice. I'm making some ladders here because I'm not just going to have this inside area. I'm going to have a roof part that I'm going to climb up to. This is a really nice shot of my island here. Ah, that's so beautiful. I love how this game looks. It's just so pretty. The water is really nice in particular. I love oceans. I love water. As I was saying, I was either going to have a basement or a attic slash roof area, and after some deliberation, I decided on a attic. Maybe it's not technically an attic, but I'm going to call it an attic. So the reason why I want an attic is because I think the view from being on top of my house is just going to look a lot nicer than whatever I do in the basement, you know? So I think it'd be a shame to trap all of my stuff underground, because this upstairs area is going to be like a storage area, so I don't have my chest just floating in the middle of my island like an idiot. Something else that I should point out is that I've only been using torches as my main lighting source. There's only a few lighting sources in the game, and like torches are amazing. They're aces, don't get me wrong. But like I do think one of the few great additions to later games is just adding more light sources that you can choose from. Some of the light blocks they added in future games were really neat. Lanterns in particular, I think, are really cool. Hold on, I have a home intruder. What do you think you're doing on my property? Oh my god! I do a cool little MLG bucket, and then I take on this guy who thinks he can just show up to my house. My house. Where are you from? Where are you from? East side. East side. Where are you from? All right. As I was saying, this game has very, very few light choices for light. I do think there's such a thing as having too many choices in a game, but I think like 3 doesn't even come close to too many. So I do wish there was a bit more variety in what lights you can use. The other lights you can use in this game are also really hard to come by compared to torches. One of them requires redstone, which I don't have much of, and another one requires a block that we won't be seeing for quite a while. Thankfully, torches are really, really good, but I would have liked it if I had more options. Here, I'm destroying the entrance to my roof because I'm not really sure where I want it to go just yet, so I am going to destroy it, and once I get the interior of my house figured out, I'll decide where to put it then. While I'm in the process of destroying things, I'm also going to be destroying my patio entrance because I've thought about it, and I don't think I really need a patio. The whole point of a patio is to have like a nice relaxing area with a good view, but the inside of my house is already going to be pretty relaxing, and if I want a good view, I'm going to have windows, I'm going to have the roof, which is going to be a really good view, so I don't really need the patio. I feel like it would just jut out too much, I wouldn't really use it that often, so I am going to be canceling the patio project. Here you can see that I'm trying to figure out if maybe a different block will work better than stone bricks, but no, stone bricks are absolutely the way to go. It's a lot easier to visualize these things once, like, you know, the entirety of the house is built, so it's a good thing I've reached that stage. A final thing I think I'm going to be destroying is this back window here. I feel like my house has maybe a bit too many windows at this point, because with the patio gun, I'm probably going to put a window there, and I am going to need a spot for all my decorations to go, because I am going to decorate the interior of my house quite a bit, and I want a nice solid wall behind it. And besides, like, I already have an ocean view window. If I put a window in the back of my house, that's just another ocean view window. I don't really need two. So that's why I did that. And I'm going to be replacing the patio entrance with just a window. So 3 windows, bit too much. Bit too much. While I'm here on the beach, I'm going to use some of the sand I have to kind of even out the terrain just a little bit more. It also helps just to get rid of some junk from my inventory. I didn't really need that sand anymore. I install the window, and as you can see, I have a very nice view of my island. I can see my farm and my animals and my river. And as I'm looking out on the island, I notice that the sun is rising. And it occurs to me that because I blocked off the back wall, I'm not really going to have a good view of the sunrise from inside my house. I am going to have to find a way to work around that because I definitely want this back wall to be closed, but I still want like a little peek into the sunrise there. But I'll have to worry about that later because I do think the sunrise is very pretty, especially against the water. I really like having good views, but I want some enclosed space in my house, you know? I don't want to live in a glass house, because how else am I going to participate in my hobby of throwing stones if my house is like half glass? I don't get it. But anyway, the house is currently very empty right now. It is basically just a big empty box, so I'm gonna go get some decorations. As you can see here, I have a whole bunch of random junk in my inventory that I'm going to turn into decorations. Minecraft decorations are pretty neat. There are a few blocks whose sole purpose is just to look nice, but you can also kind of combine some blocks to make your own kind of pseudo decorations. As you saw there, I used a fence and a pressure plate to kind of make like a little table. I think it looks nice, you know, like a little table I can put some meals on maybe, you know. I have my crafting table and my furnace, you know, to count as like my oven and like maybe my cutting board. The cauldron is there to be like a sink of sorts. I'm really just trying to turn this into like a very practical home, you know, with a lot of very useful things. As you can see, I'm also taking quite a lot of time to think about the placement of everything. I want it to be aesthetically pleasing, and I can't do anything easy like just make it all symmetrical because I'm using all different blocks. So I really want to think about how, like, when I go into my house, what do I want the arrangement of my blocks to look like? And what I have here is pretty nice, but I will be. I reckon I'm probably going to be changing this pretty soon. I do see if I can make chiseled sandstone stairs, but you definitely can't. If I did that, I would have lost some pretty hard to obtain blocks, because to my knowledge, you can't make chiseled sandstone. Here, the reason why I was making those stairs is because I want to make like a little couch. I'm going to use stairs to act as a couch, and I have signs on the side to kind of act as armrests. And you can see that I'm using the tilde symbol, I believe it's called, to decorate the side of my couch. And something cool about that is the tilde symbol is something that can actually go off the signs because of how long they are. I'm not sure if you can still do that in modern Minecraft versions, but that's another reason why I like this version so much. You can see there, I just spent a diamond on a jukebox. It costs 1 diamond to make a jukebox. Oddly expensive to get, but I think it's worth it. I think the music discs in this version are great. Like, all the original Minecraft music is perfect for immersion, but the music discs can, because you like manually insert them, they can afford to be a little bit more noticeable, you know? They can afford to be a little bit more catchy and in your face, which I quite enjoy. So I'm hoping to get more to further enhance my music collection. Here I'm making an item frame, and I'm gonna grab my old leather cap, you know, that I've had for so long now, and I'm also going to be making a few, as you'll see in a moment. I'm going to be making 3 paintings. Paintings are an example of a very unique, purely decorative item in this game, and you'll see what I'll be doing with those in just a moment. Here you can see me placing the paintings, and I really like paintings in Minecraft. I think they're a really nice way to add some zazz and color to a home without completely overtaking it. The paintings are rather low res and pixely, so they're never going to be like the main focus of your home. It blends in really nicely with the rest of the house, I think. The annoying thing you may notice is that I'm constantly having to break and replace the paintings to get it to change. It is completely random what painting you get. Thankfully, I end up getting one that I want pretty quickly, which is the creeper. But at the same time, I don't know why they did it like that, where it's completely random. I don't know why you can't just place it and then click on it to like change it. I mean, I suppose it's rather exciting when it's new and you don't know what you're gonna get, but as someone who pretty much knows what all the paintings look like, I feel like it's just an annoyance. But it's small enough for me to not make a big deal about it. I just wish it worked a little bit differently. Here I'm placing the item frame, and I'm gonna have my little leather cap in the item frame. Item frames are a really nice way to kind of immortalize any items that have sentimental value to you. And that hat definitely has sentimental value. It's hanging on by a thread. I could repair her, but like, I don't know. I kind of like having her be old and battered to kind of show the wear and the use that I've had with her. Another example of paintings being kind of obnoxious is I have to like specifically place a block to the right of it so that the painting will be specifically a 1x1 painting. Because as you saw earlier, it would like go over the item frame, which I absolutely did not want. Up on the roof, I'm gonna finally be making that storage area that I've been talking about. You can see me counting out the blocks, deciding where everything should go, and I'm gonna use the chiseled sandstone here to kind of act as like a centerpiece pillar for my storage area. I think it's a nice decorative block. I think the engravings are really pretty. I think it just looks really nice. Funnily enough, it's kind of lopsided here. I don't know how I missed this or I didn't do this initially, but I am gonna have to fill in the remaining blocks here with the rest of my chiseled sandstone. Thankfully, I had just enough to make this pillar, and with this pillar, I've also made a little roof. You know, to keep my roof dry, to make sure the sun doesn't shine down on it too much. It's very nice to have. I just wanted to give my house like a little hat, you know? I think that's really important to me. And as I walk into my home, you can see the window that I've added above the crafting table, perfectly aligned with the sunrise. Very, very good window. My house is really starting to come together. I have my ocean on the left. I have my farm view on the right with my cows. Everything is just getting really cozy. My house isn't finished yet. These aren't all the decorations. I am going to be working on this some more. But as for now, it's really coming together. I think it's really quite comfortable. Here I'm making quite a lot of chests. You may be wondering why, when I don't actually have that much stuff, even if you take into account all the items I have in my chest down on the beach. Well, one of my favorite things to do in real life, and especially in Minecraft, is organize. I like segregating things, I like categorizing things. So although all these chests won't be completely filled, they all will have designated items that go in them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the beach, I'm going to gather up the last of the blocks that I have here, and I'm going to finally clear up this area. And maybe I can use it for something else, you know? Oh, man. The island has been changed so much. Remember when I just spawned here? It was just nothing but trees. As you can see, I have a lot of, I have a pretty good organizational system going on here. I have signs on everything. I put specific blocks in specific places. I have a redstone chest for the tiny amount of redstone things that I have. I have my valuables chest, my minerals chest, the decorations chest. I think it's just really satisfying to organize things. It gives me some structure in my life. It's a really nice activity to do. You can see I have my blocks, my bricks kind of chest, where I can finally, you know, if I want to find something, I can easily be like, oh, I want gravel. Okay, go to the blocks chest. Okay, it's right here. Got it. As you can see, I have plenty of space. I don't think I'm going to run out anytime soon. I'm not really like a hoarder or anything. I don't think I'm ever going to really need more than this amount of chests. So, although the storage area is rather small, I think it's good enough for me. I also have a lot in craft. I have a lot of crafting tables up here. That's mostly just to fill out the space, you know. So there's not a bunch of there's not a bunch of empty space between the chests. But the more I look at it, the more I think it's kind of silly. You can see me go into the third-person camera there. The third-person camera is really nice. It's not really good for playing, but it's good for like reflection. You know, it's kind of like looking in the mirror. With the beach area cleared, I decided to use this newfound real estate to make a new farm. Previously, I had my sugarcane just scattered around the island, and now I'm going to consolidate it into just this one little area. Yeah, it's a lot smaller, but I think it looks nicer, and I can even pair it with the cactus, because they both use sand to grow. Something funny about how terrible this farm is a cactus will destroy any items that it comes into contact with. So when I farm the sugarcane, like when I break it, it's probably just going to fall into the cactus and immediately get destroyed. So I am going to have to fix that soon. But for now, it's fine. I'll leave it like it is. I do eventually want to get like one of every farmable block as like a farm, you know? There's still a few things that I'm missing. We'll talk about it later. You can see next to the carrots in my wheat farm, I have like a big plot left there for a future crop that I'll eventually be getting. But for now, you know, things are looking really nice with my farm. I say that my farm's looking really nice, but I still don't have any food. I still don't have like a consistent source of just not starving to death, which is really quite unfortunate. Here, I'm just placing some torches, and I come across this beautiful vista. I really like this view. I think the ability to hide your HUD in Minecraft was an amazing choice. The shaders obviously help out quite a lot. I really enjoy the view of the sun behind the mountain, just illuminating the silhouette of the flower island over there. I think it's really pretty. Minecraft's just a really pretty game. I think I've said it before, but I'm going to say it again. Minecraft is so beautiful. Here I go to the cows and I do something that not a lot of people actually like know about, but you can click on a cow with a bucket and they'll give you milk. Milk is only really useful for two things, I believe, and I'm going to use one of those things now. As you can see, I have 7 wheat, I have 2 milk, I have sugar and eggs. You may be wondering what all this is for. Well, I'm going to do a really complicated crafting recipe. And I know it's complicated because this is the one crafting recipe that I can never remember for the life of me. I've done it before. I swear to God, I've done it before. But like every single time I try to do it, I completely forget. Like I said, there's no book in this game. There's no crafting book. So any kind of recipes for crafting items, you just have to memorize yourself. And evidently that can lead to some pretty frustrating things like this, where I have no clue what I'm doing. I know it needs all these ingredients. I just don't know in what order. There's so many permutations that it could be that I cannot believe I decide to just randomly chuck things in a crafting table for so long. It's honestly it's honestly quite amazing to watch. I will say there's a genre of videos online that I really like, or genre of images, I should say. It's like people playing Minecraft and just making up their own random crafting recipes that have like no business being real, you know, like covering a bed in wheat or something, or some crazy stuff like that. I do finally get frustrated, and I believe here I'm paused because I'm just looking it up. I finally bite the bullet and just look up how to do it. And as you can see, it takes me quite a while. I should cut this, but I just want to show you how long it took me to finally get this done. It's quite funny to me. I realize, I suppose, I'm missing an ingredient. As it turns out, I'm missing another milk bucket. You need three milk buckets. So it doesn't matter how long I would have been crafting that cake, I would have never gotten it. As you can see, I'm so hungry I can't even sprint, so I have to walk all the way to my cows on the other side of the island to get my third bucket of milk. Somehow a chicken escaped, so I am going to have to slaughter him mercilessly later. But for now, I'm just going to go home and bake a pretty cake, like Princess Peach. This isn't going to be worth it. This is such a long clip. This is such a long build-up for me making this cake. A really cool item. I think cakes are really nice decoratively. You'll see now in a moment. I have the wheat on the bottom, sugar on top. I don't know. I looked it up and I still don't know what I'm doing. This is insane. This is crazy. What happened? I'm looking back at this. I don't know what happened. How did I mess this up? I made the other bucket. I looked at the crafting recipe. Gee, oh my god, this is actually frustrating. I finally get it. I get it. I finally get it. Oh my god, I placed the cake down. What a beauty. It's gone. I ate it all. It's gone. Didn't even fill me to full. Here I go downstairs and I'm gonna make probably the most powerful item in the game, which is the bed. Yes, 3.5 hours into this video and I finally make a bed. Something most players make within like the first 5 minutes. I've never really needed to do this until now. The reason why I'm doing it is, first of all, I want my home to have like a bed. I think that'd just be nice. But also, I want to go out. I want to explore again, and for that, I'd really like it to be daytime. I litter in the ocean there just for funsies. And I'm going to go over to my boat, and I'm going to explore. I'm going to explore for a few reasons. Well, you know, I just want to see new things, but also I need more food. And I don't want to slaughter my farm animals just yet, so I'm going to find some random animals in some other land and just kill them instead. It's kind of cruel now I think about it, but it's fine. While I'm on the boat here, you can see me passing a few random land masses. Just looking at them, I like to think of the potential, what they could potentially be if I were to dedicate some time to making them something. You know, maybe if I can make it like a museum of paintings, or maybe I can make like a giant penis on one of them. I have no idea. There's a lot of squids underwater. I see another island with some actual like trees and stuff. This is the first time I've gone this direction, this entire playthrough, so things are taking quite a little bit to load in. You never know what you're going to find. Finding a lot of trees, you know, sugarcane. Something I will point out as well is that the boat, while you're riding on it, is completely silent. I'm not sure if I already brought that up, but it's really quite troublesome. I wish there were some like ocean sounds or like some boat rocking sounds. That would have been nice, but for now it's just silence. There's no music even. It's quite unusual. Here, I find an island that has flowers that aren't on my flower island. This is a sunflower island. Sunflowers are a real pretty block. I think sunflowers are pretty neat looking. Here's another unusual phenomena where a lake generated underneath some sunflowers and they're just floating. But yeah, I want to get a bunch of sunflowers just to have. Maybe I'll put them to use someday, but for now, I just want to collect them. An interesting thing about sunflowers is that they always face towards the sun. So they'll always face where the sun rises. There are even some cows on the Sunflower Island. I catch one on fire, and somehow it's smart enough to run into the water. Like, instantly. That normally doesn't happen. Really nice to see that the other cows do not care that I have a fire lit right next to them, and I just killed and ate one of their friends. The animals in this game are beyond stupid. I think it's really funny. Oh, I finally have food. I finally have 8 steaks. That's like a rich man's meal to me. Oh, after living day to day for so long, it's nice to have something to eat. Oh, it's funny. Slaughtering animals in Minecraft is an oddly morose part that doesn't really get acknowledged. It's like, yeah, I gotta eat. It's just you don't really think about it. So yeah, I'm just gonna slaughter these animals, you know, chomp on their food. You can even eat them raw if you want to. It's like weirdly violent, but it's kind of like real life, you know? People eat burgers and fries. People eat burgers and chicken all the time, and you don't really think about the fact that, like, oh yeah, had to hit a chicken in the head with a hammer to get this. But I don't know. I think it's nice. It kind of mirrors real life. You just kind of do it and don't think about it, you know? It's for survival. I traveled for quite a while, and as you can see, I traveled for so long that the sun is even setting, and I got a really nice view of the sky, the gradient, the water, the light reflecting off the water. Still completely silent, but, you know, I'm still having a pretty nice time. As I travel along, I find this little, like, island over here, this little landmass, I should say. There's quite a few pigs on there, and you know what that means. I'm not only going to have steaks, but I'm going to have some pigs. It is nighttime, so it is rather dangerous to be doing this. Creepers can sneak up on me, skeletons can sneak up, anything can sneak up on me, but I think it's worth it just to get the food. It's actually pretty nice that I'm doing this at night because the flint and steel kind of acts as like a light source as well. So, you know, it's not only torches, you could also just set the ground on fire, and that'll get you some light. So that's pretty nice. You can see there are some tulips on this island, which is pretty nice. I like it. I do have full armor and like pretty much a full sword, so I'm not really that afraid of any mobs that I find, unless I do something really stupid, which I have been known to do. I should be fine. Although it would be really bad if I died out here, because I traveled a really far distance to get here, and I don't exactly remember the direction I went. So if I die here, I'm probably just gonna have to give up on all my items and XP, which would be unfortunate. So I spent a bit of time doing some fighting and trying to get some more music discs for my collection. And as you can see in my inventory, I've gotten 3, which is pretty nice. It's good to have more music. It's good for the soul, I like to think. And here I spot an Enderman in the distance, and I'm trying to get him to fight me. But something interesting happens here where I'm very close to water, and a mechanic that I don't think I brought up yet is that Endermen, if they touch water, they'll be damaged. But not only will they be damaged, they'll completely... You can see that I'm just a total pincushion. But as I was saying, if Endermen touch water, they will turn to a neutral state. It doesn't matter how angry they are at you. As soon as they touch water, they will forget all about you. Which can be useful. That means if I ever get to like 1 HP or something, I can just jump in the water and the Enderman literally cannot do anything to me. Which is actually really useful because there's quite a few Endermen around. There's actually quite a lot of mobs in general around. Creepers, Endermen, sheep. So I gotta be a little bit careful. I get one of the Endermen down, but he doesn't drop anything. I am gonna need quite a lot of the Enderman drops, so I'm hoping to get some here, so I don't have to grind so hard later, because Endermen are surprisingly rare. Not, like, they're rarer than zombies and creepers and skeletons, so it could be a little annoying having to find them if you're trying to grind for them. So that's why I want to kill them now and not have to worry about it later. Otherwise, I probably would just run past them. You've also noticed that there's some pumpkins here, and I really like pumpkins. As you can see, they already have little faces on them, so really they're kind of like pre-made jack-o'-lanterns in the wild, but I think they're pretty nice. They have a few uses. One of them actually relates to the Enderman, where I don't think I do it this playthrough, but you can put a pumpkin on your head, and it'll obscure your vision, but then you can look at Enderman without them getting mad at you, and that's pretty nice. It does eventually turn daytime, and I come across something rather special, which is the pig pillar. As you can see here, 2 pigs are on top of the same block, which allows me to flint and steel right next to them, and this way I can catch 2 pigs on fire with 1 flint and steel, which would have been really cool, but I do end up losing one of the pork chops to the fire. That's why you really shouldn't go for pig pillar unless you're an expert. I'm currently around the intermediate level, but, you know, I'm hoping to reach pig pillar expert one day, you know, to do that cool trick. After doing some more exploring, I see some cool trees in the distance, and those trees are a part of the taiga biome. The taiga biome is a wintry biome where it snows instead of rains, and the trees have the distinct feature of being very dark. They have very dark leaves and very dark wood, which can look rather nice. This biome is really nice if you want to have like a nice cozy winter feel. You want to have like a winter house with like a fireplace, and you want to sit out on the deck and watch the snow gently fall around you. I really like snow, and I really like winter areas in general. So maybe if I didn't spawn on an island, I would have rather spawned in the taiga biome. There's not really anything in the taiga biome I want, so I just grab a sapling in case I want some taiga trees, and then I go back home. It turns out I traveled a lot further away than I thought I did, because it ends up being nighttime by the time I get back. So that's it goes to show how long this journey was. I still don't have anywhere to put my boat, so I really just leave it in the water. It's so very makeshift. Here I have my foodstuffs chest next to the jukebox, and I'm realizing now how dumb of an idea that is. I think I would much rather have this chest before the music discs, so I can have the music right next to the jukebox. So I am going to get rid of that sign and replace it. Just to make my house a little bit more convenient, you could say. And my inventory is rather full, so I'm going to be depositing all my stuff into their appropriate chests with the music playing and depositing all my loot. It's a very, very nice feeling. I didn't get anything super useful. I just got a few things that are like nice to have. I did get some clay in particular, which is rather neat because there's a few decorative things you can make with it. Clay, that is, and there's one thing in particular I really want to use the clay for, so you'll see that fairly soon. I'm pretty sure you can't get clay in ocean biomes either, so it's actually very nice that I got so much. I believe they only spawn in rivers, and definitely not oceans, so it's a good thing I got them. Clay is a very underrated brick block, I should say. You don't really see people use it that often. You can make bricks with it. You can make... Actually, that's kind of just it. Clay only makes bricks. But you can use the bricks to make a lot of things, and one of those things is a flower pot. And I have a lot of different flowers, and I want to see which one's going to look the best in the flower pot. Flowers are like really cool in real life, but they're kind of a pain to like take care of, you know, and they have to be next to the sun. You gotta water them every day, especially if you live somewhere with bad weather, you know. So it's good that I can make pretend in Minecraft and have a nice pretty flower to make my day just a little brighter. I want to put the flower right next to the window so it gets a lot of sunlight, and I also think it just looks nice there, to have my flower in front of my single ocean view window. I think that's pretty neat. I do eventually go with the poppy. I think the poppy's a really pretty flower. It's a pretty, you know, it's nothing too extravagant. It's just a very nice, simple, red, nice-looking flower. I do take out the jukebox discs because some of Minecraft's natural music has started to play. I find it odd that that's a possibility where Minecraft can play its own soundtrack while you're playing a jukebox. I feel like that should probably not happen, but it's not a huge deal, I suppose. I really love my Minecraft island. I feel very safe and comfortable when I'm here. It's very isolated. I have nothing except my cows and my crops and my cozy little home. Minecraft has this fantastic ability to just make you forget about everything that's going on in your life, and you just focus on what's going on in front of you. And right now, what's going on in front of me is apparently I really want to play around in the dirt. I really want to jump on my perfectly fine tilled soil and turn it into just coarse dirt. The reason why I'm doing this is because I want to plant some pumpkin seeds. And initially, I was going to plant it in such a way where the pumpkins would grow and then plop onto the regular dirt, as you can see where I have there. If you don't know how pumpkins grow, instead of growing like wheat or carrots, they actually grow stalks, and those stalks will spawn pumpkins next to them. So I place these stalks in the middle of my field, and pumpkins will grow and spawn on the left and right side of the stalks, respectively. And you'll get to see that soon. Pumpkins are good for food, they're good for decoration. They're actually another light source in this game. You can use pumpkins as a light source. You can make jack-o'-lanterns, which I don't do this playthrough, but it is a perfectly viable lighting source option for you if you don't want to go with torches. Here, I try to burn a chicken alive in front of its previous family, and I succeed, but as punishment for being so cruel, one of my fences actually gets burned down, so I end up having to replace that, which is a little annoying, but I suppose that's what I get for being a tyrant. I do decide to go out adventuring once again, and I really need to build a nice place to put my boat. I reckon I'll be boating a lot, and it gets kind of annoying having to swim out to my boat every single time I want to go out on a little adventure. So I'm definitely going to be building a dock of sorts sometime into the future. I actually traveled so far that it ends up turning into nighttime, and you can see I'm around this like kind of hilly plains biome, and I come across this very deep open ravine. Now, if I wasn't careful, I could have just fallen straight into this ravine and probably died. Very dangerous ravines are, because they're very deep, and at the bottom there tends to be a lot of mobs and scary things. Sometimes there's even lava. Thankfully, I have my bucket of water, so I can pretty safely and easily just swim my way down. Again, water, very excellent traversal tool. Always like to have it on me for reasons just like this. At the bottom, you can see there's zombies and minerals, but there's also the cave sheep, which is rather interesting. You don't normally see sheep this far down in the Minecraft world. Maybe he fell down here, maybe he spawned down here, but interesting to see one down here so far. I hope he enjoys his life down here. I don't kill him, so even to this day, he's still living down in this little ravine. As you saw earlier, some zombies fell from the top and started to hit me. Again, in ravines, always a possibility that mobs are going to ambush me just by falling atop of me. Thankfully, it was just zombies, but if it happens with a creeper, I might be in trouble. As you can see, I've been exploring this ravine, and there's not really a lot to it. There hasn't been like any branches that I can explore for this ravine. It's been pretty standard. It just has some iron and some coal and a sheep, obviously. But, you know, that's fine. I take what I can get. Very interesting. This is very similar to the ravine I have on my flower island, except instead of the ceiling being closed off like my flower island one was, this one is completely open. And I'm not sure which one I prefer. I think I definitely prefer the closed ones. I like feeling more like I'm underground. Looking up and seeing the sky, it's a neat thing to do when you're so far down to look up and see the open air, but I don't know. Something about being in a closed off ravine is nice. So there's nothing in that ravine, so I am going to make my way back up to the surface. Thankfully, I can just reuse my little water ladder to get up to the very top. I'm going to say hi to the sheep again, and hopefully nothing goes wrong from here. Were you scared? I wasn't scared. I already did the bit once. I'm not going to do it again. A lot of sheep here. As you can see, I jumped over the ravine like a maniac. I could have really been bad if I, like, slipped and fell, but I'm fine. I do want to kill this Enderman again for his pearls, so I'm just going to hit him raw. Not going to do anything fancy, like build a structure. And I do get a pearl, so that's good. Another pearl down to add to the collection. Here we see two skeletons, and I manipulate them into shooting each other. Which one do you think is going to win? Place your bets. Place your bets. Is it going to be lefty or righty? Lefty or righty? What do you think? Come on, come on. Bets are closing. Bets are closed. Ooh, what'd you say? What'd you think? What do you think? The zombie here is trying to interrupt the fight, but I don't let that happen. It is an intense fight. They're shooting a lot of arrows, and lefty wins. And as a reward, I put him out of his misery. But he'll be forever known as the skeleton who won the bow battle. It's always fun to make mobs kill each other. That's not like mean of me, is it? No. No, they're skeletons. They don't have feelings. They don't have souls. You can do whatever you want with them, right? Yeah, it's fine. Here I find a particularly scary cave. Very deep and very dark. Nothing like the ravine that we saw earlier. But as you can see, I am rapidly descending. We already see some lava. Could be some pretty interesting stuff down here. I go a little bit further down into the cave and I find some diamonds. Finally, after 10 hours, this is my first time finding diamonds in a cave while mining. Like the way you're supposed to find diamonds. Up until now, it's only been in like desert temples. So here I found some proper mining diamonds. I actually brought some of my own as well, just in case I didn't find enough, because I do want to make something very particular with these diamonds. So I only needed one, but thankfully I found 4. So I have more than enough to achieve my goals. You may have also noticed that the game looks a little different. I had to temporarily turn off my shaders for just a moment. They were causing me a few problems, but I do switch back in a little bit, so don't worry about that. I do make a diamond pickaxe, probably one of the more iconic tools in Minecraft. The diamond pickaxe and the diamond sword especially, those are like the 2 iconic tools. That if you have those, you are a cool guy. They're probably the most useful out of all the tools to make diamond. You do mine a lot in this game, and you do attack a lot. They just look cool. They just look cool. They're the kind of things I'd like to have in real life. The blue is just very striking. They last a very long time. They're very quick when it comes to mining, despite what you're seeing here. This big block that you're looking at right now is obsidian. It is a really troublesome block, and you can probably tell why. It takes about 5 to 6 postal days to break a single block of obsidian, and this is with a diamond pickaxe. No other pickaxe can actually drop obsidian. You can mine these with iron. I think it takes like several minutes to mine it with iron. So you pretty much do need a diamond pickaxe to get obsidian. Obsidian is normally near lava because it's made when water contacts lava source blocks, so you do have to be rather careful around obsidian. It is entirely possible to mine a block of obsidian and then release a bunch of lava onto you. Here I turn back on my shaders and the immediate change in lighting. So nice. Shaders just look so nice. Not that vanilla Minecraft looks bad, but like once I started using shaders, I could never go back. But As I was saying, you need to be real careful around mining obsidian to make sure you don't burn to death or, burn any obsidian in lava. And you do want to mine obsidian. You want to mine quite a bit of it because obsidian has two main purposes that you'll see fairly soon. Not only are they both very advantageous uses. Did I use that word right? Advantageous. They're both very advantageous uses. One of them is absolutely mandatory for beating the game, so I definitely want to get a whole bunch. I always forget exactly how much I need to fulfill my purposes, so you actually saw me counting out the blocks to kind of figure out exactly how much I need. And this is going to take quite a while. But something I want to say about mining obsidian is that it's oddly calming. There's no real danger or threat once you've set up and prepared. It's well lit thanks to the lava. And in caves you tend to run into things instead of things running into you. So as long as you stay in the same spot, you're not going to come across any danger. So all you have here is just the calm zen-like process of mining the obsidian. You have the bubbling of the lava nearby. The cave ambiance. The mining sound becomes almost hypnotic. It's kind of the most boiled down example of how putting time into something can kind of make the outcome more meaningful. I think if obsidian took like 1 second to mine, like every other block, then it wouldn't be that special. But like having 14 obsidian, that feels like whoa, that's a lot of obsidian, even though it is just 14 blocks. Having so much of something that's so hard to get feels nice. This is a complete side tangent, but obsidian is also blast-proof. It cannot be broken by TNT. So on online Minecraft multiplayer servers, which I'm not going to talk about that much, but on those servers, people would tend to make their bases out of obsidian so people couldn't blow them up or grief them too easily. Just a nice side note into how obsidian had uses, not only single player, but also multiplayer. I would talk more about multiplayer, but I don't have a lot of experience playing Minecraft in multiplayer. Not enough to really make a commentary about it anyway. I am definitely more of a single-player Minecraft kind of guy. I do make 20, I do get 20 obsidian, and that should be enough for my purposes, I believe. And now I'm ready to just continue on. I do a little bit of inventory management. I throw some string into the lava to burn it up. And I'm making a little bridge across the lava. As you can see, this is a very easy, simple way to get across lava. Really no danger of falling in. And on the other side of the lava, there's some redstone. I go into here and it's an actual monster house, an actual like Pokemon mystery dungeon. I don't think if I did it right, but whatever. Here, for some reason, I'm trying to do like the creeper music disc thing, and I actually get it to work. Like, that is insane how I decided to do this here, surrounded by lava. Oh my god. You can see I'm punished for my hubris. I grieved so hard for the music disc that I actually get pushed into the lava. Thankfully, I get flashbacks to my first death in the series. Thankfully, I believe armor does resist against lava for some reason, so I didn't just die instantly. But that could have been really, really bad if I died. That would have been really embarrassing. That would have demotivated the heck out of me. I think it would have taken me a while to get back to Minecraft if that's how I died. And lost all my stuff, all my diamonds and my obsidian. Oh, all because I wanted a stupid music disc. Is there any better example of Icarus flying too close to the sun and then getting his dick shot off? I don't think that's not how that happened. I don't think that's how that didn't happen in the story. I don't know what that was vulgar. I apologize. I don't know why I said that. So after doing quite a bit more mining and exploring, I come across this strange cobblestone structure. And inside, there's like a zombie on fire inside a block. I try to break him out of his cage, but as soon as I do so, he just disappears. That was very strange. I wonder what that was. Maybe we'll see it again, but That was a very unusual circumstance right there. That aside, what we have here is a dungeon. They are very small, very rare structures. They often contain chests, and they always have one of those caged, like, mob blocks. Sometimes it's a zombie, sometimes it's a skeleton, sometimes it's a spider. But they'll always have those, and they're very cool to come across. They often have very neat things inside of them. Here, for example, I have a lot of CDs. I have some horse armor, which I can't even use because I don't have any horses. It also comes with an enchanted book, which is, I believe, our first time seeing something enchanted and magical. Yes, this game does have magic, which is pretty neat. It's a very understated aspect of the game, but there is enchanting, and I'll go more into that much later. But for now, it's just a really neat thing to have. Here I was doing some inventory management because I actually do want to pick up these like mossy cobblestone blocks here. In this version of the game, I don't believe you can craft these mossy, you can't craft these mossy cobblestone blocks, so I do want to take them just to have them for any potential future decorations I might want to make. So I might as well get them while I can. And I am running rather full in my inventory. I don't have anything I really want to leave behind, so I am going to have to go back up to the surface quite soon. I did end up exploring the ravine that was off to the side a little while ago, and there wasn't really anything of note, which is probably for the best. I can't really carry any more stuff in my inventory, so I am just going to climb up my little water tower here and follow my torches out of the cave. And while I'm leaving, I'm just going to be quiet for just a moment here, and I want you to check this out. Wasn't that, like, beautiful? Isn't it crazy how quickly Minecraft can change its environment and atmosphere so seamlessly? It's honestly breathtaking. There's no better way to make a player feel like they're taking a breath of fresh air than like that moment right there. I can't think of another game that replicates that feeling of leaving a very dark, dangerous area into the sunlight and just having this wave of relief and sunshine and relaxation wash over you without it being jarring or forced. It's so natural. It's one of the things that really makes me appreciate Minecraft. It provides moments like those that can't really be replicated in any other game. And to be frank, pretty hard to replicate in real life. It's pretty hard to go cave exploring in real life or, go to any dangerous areas and then go to somewhere safe and feel safe. It's hard to find that experience anywhere else but Minecraft. So that's why I love this game so much. That moment really emphasizes why. After quite a long journey back, I travel through these very rough seas, and I make it back home. Coming back to this familiarity will always be so relieving. I I come back and I say, I'm home, to all my cows and plants, because I have no one else here on the island with me. That's fine, though. All I'm missing is like a little volleyball with a face painted on it to say hello to and talk to. I really like to humanize my animals and crops in my house. Be like, hey, how have you guys been while I was gone? It's quite nice. You have to make friends where you can. Here, I'm taking just a single piece of redstone, and I'm going to make quite an interesting oddball item, which is the note block. I don't really have room for it, so I'm going to have to figure out where to place it. But it is a rather neat block. As you can see, when you punch it, it makes a little music noise. You can click it to change its noise, or you can click it and keep its noise. It depends on if you left click or right click. I don't remember which one's which off the top of my head. But, so in short, you can set the note block to make a specific note. And you can even change what kind of sound it makes. So right now, when I hit it, it makes kind of like a percussion sound. But if I were to place a different block underneath it, like a grass block, it could make like a violin sound, or in this case, a guitar sound. The note block system in Minecraft is surprisingly robust. There are a lot of covers of very popular songs online where people recreate the songs using only note blocks in Minecraft. I'm not a music person. I'm gonna get that out of the way right now. I don't know a lot about music. I don't have a lot of technical knowledge. I'm not able to like dissect these things like I can for TV shows, movies, or video games. But I can still appreciate the like complexity of note blocks. I've tried to use them myself. I've tried to do little tiny jingles here and there, and I gotta say, it is very satisfying and not as hard as it may seem. There's a copious amounts of tutorials online to teach you how to make the kind of tunes that you might want to make. A thing that I did, quote unquote, recently in the past was I had a doorbell, and whenever you pressed it, it would play the first little bits of the Megalovania theme. And it was really satisfying and nice and didn't take that much work. Note blocks are a really swell addition. It's so simple, yet so you can get so much out of it. And I think it's a really excellent addition to Minecraft. It doesn't get in the way. It's a nice option to have. In my case, I just want to have like another decorative block that I can just hit from time to time. It is just a nice, satisfying kind of stimulation. Whenever I want to, I can just whack it. Having a lot of trouble deciding where to put it. For some reason, I think that putting it on like my cauldron would be good, but I don't know. Maybe I just wanted to see what kind of noise it would make. And here you can see me really playing around with the fact that if you put different blocks underneath it, it makes a different kind of instrument noise. And because the note block is like a full block, I can hide whatever block I want to put underneath it. So people won't be able to tell that my floor isn't entirely sandstone. It's very satisfying just to keep punching it over and over again and go through the entire list of notes. I realize I spent a lot of time on the note block, but interesting block. Now, after all of that light-hearted decorating, I'm gonna swap to something actually kind of heavy and important for my Minecraft journey. As you can see, I've gathered a lot of my obsidian, and I'm putting all of my very important tools and blocks into the chest for safekeeping. You'll see why in just a bit, but like I said earlier, obsidian is a rather monumental block for any Minecraft journey. There are two very important uses for it, and I'm going to be doing both of them right now, actually. The first one, I'm going to need a book and some diamonds. So that's why I've gotten this bookshelf. I'm going to destroy it, and that's going to be one of the main ingredients in this use for obsidian. Once I do a little bit of organizing, make sure I have the right number of things, you'll see what it is in just a moment. So with the diamonds and the book, I craft an enchantment table, a very valuable block. I'm not actually going to be doing anything with it right now, but trust me, I will go into enchanting much more later. It's so important you even get an achievement just for crafting that block. So, keep that in mind. This is a very important thing. And I'm going to use my remaining obsidian to do something I knew I was going to be doing the moment I saw the Flower Island. There's a spot that I saw right at the top that I had my heart set on. I knew what I wanted to do the second I saw it, but I couldn't do it until now. Now that I have my obsidian, I can trek through this dangerous terrain and this harsh weather to achieve my goal. With nothing but the bare essentials, I climb to the spot that seems placed for me, designed for me, and I'm going to start my endeavor. As I slowly make my way to the top, I think God gives me a message. He says, "Good job." And he clears the bad weather and lets the sun shine down on me, its warmth flowing through my body. I bridge my way over to this rather isolated island, the peak of my flower island, if you will. And with the music slowly starting to fade in to back me up, I get to work on clearing out this area, because this is going to be a very sacred spot for me. Because with the obsidian, when placed in the correct manner, something rather magical can happen. When placed in a certain way, you can make this little opening. And with the simple click of a flint and steel, a portal appears. A portal into the unknown. This place is simply known as the Nether, and as you can see, it is quite the departure from what we're used to in Minecraft. While Minecraft's overworld is loosely based off of environments and biomes in real life, the Nether is quite fantastical. It is a barren wasteland full of fire and lava and horrid otherworldly creatures that have very little resemblance to ones in reality. The Nether is a very interesting place. It is supposed to be a challenge of sorts. It's not a place you want to stay, but it does have quite a few goodies that you can't get anywhere else. The trade-off being that it is clearly much more dangerous than the overworld. I did happen to spawn in quite a safe place here, but it's entirely possible for you to spawn over a sea of lava or on the edge of a cliff. The Nether is very, very dangerous. The creature you saw earlier, the giant white floating cube making those horrid screeching noises, that was a ghast, and they just shoot bombs at you. It's probably the most aggressive enemy we've seen so far, and it's quite intimidating. Thankfully, if you're skilled like I am, you can know how to reflect their projectiles back at them and kill them, but an inexperienced player might just get completely overrun by its barrage of explosions. Right here, what I'm doing is I'm mining the glowstone. This is one of Minecraft's few alternatives to lighting, and it's a very pretty block. It's very useful for lighting in places where torches can't, because unlike torches, you can place glowstone underwater, and it will still light up stuff. And the glowstone dust itself that I'm picking up here does have a few uses outside of crafting glowstone. So I am going to be picking up quite a bit of this. There's a few more things in the Nether that I'm going to need. A few things will be especially important for continuing on in my Minecraft journey. Frankly, impossible to finish the game without. So you are going to see me travel the Nether for quite a bit. But for now, I reckon that I'm probably just going to go back. I'm just going to torch up the area a bit, and then I'm going to go back to the familial safety of my home. Familiar. I'm not going to re-record that. Are you kidding? Just because I messed up one word at the end? No, that's insane. I make it back to the overworld, and it has turned into night. The reason why I went without any of my tools and armor and stuff is because if I did spawn over a pool of lava and died in it, I would have lost all my stuff, which has happened to me before. So that's why I was particularly careful when going into the Nether. You never know where you're going to end up. Here, what I'm doing is I'm going to be using the glowstone to craft a particularly nice decorative block. This here is a redstone lamp. It's another alternative light source that comes from glowstone. And as you can see, once it's powered on, it lights up an area. And it lights it up pretty brightly. It's a lot more bright than torches are, and I just think it looks nicer. It's a very nice decorative block. So I'm finally glad I have another thing that I can use to fill out my home and make it more full. I go back into the Nether, and I'm very well prepared for my next adventure. As you can see, I've also brought an ender pearl, because the Nether has a lot of very steep drop-offs. It's entirely possible that I might fall down a hole into some lava, and having an ender pearl is just a really good emergency get me out of this situation kind of item. I'm not sure if I've actually described what ender pearls do. So ender pearls, if I haven't described it already, I don't believe I have. When you throw them, you can put them, you can hold onto them, and then if you click, you can throw them, and wherever the ender pearl lands, you will teleport to. So it's really good for traversal and getting yourself out of bad situations, but they're pretty hard to come across. They only drop from Endermen, and they're pretty, fairly uncommon drops. So that's why I didn't bring too many. This stuff here is one of the few resources in the Nether. It's Nether Quartz, another decorative block. When you craft this all together, it becomes a very pretty white decorative block. It's the only thing that really breaks up the never-ending sea of red netherrack. That's what the red kind of cobbly, cracky bricks are called. They're called netherrack. So it's quite nice to get. It's also a good way to get XP because nether quartz does drop XP. You may also notice that the music in the Nether is quite different from the music in the overworld. I really like the music in the Nether because it's an unusual mix of offsetting and relaxing. You know, it's not exactly calming, but it's not exactly nerve-wracking either. It's very fitting for such a place. I'm not really going to get another chance to talk about it because I don't utilize it at all, but the Nether is also a fast travel mechanic, believe it or not, because every one block you travel in the Nether is 8 blocks in the overworld. So if I were to run 1,000 blocks in the Nether and put a portal and then go through it, I would have traveled 8,000 blocks in the overworld, which can be pretty useful if you have some buildings that are very far apart and you want to be able to go between each one quickly. I don't utilize it, like I said, because I like to have all of my buildings in one area, but I know quite a few players who have used Nether fast travel portals before, and it's pretty convenient. Here is a really good showcase as to what kind of place the Nether is. There's lava pouring from the ceiling and spilling all over the ground. There are fires scattered everywhere that never seem to burn out. There are plateaus and cliffs and steep holes with no real rhyme or reason as to their structure. The Nether is a very hostile and chaotic landscape. But at the same time, don't say it, don't think it, 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 don't say it, don't think it. But at the same time, it's a rather unique area with vistas unlike anywhere else. There's beauty in the chaos. Here I spot a structure that I definitely want to be making my way towards, and as I do so, you may notice that I'll be placing torches to mark my path. This is something that I do with caves when I go mining, but it is vital that I do so in the Nether. Because with caves, if you get lost, it's not too big of a deal. You can always just dig up and make your way to the surface. You can follow a compass home. And caves are a lot more enclosed, so if you get lost, if you wander around enough, you'll probably just find your way back naturally. The Nether is much less friendly. The only way back to the overworld from the Nether is through the portal you came in. If you dig up, you're just gonna find bedrock. And compasses don't work down here, so you can't use that to make your way back. And lastly, if you get lost, the Nether is so huge and open that it is highly unlikely that you'll just wander your way back to your portal. So if you get lost in the Nether, it really is over for you. You just have to hope that you have enough food and you accidentally stumble into where you spawned in. but that's something that I don't really want to take the odds on, so I'll be placing quite a lot of torches to mark my path to make sure I don't get lost. Here I find a rather unique block. This here is soul sand. It's interesting because when you step on soul sand, you're actually slowed down. It's one of the few blocks in the game that affects your movement. Not only that, but these blocks are slightly shorter than normal blocks, so if you step on them, your character will go down slightly. I believe they're 0.95 the size of a standard block, which is rather interesting. There are a few contraptions you can make with soul sand. There's also a particularly nice use for it that I will be doing later, so I do want to collect quite a bit of it before I move on. You may have also noticed that even though it has sand in its name, it doesn't fall down like normal sand does. It isn't affected by gravity, which is rather nice. It'd be awful if I stepped on some soul sand and then it fell and dropped me into some lava. I would really, really hate that. Here I'm making a cobblestone staircase. Now you may be wondering why I'm using cobblestone instead of the copious amounts of netherrack that surrounds me. Well, that's because I really don't want to lose the staircase. If I use netherrack to make a staircase, it can blend in with the surrounding environment and I might not be able to find it again, but cobblestone is very distinctive, so it's always good to make staircases out of cobble so you don't misplace your staircase, as funny and silly as that sounds. Of course, I give you all these tips because these are things that have happened to me. I have gotten lost in the nether because I didn't place torches. I have lost staircases that I've made before, and it's just a lot of pain and sorrow has happened to me when going through the nether, but I think that's kind of the appeal of it, you know? I really enjoy the challenge that the nether brings. It really tests your exploring abilities, and I think that's really nice. Of course, here I've kind of run out of cobblestone. I only have very few left, so I am going to be having to make my staircase here out of netherrack. But as you'll see in a moment, I kind of have a way to mitigate that. I cover the staircase in some torches, and you'll see in a second that to mark off my little staircase, I make a tiny little pillar out of cobblestone. So I know that if I want to come back here, I can just look for the pillar instead of this little opening in the ground. Here I'm at the ground floor of the nether, and you can see just how large these lava pools can get. Really, they're like lava oceans, in a sense. A very desolate place, very dangerous. I have to be careful not to accidentally step into any lava. As you can see, I've made it to the structure, but there's no staircase for me to climb up to it. It's actually rather tall and imposing, so I am going to have to climb my way up there like the old pioneers did back in the day. I would much rather dig up there than pillar up there because I don't want to risk falling into some lava or getting shot off by a gas such as that one. So I will be making a new pickaxe. Now, something funny does happen here. Maybe not that funny. Funny to me. So I could go back to my home base and just grab a new pickaxe. It's not that far. I didn't travel too long. It would probably take like 5 minutes, maybe. But I'm not going to do that. Instead, I'm going to do something that could be considered rather careless. I'm going to be taking down my stone pillar that I used earlier, and I'm going to turn that into a pickaxe. You know, the pillar that marks how to get over to where the spot is in the first place. The thing that I said is very important to have landmarks, otherwise you get lost. Well, I don't want to spend the 5 minutes getting some more iron to make a different pickaxe, and I'm not going to make a wooden pickaxe. I refuse to make a wooden pickaxe. This gas is actually really bothering me with how much it's shooting, and so I'm trying to take it out. I'm wasting quite a lot of arrows, but once I finally hit it, you can just hear it scream in pain. The gas is such an interesting mob. I don't know why they made it scream so visceral. Like, I can feel it. Ugh. This little fella here, this slinky-looking brother, this is a magma slime. This is actually a variant of a mob that we haven't encountered yet in the overworld. Normally they drop some pretty useful items, but I got rather unlucky here, so I didn't get anything. But I assure you we will be seeing more of them. Something else you might notice while I'm minding my way up here is that you can still hear a ghast even though I just killed one, and there doesn't seem to be any ghast nearby. Well, a very subtle detail about the ghasts and their noises is that they don't scale with distance. A ghast could be right next to you, or it can be like 50 blocks away, and it's gonna sound the same. It's gonna sound like it's right next to you, which is really freaky. I really don't like that part about gas. Of course, when I say I don't like that part, I mean I really like it. I think it's a really cool thing about them. It's just very unnerving, very suitable for the Nether. The mob noises double as ambiance of sorts. It kind of blends in into the background. I did talk over it a little bit, but that there was a blaze. Blazes are exclusive to the Nether Fortress, which is the structure that I'm in right now. They're really, really dangerous mobs. Probably one of the more dangerous ones. They have, without a doubt, the best long-ranged attack in the game. Not only do they shoot 3 at once, but they also catch you on fire. And I didn't say it yet, but you can't find water in the Nether. You can't even place it. So if you get caught on fire, you are stuck on fire until it just happens to burn out. So you really don't want to get hit by blazes. You know, you want cover, you want to snipe them with bows. They're very dangerous creatures, especially in the Nether. The only downside is that, I guess the only drawback to them is that they're stuck in the Nether fortresses. So you don't have to worry about finding them too often. You have to go out of your way to encounter blazes. Very cool mobs, though. I really like their design. Probably one of the more complicated mobs that we've seen so far in terms of design, with all the rods rotating around them, around the central body. Now, the thing I've gone up to now is a blaze spawner. Now, you may think that I don't want blazes to be spawning. I don't want there to be a blaze spawner. But blazes drop something extremely useful, and I'm going to want quite a bit of their drops. So, although it's very dangerous, I am going to want to, I guess for lack of a better word, farm these blazes. I say farm, but I am fighting for my life, so I gotta be really careful. Being on fire in this game is quite terrible. Not only does it, like, you know, obviously damage you for a while, it also covers up a lot of your screen, way more than you would expect. And like I said, there's no real way to put it out. And healing is rather slow, as you can see. I just have to eat my food so my hunger bar fills up, and I naturally heal over time. It doesn't help that their models are kind of glitching through the blocks. It's a bit scary. It makes me think that I might get hit through the blocks, but thankfully they can't destroy blocks, they can't hit you through blocks. If you cover yourself properly, you're pretty much invincible. Another thing about blazes that you'll probably notice is that they have 2 states. They have states where they're not on fire, and they have states where they are on fire. And when they are on fire, that means they are ready to fire. They are ready to attack, I should say. They're ready to release their projectiles. So they do have a tell when they're about to attack you, which is nice. Here I'm doing the smart thing and just shooting them from a distance. I was really hoping I'd be able to just smack them all at once and they'd go away and then I could light up the spawner so it doesn't spawn anything, but I guess I'm going to have to waste some... Not waste, I guess I'm going to have to use a lot of my arrows. But it's not too big of a deal. This is the situation arrows were kind of made for. As you can see there, a blaze tried to shoot me, but because the blazes shoot in kind of like a shotgun spread, they're much less effective over longer ranges. So that's a small saving grace that blazes aren't too good at long range. Thankfully, oh my goodness. I think this would be much more difficult if blazes could hit you from anywhere in the fortress. That would be quite troublesome. Annoying, some might say. They don't just spawn in the spawners either. As you can see, sometimes blazes can just appear in... they can spawn naturally throughout the fortress. They just spawn way more next to spawners. You can also hear skeleton noises, which is rather strange. Skeletons do spawn down here, which kind of makes sense. This is like a fortress of undead creatures, but there's no zombies either, which is strange. It's just skeletons. And I was checking my armor, and as you can see, it's almost broke, which is a little worrying. If my armor breaks here, then I'm going to be in much more danger than I would be otherwise. I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe fire does degrade your armor. So like every time you get burnt by fire, your armor's durability goes down. So blazes are, they chew through armor pretty quickly. I do have a blaze rod, so I don't need to... that's what they drop, by the way, blaze rods. I already have one, so I don't need to farm them right now. I only really need one right now. So I am just going to be exploring the rest of the Nether Fortress while I can. Really good use of the Ender Pearl. That was really good. You remember when I set that up as like an important thing to be... Oh, God. I'm so cringe. I'm gonna use my Ender Pearl to go down to the magma slime safely and defeat it. Whatever. At least I got some magma cream. I suppose it could have been worse. I could have threw it into lava. I promise they're good for navigation. I promise they're good exploration tools if you're not an idiot like me. Good lord. Anyway, I come across these weird wart-looking things, and this here is nether wart, a very important item, so I'm going to be picking up as much as I can of it to take back home with me. There's... Look at him go! There's some funny little creatures up there. That's funny. So these are wither skeletons. They're taller than usual, and unlike their white brethren, they have swords. They also do something really funny when they hit you, which you should see later. I will be seeing a lot of these guys soon, but for now I'm just going to be clearing out the rest of the fortress. Something interesting about them is they drop coal, which is, you know, if for some reason you're having trouble finding coal or you really don't want to go mining, you could just go to the nether and grind wither skeletons for their coal. They also drop stone swords, which is interesting. Not that they're actually useful, it's just, I don't know, I guess it's a neat little flavor. Like, you kill them and you get their weapon. Unlike the rest of the Nether, which is rather open and chaotic, the inside of Nether Fortress is rather claustrophobic and structured. I think a really good way to describe Nether Fortresses is liminal. They're these long, dark, empty hallways that have twists and turns that don't really seem to lead anywhere. It can be rather unsettling clearing out a Nether Fortress for the first time. It really makes you think about why this place even exists. It obviously is, like, designed. It has, like, fence windows. It has brickwork. But at the same time, nothing really seems like it has a purpose. It's a very mysterious place, and that's what I like about it a lot. Although, as you may have noticed, there are chests with cool treasures in them, like diamond horse armor, which would be amazing if I had a horse. So, I guess it'll just be a nice ornamental piece for the time being. Something I will say is I don't like the chests in the Nether Fortresses. I like the idea of rewarding a player for exploring, but I think chests just break up the atmosphere of the Nether Fortress too much. You know, I like the emptiness of the hallways, and seeing a chest kind of ruins the unnerving feeling. You go from like, oh my god, what is this place, to, ooh, goodies, ooh, I wonder what's in here, hope it's a boat. It could be anything. But, you know, I understand that's a pretty controversial opinion to not want rewards in the Nether Fortress. I just wish there was a different way to do it. Maybe if there was like a room with a bunch of treasure chests, that could be something, so you still have the weird feeling with the rest of the hallways. I would have done it differently, is all I'm saying, while still rewarding the player. Here I snipe a ghast, and ghasts do actually drop really useful materials. Kind of like every item, almost every mob in the Nether drops really useful things. Blazes, wither skeletons, as you'll soon see, gas, the magma cubes. There's a lot of valuable drops. So I want to go over to where the ghast died and pick up whatever it potentially dropped. Rather dangerous, as there's a blaze trying to snipe me. There's also some gravel nearby, and I do not mess with gravel. Gravel, like sand, is affected by gravity, as I so painfully know from much earlier in the series. So I do my best not to even walk on the stuff. I'm too afraid of it falling beneath my feet and dropping me into some lava. I did end up getting the gas drop, and from it I got a gas tier. A very hard to come by material, which has a really nice use that you'll see rather soon. And that's pretty much it for the Nether. I've shown off almost everything you can see and do in this dimension. Overall, the Nether is a very excellent difficulty spike for combat and exploration, because it features some of the most dangerous enemies and terrain we've seen so far. Not only that, but I think the Nether is excellent in achieving a desolate atmosphere. It's iconic in a sense. Very few games have managed to create this kind of hellscape vibe that the Nether has managed to create. The only arguable flaw you could say that the Nether has is that there's really not a lot to do in it, but I think that really helps it in its identity as a hellscape. It really is just this wasteland of fire and brimstone that happens to have a few goodies in it if you're brave enough to venture into it. I think if you tried to flesh out the Nether or make it more like the overworld, you would be making it lose its very unique identity. The emptiness and lack of stuff in the Nether is kind of what makes it so special, and I wouldn't want to change it personally. As I'm traveling back to my portal, you can see that I'm just skipping along cheerfully when I notice that I almost jumped down a very deep hole. If I was just a little bit more to the left, I could have easily fallen down and just died. So I used the last of my pickaxe to completely plug up the hole and go back to my portal. Okay, everyone, say goodbye to the Nether. Bye me, bye Nether, bye me, moshi moshi, bye me. Oh, back in the overworld. Oh, smell that air. Couldn't you just drink it like booze? I make it back home and rather unceremoniously craft a brewing stand, which is what the main use for the blaze rods is. And while I'm at it, I'm also going to be crafting another rather important tool type block. And if I can just do it correctly, you'll see that what I'm crafting is an anvil. Anvils, I'll go into more detail later, but to me, they're still like that new block. Anvils they were added while I was still playing the game after, I started. So whenever I see an anvil, I'm like, oh, that's like a modern doohickey. That's a new feature. But much like horses, it's actually quite old. So here I'm actually going to be brewing, and brewing is another magical thing in Minecraft, where you can get a whole bunch of water bottles and mix a whole bunch of ingredients inside of them and create some rather powerful potions. The brewing is surprisingly intricate. Not as intricate as redstone, but it has enough going on where you can really make a hobby out of brewing. It can be rather enjoyable to and that's a large collection of powerful potions with very unique effects for a variety of situations. So as you can see, I have my netherwort as well. And netherwort is important because it is the main ingredient in potion making. Without netherwort, you really can't make anything. The only potion you can make, I believe, is poison, which isn't the most useful. So I am going to be putting some netherwort to make some awkward potions. And before I do that, I'm just pausing to look at the scenery. But when you put netherwort into a potion and you make it an awkward potion, from there you can craft so many things, so many potions, with a wide variety of effects. Different ingredients have different effects, obviously. There are modifications you can make to potions. You can make them more powerful, or you can make them last longer. Brewing is a very fun, very tight mechanic. There's pretty much nothing I would do to change it. I really enjoy brewing as a mechanic. Here you can see I'm using the magma, what's it called? Magma slime thing that I got earlier, magma cream. And with it, I made potions of fire resistance, which will be very useful later on. It may be called fire resistance, but I can assure you it just makes you immune to fire. And here I use the gas tier to make regeneration potions, which does exactly what it says on the tin. It makes you regen health at a very fast rate. You may have noticed earlier that when I was fighting the blazes, I was regenerating health really slowly. So now I have a much faster way to do that. Speaking of unceremoniously doing things, here I'm enchanting all of my armor and some of my tools as well. Enchanting is a really neat mechanic, much like brewing, where it just adds a lot of useful effects to your armor and tools. Stuff like blast protection against explosions. You can get smite on your sword, which makes you really good against zombies and the undead. There's really a wide variety of things you can do with enchanting. And to enchant things, it costs levels. And so the entire game, I've been building up all these levels. A minute ago, I was level 40-something, 47, I think. And now I'm down to 40. Now I'm down to 31 after enchanting a few items. The more levels you put into an enchantment, the better the enchantment will be. And right now, I can only enchant things up to like level 2 or 3, but there is a method to get really powerful enchantments that you'll see rather soon. Overall, 30 is the max level that you can put into an enchantment, so I divvied my enchantments just enough to make sure I had 30 in the end. Oh my goodness, that was a lot really fast. I gotta slow down. I'm a wild card. What the hell? So after my very short break in the overworld, I come back to the nether, and after spotting my first blaze, I drink my potion of fire resistance, which gives me 8 minutes of fire immunity. Blazes are now about as dangerous as a wet tissue. They cannot do anything to hurt me, really. I guess if I run into them, they can do contact damage, but that's about it. Okay, there I'm just being mean. I'm just standing in the blazes' fire. I'm looking at him and I'm saying, look how flaccid your fire is. Oh yeah, race war, race war! I want the black skeletons and the white skeletons to fight each other. Come on, do it! Oh, never mind. I guess he lost interest. That's kind of a shame. Here, I'm such a bad person. Here, I'm trying to get the skeleton to shoot other mobs to get them to fight each other. For no reason other than my own amusement. It's really quite something. I also wonder if the skeletons shoot zombie pigmen, do all the zombie pigmen fight the skeleton, or is it just the one that it shoots? I don't know. Maybe I'll find out someday. You may have noticed that my hearts went black after getting hit by the wither skeletons. That is their special lollipop dance. They inflict a status effect on you called Withered. And Wither is very similar to Poison, except unlike Poison, Wither can kill you. You can die from it. Regular Poison, you cannot. So that's their big danger. Here, I make it to the blaze spawner, and I'm going to tidy up a bit because I'm going to be spending quite a long time here. I am going to need a substantial amount of blaze rods to achieve my goals. Not only do I want to make more brewing stands, but there's a few other things that I'm going to want to be doing. So I'm going to close it up, make sure blazes can't get away from my wrath, and I'm just going to wait for a whole ton of them to spawn so I can smack them. I finish up enclosing the spawner, and now I am ready to grind. It's actually quite cathartic. I had so much trouble with these guys earlier, but now they're pretty much nothing to me. Overall, I end up grinding for about 22 blaze rods, which is more than enough for my purposes. As you can see, I've done quite a bit of work around the blaze spawner, and I've even drank another fire resistance potion, so I've been here for a little bit. I'm not done in the nether, though. Although there's nothing more here that's useful, per se, I do want to collect a bunch of the nether brick blocks. I think they are really appealing blocks aesthetically. So not only am I going to be getting the nether brick, I'm also going to be getting the fences and the staircases. I'm pretty much going to be stripping this nether fortress for all of its pretty blocks. This also takes quite a long time. I cut a ton of it out, but believe me, I stay in the nether way longer than you would think for this playthrough. I do a lot of mining and fighting and grinding. So, thank me that you don't have to see that. On my way home, you can see something that sometimes happens with Minecraft where it has trouble loading in the world, and you end up seeing a bunch of floating objects and animals and mobs underground. It is rather unfortunate that sometimes this happens in these early versions, but for the most part, it's pretty stable, so you don't expect that too much if you play the game yourself. Oh yeah, I've also added some orange carpet, which I think looks nice. As you can see, I got a lot of fortress blocks. Much like coming back home from caves, coming back home from the nether with all of your loot feels really rewarding. Just seeing it all there. Being like, look, I did that. All that time spent mining and grinding. This is what I got to show for it. And I think it's quite a lot. I'm going to be using this stuff in a building project relatively soon, so look out for that. After spending a bit of time doing some organizing, I decide to go out farming, and a rainstorm settles in. I really enjoy those rainy, gray, melancholic sort of days. Something about it is just so aesthetically pleasing and relaxing to me. And I think Minecraft does an excellent job at emulating all those good feelings that rain can give you, without any of the downsides of getting wet. Especially when you go out to grow your wheat on your farm. I've been doing a lot of farming off screen, and something I want to state is that after every adventure or expedition I go on, I decide to work on my farm afterwards. It's a really nice way to unwind, and acts as sort of a lull in the gameplay experience. It's slow, but it's safe and relaxing, and I think it's important to take a break every now and then from the dangerous stuff and just grow some wheat, or carrots, or feed some chickens. It's rather nice. A new side project that I want to start is filling out a map, and maps are items where if you hold it out while walking around, it will automatically plot out the surrounding landscape for you. And I think maps are a really cool addition to a game like Minecraft, where exploring is such a core part of the experience. Maps just give you a really good excuse to just get out there and explore and discover new things. And you can make maps of varying sizes, and I made a decently sized one, so I got quite a lot of exploring to do. While exploring and killing cows and whatnot, I decide to use my flint and steel to burn down this tree for no real reason. I guess I just have some destructive tendencies and urges I want to get out there. I even make a little clearing area for me to stand and watch my work. I think this game can be rather pretty at times, even though I am admiring the destruction of nature. I end up exploring for about an hour and a half, and I'm not going to show a lot of it because most of it was pretty uneventful, but there were a few nice scenic landscapes that I came across that I want to show you guys. I also ended up coming across another desert temple, which is really nice, but something I must admit is when I saw the desert temple, I was way more excited about getting the free TNT than I was about anything that could be in these chests. I really like TNT. In fact, while I've been exploring, I've been using TNT to collect a whole bunch of sand, as you can see in my inventory. So even though I just got diamonds and gold, I'm way happier about the fact that I'm going to be able to blow up more of the earth. And on my way home, I get yet another very nice scenic shot. So I didn't explore too long for you guys, but I promise that was a pretty long trip for me. And what I'm going to do, the reason why I want to fill out this map is because I'm going to make an item frame, and once I figure out where I want to place it, you'll see that what I want to put in the item frame is my map. Now, for now, it's just, it's not a completely filled out map, but when it is filled out, I think it'll look really nice being there on my wall. My next project is going to be a construction project, and quite a time-consuming one as well. So for the time being, I'm not going to be doing any more exploring or mining or fighting. I'm going to be focusing on building and expanding the island just a little bit. Something you may notice is that I still have my ugly leaf bridge from so long ago, and I'm finally going to build something that will render it obsolete and give me an excuse to finally destroy it. Now, I could just build a bridge to replace it, but I'm going to do something rather different. I'm going to be making a railway. And something interesting about this railway is, you might notice, I'm building the rails such that they lead into the ocean. You may be wondering how that would work, because if you didn't know, minecarts and railways, they don't work underwater, so I'm going to have to do something to remedy that fairly soon. While I'm doing that, I'm also finally going to be adding a walkway to my island. So from my house to my farm, I'm going to have a nice little path here to make things just a little bit more civilized, Here I'm adding some blocks and slabs to the side of my path to kind of make it stand out more from the surrounding sand. And it's been a while since I've done something purely for the joy of making something look prettier. And like I've said before, I think it's just really good for the soul to decorate your home base and make it look prettier, make it look how you want it to look, to make it somewhere that you just enjoy being. And I don't know, it's one of the more enjoyable parts of Minecraft, I find, is decorating. I'm not sure if I've said it yet, but if I was ever going to be in a multiplayer server with someone, I would definitely be the housewife, just staying behind and making the home look pretty and, doing my best to make just the area very pleasant. I also take off my armor because, well, there's no real reason. There's no real reason to take off your armor at any point. I just feel more comfortable without it. I feel like I'm in my casual wear when I'm not wearing my armor. And something about it just feels more relaxing, even though it doesn't really make a difference. Something I'm doing here that I'm kind of shocked I haven't done yet is fishing. Now, fishing in Minecraft is really simple. A lot of games follow this fishing minigame formula where you throw out a rod, you wait for the thing to move, and then you click. It is really simple, but I think it fits Minecraft better than most games, because Minecraft is already a very relaxing and atmospheric game. So it's not a huge deal that you have to wait for the fish to come. Minecraft is already a pretty slow-paced game for the most part. So I think I think it blends well with the relaxing nature of fishing. Fishing is a neat alternative to farming too. I'm kind of shocked I haven't done this earlier, especially when I had all those food problems. You think I would have used the surrounding ocean to my benefit, but you can fish in pretty much any body of water, so if you have the patience, you can amass a large amount of fish or, you know, boots or whatever else you get from the ocean. You can get more than just fish, and you can get different kinds of fish too. So, you know, it's really beneficial to spend a lot of time fishing. You can get some crazy stuff. You may have noticed that my first thing that I pulled up was another fishing rod, so it's even self-sustaining, which is pretty nice. I am looking for something specific here, though. I'm not fishing just because I really want a specific fish to help me out in the future, and I'm really hoping I can get it in just a moment. I do wish there were some atmospheric ocean sounds in Minecraft. I have gone fishing before, and the sounds of the waves and the ocean really add to the experience. So, I wish that was something that was in this version. I do get the fish I've been looking for, and it is a pufferfish, which is a really funny looking guy when you think about it. They are rather rare, so I'm glad I got it fairly early. They're not useful for eating in the slightest, but they're useful for something else that you'll see in just a little bit. Right now, I'm making a few chests because I don't want to have to constantly come back up to my storage area for blocks and whatnot. I'm going to be placing these chests next to my construction site, so I don't, I can just stay in this one spot instead of going back and forth all the time. And you may notice that I have a whole bunch of glass. I'm hoping it's enough. Now that I think about it, it might not be, but we'll see. I fill up some water bottles because I'm going to be doing a good bit of brewing to help me out with this building project. Something I really like about brewing is it's not just combat oriented. You can use potions for a variety of things. One of them being building. In this case, building underwater. I have my pufferfish, and you may notice that I also have a carrot. And I'll show you what these two do in just a moment. The pufferfish makes something that's pretty integral to my operation here, which is the potion of water breathing, which, if you didn't know, gives you an erection. And the carrot, when made into a golden carrot, gives you the potion of night vision. Now, the potion of water breathing, it's pretty obvious why I would want that. Drowning is generally frowned upon in a lot of cultures. And the potion of night vision is a little less obvious, but once you go into the water here, you can see that it's very dark, very murky, and the night vision potion helps out quite a bit, so it's going to be nice to be able to actually see what I'm doing underwater. Just to clarify, I will be making a path through the ocean for my little railway here, and without potions, this would be very obnoxious to do. I would have to place doors for air pockets, and I have to place glowstone everywhere so I can see, just if I wanted to achieve a similar effect of just drinking 2 potions, and it's just really obnoxious. I don't want to do that. Potions are mainly combat-oriented, where you have things like strength or health regeneration, or even debuffs like slowdown and weakness. But I think potions are at their best when they're for very niche situations, such as the night vision or water breathing potions. I would have liked to have seen more of these niche effects though. Aside from underwater and night vision, there's fire resistance so you can traverse through lava. But other than that, I can't really think of any other that are really good for moving around or building in different areas. For example, I think having something like a no fall damage potion would have been great, for when you build up high and you don't want to worry about falling off. You could accomplish the same thing with like water buckets. You could put water on the ground to make sure you don't take any fall damage. But I think potions aren't supposed to monopolize a method of doing something. I think they're just meant to provide an alternative and more straightforward method of getting something done. So I think having a lot more niche potion effects like that would have been really interesting and really would have streamlined a lot of building processes and rewarded a player for collecting rare ingredients to use in their builds. Of course, I wouldn't want any overpowered potion effects like flight or invincibility, because I think one of the main appeals of building in survival mode is the challenge that comes with making something very intricate and creative. So the more you take away from that challenge, the more you take away from the satisfaction of building something very difficult. So it's a very fine line to balance between making something useful without making the game trivial. I'm making my tunnel out of glass because I think it'll be really neat to have a good view of the ocean floor as I'm going through my tunnel. Glass in general is just a really neat block in Minecraft. It's really cool to have some transparency options in your builds, but the only thing is that glass is a rather cumbersome block to obtain. You have to smelt sand, which is not only time consuming, but also sand, like I've said earlier, isn't really a block you naturally accrue over time like cobblestone is. So I have had to go out of my way multiple times to the desert to blow up some sand and get a whole ton of it. Hopefully I have enough, but we'll see. There's also a pretty good reason why I shouldn't be making my tunnel out of glass, but you'll see that relatively soon. I hear a bat and a cave noise, which really piques my curiosity, so I take a break from the building project to dig down and I find a cave. I almost immediately get blown up for my curiosity, and I'm in a pretty bad position here, where there's quite a lot of monsters and the water is really hindering my movement. So I have to be a little careful if I don't want to lose all 44 of my levels. Here I do inadvertently showcase something pretty interesting, which is the fact that night vision potions are really good for cave exploring. You do need carrots and gold to make them. Not that much gold, mind you, but it's still way more expensive than torches. And it also doesn't prevent mobs from spawning like torches do, because it's still dark. You're just able to see through the darkness. It's not my preferred method of mining, but it's definitely a viable way of doing it, and I have done so many times in the past. I bookmarked that cave for later because I really want to focus on finishing my tunnel, and what I want to do right now is replace this wood flooring with some sandstone, but because I needed so much glass, I'm pretty much all out of sand, so I am going to need to go to the desert to get some more. I had a lot of TNT from exploring so many desert temples and killing a whole bunch of creepers along the entire playthrough, and I've used all of it to, pretty much fill my inventory with sand. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the last bit of my TNT to make one big explosion instead of several small ones. It's definitely less efficient and way more dangerous, but also way more fun, so I think it's worth it. I also do a little bit of exploring, not only to fill up my map a little bit, but also because I want to get a bunch of leaves for some underwater building. As you saw earlier, blocks take a lot longer to break underwater, but leaves are still pretty much instantaneous when put underwater, so they're a really useful underwater building block. So I'm going to get as much as I can here. After making some more potions and getting all my blocks in order, I resumed the project. And like I said earlier, I'm going to be using sandstone as the flooring for my tunnel because I think it blends in really nicely with the surrounding environment. As you can see here, I'm using leaves to act as sort of an anchor to be able to affix my sandstone to the spots where I need it to be. Leaves, once again, proving themselves to be a very versatile and disposable building block. Now, once my tunnel is finished and fully enclosed, it'll still be filled with water, and that's a problem because you can't place rails in water, so I will need to drain my tunnel. And the only way I know how to do that is to just outright replace all the water blocks, so you will be seeing me fill my tunnel with leaves to get rid of all the water. here I realized that I made the glass ceiling one block too low, so I can't actually fit inside the tunnel I just made. A really silly, really obvious mistake. I could have caught it earlier if I was just paying attention, but oh well. Live and learn, as they say. A pretty unfortunate series of events occurs after I finish placing down a few of these rails. The first one is me realizing that you can't actually place torches on glass, so I'm going to need to find some other method of lighting up my tunnel. Next, I need to power these rails here so my minecart can actually go uphill. Turns out, though, redstone blocks, those blocks that are made of redstone, can't actually power redstone rails. So I need to find some other wacky method of powering these rails underwater. And the method I come up with is a little convoluted and quite annoying to actually put together, but it works. So what I do is I encase this little block here with glass, and I replace the water in it with leaves, so it's just a nice little air pocket. And now that it's a nice little air pocket, I can place a redstone torch, and that'll power any rails on the other side. So a little bit of an annoying workaround, but, thankfully it all worked out. As you can see here, the redstone rails are being powered. Wonderful. Next, while I'm lighting up my tunnel with torches temporarily... Oh, I run straight into a zombie. And as you can tell from my mouse, that really, really quite scared me. Oh, this is pretty funny looking back. Not when it happened, but looking back, it was pretty funny. Here, I realize that you actually can't place rails on glowstone. So if I want to light up my tunnel, I have to do it from above, which is going to take some surgical precision, because if I don't place the glowstone down fast enough, water's going to come in, and I'm going to have to replace a lot of my rails. And with all that, my little underwater railway system is now complete. A very nice, quick, relaxing trip on the ocean floor to my flower island. Yeah, it's only like slightly faster than my leaf bridge, and it took me about 2 hours, but I think it's neat, so bite me. Another thing I want to mention about these minecart trips is that they're very loud. The ambient noise of the wind and the rattling of the metal, it's really nice, but it's super loud. You might be able to change it in the settings, but I never looked. But this is the kind of stuff I wish they added to boats instead of minecarts. But it's still cool. It's still cool. I'm not upset. I'm so proud of myself. Anyway, now with my little project completed, you can even see it in the water there, which I think looks really nice. I'm finally going to be destroying my terrible leaf bridge. Or, at least that was the idea. But, fire seems to have a very difficult time destroying single lane leaf bridges. So I'm gonna have to try more than once for it to, fully disappear. I was really hoping I could just light up one leaf and then just watch it all burn. So I do 3 this time, to really cover all my bases. But as you can see, it's not spreading far, which is a little disappointing. I was hoping to see this go up in a blaze of glory and brimstone, but it's a little flaccid, if you know what I mean. After this next fire here just burns out, I decide to just go full scorched earth, and I'm just gonna light up every frickin' block and just watch it all burn. I don't care if my flint and steel breaks, dude. I don't care at all. I'll break 30 flint and steels if it means getting rid of the stupid bridge. It's been a plague on my Minecraft world for so long, and it's finally going away. I end up breaking my flint and steel right before I can get to the end of the bridge. which is a little unfortunate. But, you know, I'll burn down the rest of it later. Whatever. Here, I'm making a staircase to my nether portal, because it's a little obnoxious having to constantly climb up a mountain every time I want to go to the nether. And something cool that I'm doing is I have some wooden stairs at the ground, but the more I go up, the more it's becoming like nether stairs. Like, ooh. A thunderstorm starts, which is pretty interesting. It's kind of cool how, because of the weather, Minecraft turns from one mood to another pretty instantaneously. It's pretty much like nighttime now, so it's a good reason to start placing torches everywhere. Make sure mobs don't spawn, creepers don't blow up my epic, bodacious staircase. I actually witnessed lightning strike, which is pretty rare. Thankfully, it doesn't hit anything. It doesn't hit any animals or like my minecart or my minecart rails. I believe thunderstrikes can actually destroy things, so, you know, I got pretty lucky. This is another really nice example of how weather can just change the atmosphere of an area. And it's also a really good example of how adding a button to hide your HUD was just a stroke of genius from whoever added that. It actually gets so rainy that I'm kind of concerned for my friendly little animals out there in the rain. So I'm getting a bunch of wood and stuff, and I'm gonna do something uncharacteristically kind for them. Once I build some more fences, I'm gonna go down there and alleviate some of their pain. So with my fences in hand, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of my torches, and after placing a fence wrong, I'm going to place some supports for a roof. It doesn't actually make that much of a difference. The only thing my roof will do is prevent them from getting struck by thunder. Lightning, sorry. Thunder is the noise it makes. But I don't know. Again, it's like an immersion thing. I just want my animals to feel safe and dry, even though it doesn't really matter. What kind of farmer would I be if I didn't give my animals shelter? Of course, I gave them shelter like like 15 hours into this playthrough, but you know, better late than never, I suppose. There is a pretty substantial risk that I might get struck by lightning, which I'm kind of hoping happens, because that'd be really cool. I've never had lightning strike me or any nearby animals. So if that happens, I think that'd be pretty boss, even though it would kind of hurt, maybe even kill me. I don't know. So after giving my animals some shelter and spending a nice rainy day indoors, I resume building my epic staircase. And I'm actually going to be building a lot more than just a staircase. And I'm going to be real. I really want to break just from talking. It's been so long. Do you guys mind if I take like a little break? I just give you a little montage of me building this little project here. It's not going to be long. It'll be like 5 minutes. I think it'll be neat, and I'm just, I'm just so tired. I hope you enjoyed that little break there, because I know I sure did. But getting back to it, I put some bookcases around my enchantment table, not only because I think it looks really cool and wizardry, but also because bookcases actually power up the enchantment table. As you saw there, I was able to put a level 30 enchantment onto my diamond sword, which gave it sharpness 3 and knockback 2, which means that my sword will be doing a lot more damage to everything and will also be knocking them back a lot further, which is pretty cool. I then put my remaining levels into a book, which I can use to enchant something later, and I get Punch 1, which is not so cool. Punch 1 basically just makes bows knock back enemies further, which is not the most useful. That's kind of the fun thing about enchanting. You can put as many levels as you want, but at the end of the day, it is still a gamble. Maybe you'll get something really cool and overpowered, and maybe you'll get something that kind of just sucks. But that kind of what makes enchanting so exciting, you know? It's always a gamble. You can just put more levels in to kind of goose your odds, and I find that interesting. Here, I'm just doing a little tour of my island, making sure the chickens are still suffering in their sand pen, and checking up on my lonely little sheep here. Oh, poor little guy. Maybe one day I'll find him a mate so he can copulate and make lots of little sheep babies, but until then, he's going to have to enjoy his bachelor life on this island. I also noticed the remains of my leaf bridge. I was really hoping the fire would be able to take all that out, but as we all know, fire is notoriously bad at getting rid of leaves, so I am going to have to get in my boat and go out there myself, which is a little unfortunate. But while I'm doing this, you can actually see my little wizard tower and staircase built on the Flower Island, which I think is really cool. I like seeing the mark I leave behind on the world, and I like how it's lit. It's so aesthetically pleasing to me. I'm really quite proud of that project. It took me quite a long time, too. I know I cut a lot of it down in the montage, but I worked pretty hard on it, and I hope you think it's cool as well. As you can see here, I have my map in my hotbar because I'm gonna go on another adventure to quickly fill out the rest of my map. Well, I say quickly. It'll be quick for you. It won't be quick for me. I can promise you that. So here's another quicker, no commentary montage of just some cool scenery and landscapes that I found while I was traveling. Now, from here on out, it mostly is just ocean. As you can see on my map, there's a lot of blue, but I do end up finding something very interesting. As you can see on the left there, there's an island that has some pretty weird stuff on it. I don't actually notice it until just then, which is quite strange to me. But this here is a mushroom island, called such because, Anyway, these islands are very, very rare. I don't know the odds by heart, but in all my days of playing Minecraft, I've only found a mushroom island a handful of times, maybe 3 or 4, including this one. And there's a few particular things about this island um, that you can pretty much notice right away. Firstly, the giant mushrooms everywhere. They're very unique. They're also an excellent food source, but they really help to give this island its identity. Secondly, there are these strange cows, which are called mushrooms. Mushroom cows, which is, a very nice, very clever pun. Very proud of it. Normally in a playthrough, you wouldn't see these mushrooms because, this island is so rare. But they're actually very useful mobs. You can click on them with a bowl and they give you mushroom soup. So they are an infinite supply of food. It would be really cool if I could just take one home to my island, but that's just too much of a hassle right now, so I'm not actually going to. Something else you may have noticed about this island, maybe you haven't, but there are no hostile mobs. It is the middle of the nighttime, and I don't have any torches or anything, and there's just no creepers, no skeletons, nothing. Hostile mobs do not spawn in this biome, not even in caves. So if you ever spawn on a mushroom island, or you ever find one before you make your home, this is an excellent choice if you want to live a very peaceful life. Unfortunately, there aren't any trees, but I guess you just have to bring your own. But outside of that, this is kind of like the ideal biome to live in if you want to be safe and just have a nice, happy life with your funny-looking mushroom cows. Pretty cool find, I must say. I make it back home with my completed map, and with it finished, I have another very nice decorative piece for the inside of my home. And I think it was worth it. Afterwards, I do some mining to try to get my resources up, and I come across something a little interesting. Here is a lone log on fire. All that's left after a tree unfortunately spawned next to a lava pool. And I'm just here watching its last moments as it hangs on for an unexpectedly long time. Poor little guy is doing the best he can to try and stay in this world, and I know it sounds gay, but something about that really resonates with me. So I want to respect his final triumph and watch him go. I say so artistically, but it is actually taking a lot longer than I thought it would, so I'm getting a little distracted here. I check my inventory. I don't even know why. I check it for like a split second, and I miss it. I missed the whole reason I was even looking at him in the first place. Something I oddly regret, even though it doesn't really matter. Do you remember that hole I found earlier while I was doing the tunnel project? Well, I'm finally going to go see what it's all about. I did make a few potions in case things get dicey. As you can see, I have my regeneration potion in my hotbar, so in a pinch I can restore a lot of health. And I'm going to make my way down and dig down into that little cave I found earlier. I used the torch to create a small air pocket for just a second so I can still breathe while I'm doing this. Very nice, convenient trick, and I make it down to the cave. I get greeted by a very friendly spider, so I deal with him accordingly. And I'm going to leave the hole opened up so I have a very convenient exit to get out of. The cave looks really small, like absurdly small, but I know there's more because I can hear monsters, so I'm going to dig around, see if I can find the rest of the cave. I do mostly want to clear this place out so I don't hear any monster noises while I'm on my, little underwater tunnel. But getting some extra minerals definitely does help. So, there's multiple upsides to doing this. This place also ends up being really small. I have a very segmented cave going on right now, which is quite interesting. All the parts of it are blocked off from each other. Not something I see very often. I hear another very eerie cave sound. Not too helpful considering I already know there's a bunch of other caves around me. But, nice to hear either way. I end up finding this little mushroom pocket, and I dig deeper in, and I find, oh, look at that. Oh, look at these two lovebirds. Ooh, they're hanging out in the storage closet, kissing each other, trying to, ooh, little young little sweethearts. I am gonna kill them. And what I'm gonna try to do is I'm going to try to get the skeleton to shoot the creeper because I want a music disc. It doesn't work out too well. I mean, I do get the skeleton to shoot him, but I don't get him to kill him. So that was a little unfortunate, but you know, good attempt, good attempt. Here I end up finding the place I initially fell into. I can recognize it because I remember this gravel pit, and I also saw some cobblestone that I had placed earlier back there. So we're finally back where I first found this place, but this time I actually can't see. So, you know, seeing this entire cave in a different light is quite interesting. As I continue down this little tunnel here, I find not only a creeper and a spider, but several more creepers behind them. And here you can really see the knockback on my sword coming in use to make sure the creepers don't blow up on me. Something else you may have noticed that I become a lot more flagrant in my killing of creepers. I'm a lot more aggressive. And part of that is because I'm way more powerful than I used to be. But another part of that is just pure arrogance, because I feel like I can just get away with it. So until I'm punished for my actions, I'm gonna keep doing them. After clearing out this upper area, I go down and I find even more creepers, which is a pleasant surprise to be sure, but you know, a welcome one. I'm getting quite a lot of gunpowder for more TNT fun later, and I'm never gonna say no to that. Here I do finally mess up and one of them does blow up on me, but it's not a huge deal. I mean, he didn't blow up any diamonds or anything, so I'm pretty happy about that. I hear some running water and I find an underwater pool. Ooh, how liminal. I'm also hearing quite a lot of zombies. So before it was a creeper party and now it's like a little zombie party. Something interesting that I don't think I've mentioned yet is that creepers are silent. So that makes them all the better to sneak up on you and blow you up. Zombies, on the other hand, are very, very loud. So they don't really sneak up on you, ever. Really hoping I can find where all these zombies are coming from. And as I go further down into the cave here, you can see that I actually find another dungeon. And this time, I'm not going to immediately kill the funny little man in the cage. I am going to light it up and prevent any more zombies from spawning, because that is a zombie spawner. And it is actually a very good thing that I found that here so close to my house. Obviously, the saddle and the music discs are very nice as well. The treasure is always cool. But having a spawner so close by to where I live means I have a infinitely renewable source of EXP, consistent EXP, I should say. You know, because I could always just go out to the desert and grind a bunch of monster kills, but now that I have a spawner next to my house, I have a very quick and easy way to get a lot of XP really fast. My inventory is getting rather full, so I'm going to be tunneling back up to the surface. And something I've done here is I've actually tunneled directly from the dungeon, because the dungeon is a place I'm going to want to go back to quite a lot. And this way, with me tunneling directly from it, it'll be very easy for me to mark off exactly where it is so I don't lose it. But something a little scary happens while I'm swimming back up to the surface. As you can see, I don't have a lot of oxygen left, and I'm at the bottom of the ocean. I don't really know how much further it is to the top, and I start to drown. Really helpless, nothing I can do but press spacebar and hope for the best. Thankfully, I do make it up with 3 hearts. Oh my goodness gracious. That would have been a really embarrassing death. Here, I'm going to be using the name tag I just got from the dungeon to name my sheep Jeb _, which is a cute little Easter egg. What happens, as you can see, is when you name it Jeb _, it starts transmutating between all these different colors, and I think it's really neat. The reason why I did this is because my sheep is already the only one on the island, so I figured it couldn't hurt to make him even more special. Once again, I am going to be working on yet another underwater project, so I brought my water breathing potion, my night vision potion, and a lot of leaves to use as temporary building blocks. This isn't going to take as long as my underwater tunnel railway did, but it is going to be about equally as annoying, so not really looking forward to doing this. I don't actually want the entrance to my little dungeon here to be a staircase. I think that's a little lame and slow. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be making a straight tunnel down to my dungeon. And so I'm going to let gravity do a lot of the work for traveling in this instance. You may be wondering how that works without me dying, but I'll show you in just a moment. I make it to the top, and what am I going to do is I'm going to use the leaves to once again make a tunnel that's filled. So once I get rid of the leaves in the center, it'll just be air. And the whole idea is what I want is a hole in the surface of the water that goes all the way down to the dungeon. So if I want to get down to the dungeon, I just drop and I'm immediately there. I go down into the dungeon to do that, and I actually find some diamonds that I missed somehow. So that was a pretty neat find while I'm working on this little project. But here is where the hole will end up. I'll end up landing in this little puddle of water here, and I'm not sure if I mentioned it, but anytime you land in water, you are completely immune to any and all fall damage. So the way this is going to work, I'm just going to jump down my tunnel and land in the water, and I'll be perfectly fine. Moving away from the spawner for a little bit, I'm going to be starting a new project on my beach here, and I'm going to be making it out of wood, because I think wood and sand go very nicely together. They're both kind of tangentially related in terms of color and granularity, I suppose, and when I think of structures on the beach, I always think of wooden structures. I did have to go adventuring for a little bit to get the wood, because it turns out being on an island doesn't really lend itself well to forestry, which is a little unfortunate. There's actually a very decent reason as to why I want to build what I'm building right now. Not to give it away, but as you probably noticed, a lot of my travel throughout this playthrough has been by boat. And it's a little plebeian to just leave my boat in the middle of the ocean like I've been doing. As you've noticed, every time I want to leave, I have to swim out to my boat, which is it's pretty silly. It's a bit like leaving your bike at the end of your driveway. So what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be building a nice little dock to have a place to park my boat, and it's a very consistent area. Just leave it be so I don't have to go out into the middle of the ocean like a crazy man every time I want to go somewhere. Oak planks are way more efficient than just using oak logs. One oak log makes 4 planks, but I still think logs are a very nice supplementary block to planks. They just look a lot more sturdy and full, if that makes sense. So you will be seeing me use oak logs to kind of spice up the building a little bit. As you can see, I'm also using wooden slabs instead of wooden blocks, because I think wooden slabs give off their own unique feel that I kind of want to aim for with this pier project. I like how they kind of hover over the water. They feel less structurally sound, and I guess that's what I'm going for with my little pier here. You can see I was making stairs with the slabs as well, and while I was doing so, I misplaced a slab, and I am punished for it because, oh man, as you can see, it takes a long time to break anything while you're underwater. A really good example as to why I like using leaves so much in my underwater building projects. You know, I'm kind of surprised that it's taken me this long to make like a pier. I can't believe I made like the underwater railway before I made a little spot for me to dock my boat. This seems like a very early game build, but I'm not doing it until basically at the end, which is a little silly. As you saw there, because the underneath my pier is kind of hollow, I have to put torches in there to make sure spiders and the like don't spawn. That'd be really troublesome. I don't want to be relaxing on my dock and just hear a bunch of little skittery noises. It would be terrible. You may have noticed that my pier is rather large and kind of diverges in 2 different directions. which is a little unusual because, you know, I'm only one man. I only have one boat. Why do I need such a big pier for? Well, I'm actually going to be using this pier not only as a little docking station for my boat, but also as a nice little fishing spot I can go to relax and just look out in the ocean. And I think that's going to be really comfortable and nice. Here, I'm adding some support pillars to my dock because I want it to be kind of realistic. You know, I'm very immersed. I want to make sure my pier doesn't collapse. And I like how soggy the oak wood logs look underwater. It really adds to the feel of this having been a structure that's been here for a long time. So that's why I'm using that instead of wooden planks. I hear a whole ton of mobs, so I am going to explore just a little bit. I want to make sure there's no creatures underneath my dock and, you know, to ruin the sanctity of it. I don't want any unholy beasts, you know, interrupting my fishing time. There's a whole mess of spiders, and even an Enderman, which is actually great because I'm still in need of Ender pearls. In total, I think 3 spiders and 2 Endermen, which is a really odd combination. I see a giant hole. It is rather intimidating, but I'm gonna spoil it now. This hole does not lead to much. This little cave here is very, very small, so don't worry, this doesn't turn into like a huge mining expedition or anything. I just kind of poke around for a little bit and see what's up. I definitely wasn't expecting to go mining while working on my little pier, but that's kind of what I like about Minecraft as well. I really enjoy the spontaneity of it, where if something catches your interest, you can just stop what you're doing and go check it out. I like the freedom and choice and how there's always something interesting around the corner that might catch your eye. It's a very nice aspect of Minecraft. There wasn't anything at the bottom of that hole, but I kind of figured there was probably some more caves surrounding it because the underground system around my island tends to be very spotty, for lack of a better word. So I figured if I dug around, I'd probably find some more cave. And I definitely do. A very dangerous looking cave with a lot of lava and water. I guess that checks out. I am underneath an ocean, after all. I do come across this very dark hallway with 2 baby zombies. 2 little twins that I brutally murder before they can grow into adulthood. Which is a little bit of a shame, but hey, it's a kill children in Minecraft kind of world. I come across these 2 skeletons, and 3 skeletons, sorry, oh my god, and a creeper, oh my goodness gracious! You might have noticed that one of the skeletons there had some golden armor on, and this is kind of something I'm surprised I haven't talked about yet, but there's a mechanic in this game called local difficulty, where the longer you stay in a single area, the stronger mobs will become in that area, so the higher the chance they have armor on, or they might spawn with weapons. And it's a very interesting mechanic. It kind of makes it so that when you have your home base, you can't just be so complacent, because the monsters get stronger around you. So there still is a good reason to, like, you know, be careful once you've established yourself somewhere, which I really enjoy. I think it's cool seeing monsters with armor on. Kind of makes them feel like mini bosses, which is pretty nice. I expand this area down here just a little bit, and you'll be surprised to know that this spot is basically done. All I really need to do is place some stairs to act as sort of a couch, and this is my little fishing spot. I think it's lit up very nicely. I like seeing the ocean. I like how the water moves. It's a very relaxing spot for me. I can definitely see myself spending a lot of time at my fishing spot, especially at night, where I can look at the starry sky and see the moon reflected in the water and just watch the waves gently ripple and really reflect on all the important things in my life, like girls and And come to think of it, I don't really have a lot going on in my life. Minecraft's a pretty introspective game. You come to learn what you really cherish when you play this game. Watch out. It's kind of psychological like that, isn't it? And now I'm going to be working on the actual boat docking part of my pier. And you may be wondering how I'm going to do that, considering there's no docking mechanic in Minecraft, unless you download some very suggestive mods. But I'll tell you how I'm going to do that, and the answer is slabs. You've obviously noticed that slabs take up half a block worth of space, And I'm going to be using that to my advantage, where something pretty interesting happens if you place slabs underwater. More specifically on the kind of seam between the water and the air. As you noticed here, I don't know how to describe it, but it creates this little cup of space in the water where you can kind of, I don't know, it looks weird. I don't know how to describe it, but it definitely works. And this is going to be a really nice spot where I can place a boat. I'll be able to fall into this little spot here from the water very easily, and then I can easily push my boat out of this little spot into the water if I need to. So this is how this is going to work. It's a very efficient kind of dock that I've used plenty of times, and you're going to see it in action in just a moment. This is going to be the last time I have to swim out to my boat like a poor person. And now I get to put my dock into action. There's been a wild pig on my island for quite some time now. I don't know if you saw him, but I kind of like him. I kind of like having one free pig. It's kind of nice. Add some flavor to my island. But anyway, as you can see there, the boat just very gently slides onto my little dock. And if I want to leave with my boat, I can simply push it out very easily. Boats obviously don't move on land that well, but I don't need it to move like super fast. As long as I just put it next to the edge, it should be fine. I'm just doing some finishing touches for my pier now, which includes a crafting table and a chest where I can put extra boats, you know, in case I lose them, or I don't know, God forbid I open up the server to multiplayer and I get a friend and we both want to go boating together. Now, I am basically done with the pier. There is just one more thing I want to do to really complete it. And of course, that's putting some armrests on my chair to make it just the ultimate comfy fishing spot. And you already know that I'm going to be putting the utility symbols on the armrests off the sign to make it a true chair, you know? I believe they patched this in later versions of Minecraft, which is kind of a shame. I think this is just a really neat, kind of inoffensive thing. Kind of wish they didn't take it away, but at least here I can cherish it. And I leave my fishing rod in my chest next to my fishing spot so I can use it whenever I want to go fishing. Here you finally get to see my dock in action, and as you can see, I just get in my boat and push off into the water. Very simple, very hassle-free, very elegant, I should say. So I'm very glad I finally got around to building a dock for my boat. I also realized that I've been using dock and pier rather interchangeably. I don't know if there's a difference between them. I imagine there is, and I deeply apologize for not knowing what the difference is. I hope I didn't offend any dock and or pier fans out there. Please forgive me. After a very frightening drop down into my dungeon, I remove some of the torches here to spawn some zombies, and something pretty funny happens where one of the zombies actually picks up my torch. That's a very niche thing that zombies can do, where they can actually pick up items on the ground. So if you dropped like an iron sword, they would be able to pick it up, and they would hit you with it, and it would hurt. Which doesn't really happen that often in normal play, but it's still cool, nevertheless. Now, there are ways to make automatic mob farmers, where like the zombies spawn and some contraption kills them and then just brings you their XP. I've never really been one for mob farms. I have used them before, and while they're convenient and fast, they're also rather boring. You kind of just AFK away from keyboard. You kind of just AFK next to the spawner and just watch the number go up, which I understand can be satisfying for some, but I really want to manually take out the zombies myself. Something about that just feels more masculine. I don't know. And at the same time, it's also very relaxing to just sit in a small room, click on zombies, and watch the number go up, you know? Spawners are just so convenient. You are truly blessed if you get one next to your base. I cannot stress that enough. I grind my way up to level 30, and I'm going to go over to my wizard tower to do some enchanting. And I'm going to show the full trip over to my wizard tower, because I put a lot of effort into this underwater tunnel and the preceding staircase, and I feel like I haven't really shown them off that much, so, you know, here it is. I want to show off my I want to show off my building prowess. And something I'm proud of here is the staircase. You can see it slowly becomes more and more evil as you go up. It starts off with sand and then wood and then nether brick. Ooh, I really like that. I think it's cute. I go over to my enchantment table and I very unceremoniously put a level 30 enchantment onto my bow. And I get power 3 and unbreaking 3, which is... it's okay. Power 3 is cool. I mean, it could have been power 4, but whatever. Unbreaking 3 is pretty much useless, so I definitely got a bad roll with my enchantments here, but oh well. I'm also going to be crafting something very, very important. I have my ender pearls, and when combined with blaze powders, you get Eyes of Ender, which is an integral item that I'm going to be using very, very shortly. Before I do that, though, I'm going to be getting a few more levels to enchant the rest of my armor and weapons. I'm not going to be giving everything a level 30 enchantment, because as cool and as overpowered as that would be, I don't think I really need it, and I don't want to spend the time. As I'm leaving my dungeon here, you get to see my really cool exit ladder up to the surface. Ladders create this little air pocket in the water, so I don't need to make any walls, and it's very surreal looking. In particular, I really like how the ladders reflect on the other side of the water. It's a very cool interaction, and it makes me very happy that it exists. Back at my wizard tower, you can see here that I've made quite a lot of potions, and I'm going to be putting a level 4 enchantment onto my boots. I get feather falling, which, judging by the name, it reduces fall damage, so if I ever were to fall 19 blocks, I wouldn't die. I'd just get very close. Feather falling is a pretty cool, unique-ish enchantment. I do wish there were a little bit more unique enchantments. Boots have feather falling. I think helmets have, like, aqua infinity, which does stuff with underwater. But outside of those two, like, all the enchantments are basically just protection, which is a little unfortunate. I wish there was something like, I don't know, you enchant your pants to give you fun. Listen, they can't all be zingers. I do some minor enchantments on the rest of my armor, and my inventory is pretty stacked, as you can see. I have a lot of food, a lot of blocks, a lot of potions, even some ladders. I have a ton of arrows, because I want to be doing something very, very treacherous from here on out. I also use some melons that I got earlier off screen to make some potions of instant health. They're kind of like regeneration potions, but way quicker. So they're very, very useful to have in a pinch. While I'm organizing my inventory here, I want to point out the fact that I put torches around my enchantment table. And what that does is it actually blocks the bookshelves and allows you to make lower level enchantments without actually breaking the bookshelves, which is really convenient because bookshelves just turn into books when broken, and I don't want to have to craft new bookshelves every single time I want to make a low level enchantment. So that's a very nice niche interaction that you should really keep in mind. There's something very exciting about preparing for a dangerous journey that you may or may not make it back from. It really makes you feel like a proper adventurer, you know? Just seeing all my items in my inventory and wondering when and how they might be used in the future. It really is quite exciting. I feel like a proper warrior, you know? As I make my way back to my house to get started on my most treacherous journey yet, I'm going to be looking underwater, and to my left I can see my dungeon entrances, and it really makes me wonder if I should start building some underwater structures to look at while I'm traversing. You know, maybe some pixel art of Aqua from Konosuba, or maybe some, like, you know, abandoned underwater structures. I think that'd be a cool project to get started on once I get back. If I get back. Ooh. I take a good look at my house and everything I've built to get to this point, you know? All the decorations, all the comfort, and the memories that I have here. My first helmet, of course. The river, the bridges, you know? My farms that are just so full and ripe. All the animals that I've spent so much time herding and breeding, you know? Minecraft's a game that's not supposed to be like that. Minecraft's a game where you can turn a bare canvas of land into something that's wholly your own. It's an expression of your personality and desires. Nobody in the world will ever have the exact same experience or expression as my own, and that really shows in my Minecraft world. I think that's something really special about Minecraft. It really is an extension of yourself, how you build everything, and how you make your world. It's kind of rough. It's a little silly to say, but it's kind of like a reflection of your own soul, as artsy as that sounds. But I really like it. I really, really do. I grab my boat here, and I'm gonna get ready to go one last time. Now, to actually find out where I need to go, I need to throw this Eye of Ender, and it'll point me in the exact direction I need. So, finally, knowing my heading, I'm able to go out for real this time, and not fake like earlier. So I remember exactly which way my compass was pointing, and I'm just gonna follow that the entire time. Now, I am periodically going to have to keep throwing Eyes of Ender to make sure I'm on the right track still, and something difficult about that is the fact that Eyes of Ender drop after you throw them, and I'm in the middle of an ocean, so it's rather hard to retrieve them once they drop. So I have to make sure to find little pieces of land, like right here, to be able to safely throw them without fear of losing them in the ocean forever. They also have a small chance to break after you throw them, so that's why I have so many extras, just to be sure that I don't lose them all with some bad luck. I also brought some night vision potions, as it is entirely possible that where I want to go might be underwater, and night vision potions definitely help with that. It's pretty cool to be able to see the landscape underwater so clearly, and all the squids. I don't think I've actually talked about squids yet. They are like the only mob that spawns underwater, and they're very silly creatures. I haven't even interacted with one this entire game, though. All they do is drop ink sacs, which you can use to make black dye, and that's it. I'm not even sure if they drop XP. I don't know. They're really useless creatures, but they're so funny. I just love looking at them, and there's so many too. I really do quite enjoy squids. I do end up finally finding some land, which is really nice. It's way easier to follow the Eyes of Ender on land than it is in water, like I said earlier. So I'm going to go forward to make sure that I find a nice spot to throw my Eye of Ender. And once I do, it's revealed that the Eye of Ender actually goes behind me, which means that I've passed where I want to go. Which is really exciting because that means I'm really close to it. I go to the shoreline here and throw one more Eye of Ender, and thanks to my night vision potion, I can clearly see that there's a little hole in the ground there underneath the water. I go inside, and I cannot imagine a better moment for a cave sound than that one. Yes, these rather unique blocks indicate a stronghold. Strongholds are interesting structures for a variety of reasons. Firstly, they are incredibly rare. Minecraft only spawns 3 strongholds per entire Minecraft world, and considering how unfathomably large a Minecraft world is, it is highly unlikely that you'll ever come across a stronghold while mining. That's why they have a dedicated item to finding them in the Eye of Ender, and that's kind of what makes them so special. You know, the fact that there are so few of these structures in the world, coming across one and exploring it, it's a very unique experience compared to something like a desert temple or a village where they're fairly common. Strongholds are also rather mysterious in their structure. They're very clearly man-made, but at the same time, they're so maze-like and dilapidated, it really makes you wonder who built this place and why, and where did those people go? When I first found a stronghold many years ago as a young little kid, I thought that strongholds were like a prison of sorts to hold dangerous creatures or even people. But if that's the case, then why is there a fully stocked, colorful library full of knowledge for anyone to read? Strongholds just raise so many questions about the nature of their existence. They're a very interesting structure to think about, and I think that's what makes them so exciting as well. As you can see here, I've also come across a skeleton dungeon, which is really cool, because out of all the dungeon types that can spawn, which is zombies, spiders, and skeletons, I think that skeletons are the most useful, in they drop bones for bone meal, and they drop arrows so I don't have to craft them myself, because getting flint is really annoying. So it's good to know that if I ever want to grind out these things, then I can just come here and do so. As I was saying earlier, strongholds are very maze-like in their structure. You probably noticed that I've come across a lot of dead ends, and I think I've got a really particularly messy stronghold because it also generated next to not only a cave system, but if you notice that wood that was in the bottom right corner there, it also spawned in a abandoned mine shaft, which is another structure that I actually haven't come across yet. Strongholds generally spawn on their own, so it's pretty interesting to see that I got one that spawned with so many things in it. It definitely doesn't make it easier for me, I'll tell you that. As you can see here, my night vision wears off, and the dungeon looks a lot more ominous when you can't see in the dark. Unfortunately, I did prepare a lot, but I didn't bring enough torches, so I'm kind of having to cannibalize the abandoned mine shaft to make some more of my own. I'm having to use the cave system to get coal and the abandoned mine shaft to get wood. And, listen, hey, if it works, you know. I am looking for one very specific room, so I'm probably going to be spending a lot of time, placing torches and running around trying to see if I can find it. Here I come across a cave spider spawner, which is unique to the abandoned mine shafts. And the difference between a regular spider and a cave spider is that cave spiders are 1x1 block size instead of 1x2. So they can get into more annoying places to hit you. And as you can see when I got hit, they also poison you. Thankfully, poison can't kill you itself, but it definitely doesn't help. Now, while I'm running around this sprawling, intertwined structure, a few interesting things happen. Firstly, I find a chest in a minecart, which is pretty rare, and, it's nice to have some treasure. And then after I kill these zombies, I hear this very strange squelching noise that would be right at place in a H game. Yeah, I forgot to tell you, but Minecraft can get kind of erotic at times, so I hope you're above 18. Just because I don't swear, that doesn't mean these videos are made for kids. I do talk about sex and girls and... Well, that's pretty much it, but, make sure you ask your parents if... make sure you ask your parents if they're okay with you hearing about that. Just wait until I release my next video on Eroge Hmo Gameo Kohatsuzanmai, or Sequel Blight, or something. Anyway, I finally come across what's making that noise, and it is a slime. They are very, very rare mobs that drop slime balls. Slime balls only have a few niche purposes, mainly for redstone, but, it's nice to have them. I find it rather interesting that such an iconic monster like the slime is so rare in Minecraft. It definitely makes it exciting when you hear its distinctive sound. Now, I said slimes are very rare, and that is true, but they do spawn very commonly in swamp biomes, which is an entire biome that I just haven't come across. There's actually quite a few things in Minecraft that I just never came across, and thus never got a chance to talk about. Something in particular that I really like are jungle biomes, but they're so rare that it's a little unfortunate that I never came across them. Another thing is pets. There's like wolves that you can tame and have them as your friendly little dogs, and there's cats you can tame and just, have them around the house. It's rather unfortunate, but that's just how Minecraft goes. You're not likely to come across everything in one playthrough, which is a good reason why Minecraft is a very replayable game. It's very unlikely that you'll just come across the same stuff every time, so it's another reason why I like playing this game so much. Every playthrough is different. Every world you make is is rather unique. So, it's something you should cherish. In fact, here's a story from one of my worlds when I was very young. There was one time where I actually came across a stronghold by complete accident. I didn't conquer it, though. I specifically remember getting blown up by a creeper in that stronghold, and I was so far away from my home, and I had so many resources on me that I just rage quit, and I never came back to that world. I still think about it all the time, and I've been playing Minecraft so long that I still think about a lot of my previous worlds, how my houses have evolved, how my mining techniques have grown over the years. If you have any Minecraft worlds on your computer, then please do yourself a favor and back them up. They are a time capsule of what kind of person you were when you were younger. And I deeply, deeply regret not saving my Minecraft worlds. It's actually quite tragic. So take some advice from an old fool who regrettably didn't save what he should have. Now, like I said earlier, I am looking for a very specific room, and there have been times where I found the room that I'm looking for right away, but as you can see, it's taking quite a bit longer for me this time. It's rather nice in that it gives me time to talk, but I will admit that it can be a little frustrating when you can't find it no matter how hard you try. One previous world I made, I spent a ludicrously long time trying to find the room. I gave up in the end and I used creative mode to find it, and it turned out that the room I was looking for had generated in a completely isolated pocket of cave from the rest of the stronghold. Minecraft's janky world generation is pretty great. There's a lot of positives that I love about it, but I think it's undeniable that it can lead to some frustrations. In fact, I'm pretty much back where I started, and it feels like I've been headed in the wrong direction for so long that I actually throw another Eye of Ender to try and point me in the right direction. Throwing them underground is really annoying because it's very difficult to get them back, as you can see. So I'm just going in the direction that it led me, and I'm hoping for the best. I make my way back to the dungeon, and part of me wonders if maybe the dungeon spawned over the room that I'm looking for. I actually find a secret skeleton room behind it, but it just turns out to be a dead end, which is really disappointing. I was so excited when I found that room, but oh well, it's quite a shame. I do spot a door that I somehow missed out of the corner of my eye, and after going down these dark hallways a little further, I finally find it. The room that I've been looking for. The portal room. Very, very ominous. There were some little critters there that you saw earlier. They're actually in the walls too. In the walls. They're in your walls. They're in the walls. They're in your walls. And they're called silverfish. They're pretty annoying creatures because whenever you hit them, they can call in their friends who will spawn in from the walls and help them fight. But if you kill them in one hit, then it's no problem at all. Anyway, this is the titular portal, and to activate it, you need to fill in all of the empty slots with Eyes of Ender, which is why I brought so many. I'm gonna leave one slot empty, because there's a few things I need to do to prepare myself, both physically and mentally, for what I'm gonna do next. I'm rearranging my hotbar because I'm not gonna need my shovel, so I want to add some more potions in there to have easier access to my buffing and healing potions. And before I actually activate the portal, I'm also going to mark off the entrance so I don't lose it for later. I spent quite a long time finding it, so I want to make sure I don't lose it again. I activate the portal, and it is extremely ominous. Definitely not something I want to jump into, but here we go. This is the end. Aptly named because to get to the credits of Minecraft, you have to go through here. I spawn on a very bad area. The purple fuzz below me right now, that weird TV static looking thing, that is the void. If I fell down there, not only am I guaranteed dead, but all my items are forever lost. I bridge over. I'm really hoping nothing knocks me off anticlimactically, like what happened to poor McJones. Oh, that was so disappointing. McJones was always my favorite. Him and Dean, I really like those two. They were They're a real power couple. I like them a lot. The reason I'm here is to slay a very specific creature. You may have seen its name and health bar at the top of my screen momentarily. That happens whenever it gets nearby, because this is a boss fight, and it takes place in this entirely unique realm, full of strange blocks and bizarre skies. As you can see, I'm being quite careful making my way up to the surface. I'm covering the ceiling above to make sure nothing falls on top of me, and I'm making sure I'm fully stocked before I break the barrier and make my way up to the top. As you can see, this is the home of the Enderman. And more importantly, as you'll see in just a moment, the Ender Dragon. A very intimidating creature. While the Ender Dragon is flying around, I'm going to go into detail as to what this boss fight entails. So, as you can see, there are giant obsidian pillars all over the place, and on top of these pillars are crystals that will actually beam health to the dragon. So if you want any chance of taking out the dragon, you need to destroy these crystals. The best way to do so is with a bow and arrow. I mean, you can climb up to the crystals and avoid getting knocked off, and you can punch the crystals to break them, but the crystals explode. So not only can the crystals actually knock you off, they actually deal quite a bit of damage. I believe more so than TNT. So you want to make sure you bring a bow and plenty of arrows. I like to think that I brought enough arrows, but judging by how well I'm shooting here, I'm not entirely sure. As you can see there, the dragon charged into me and dealt a little bit of damage. That is the dragon's only form of attack, is just charging straight into you. Now, this can be really dangerous. I have had the dragon charge me and launch me so high into the sky that I just die from fall damage, which is not very fun. So you do want to avoid getting hit by the dragon, even if it doesn't deal a lot of damage itself. As you can see, the Ender Dragon actually hit a couple of the Endermen, and hilariously enough, the Endermen are teleporting after the dragon, trying to take him down, which is really funny to me. I guess they don't respect their king or queen or what have you. They're not governed by monarchy too well, which is pretty funny to me. Speaking of the Endermen, they are another factor in this fight. You want to avoid provoking as many Endermen as possible while fighting the dragon, otherwise the fight will get much harder. However, the main way of angering an Enderman is by looking it in the eye. And if you didn't notice, the dragon tends to fly very high in the sky most of the time. Not only that, but the end crystals are positioned on towers that are also very high in the sky. Overall, a majority of the time, you're going to be looking up during this fight. So the odds of you actually making eye contact with an Enderman and angering them is actually pretty low. Not only that, but as I mentioned a while ago, hours ago at this point, water completely nullifies Endermen. So if you just have one water bucket on you, the Endermen are a complete non-threat, even if you do happen to look at one. It's really quite unfortunate because the Endermen are pretty much relegated to ambiance. It's a little unfortunate for, this being the Endermen's hometown. They're really not a threat in the slightest. In fact, I believe the Ender Dragon actually aggroes more Endermen than I do this entire fight, which is just hilarious. One last mechanic I want to talk about involves the End Crystals. If a End Crystal is currently beaming health to the Ender Dragon, and you destroy that End Crystal, it will actually deal a small amount of damage to the dragon, which is pretty neat. It's not something I ever go for, but it is pretty satisfying whenever you destroy a crystal that's healing the dragon. As you can see there, it dealt a nice little amount of damage. It's nothing too deep, but it's pretty cool. And I believe that's it for every mechanic in this boss fight. You destroy the crystals, try not to get knocked off by the dragon, make sure you don't look at any Endermen, optional, and that's it. If you run out of arrows trying to shoot the Ender Dragon down, then you just gotta wait until it charges at you and hit it with your sword. And, yeah, that's it. The idea for the Ender Dragon fight is so cool. Destroying the source of the dragon's power while it tries to kill you, surrounded by hordes of one of the more powerful and mysterious creatures in the game? Not only that, but the strange sky, giant obsidian pillars, and unique blocks makes this place feel truly alien. I can see why this fight can feel so epic when it's your first time and you're really invested in the journey. But I do have to be a little negative. You might be able to tell, but the fight itself is a little boring once you get the hang of it. You really do just spam arrows until it dies. There's no music, there's no other attacks. The dragon fight is rather subpar. I mean, like, it's serviceable, it works, it's functional. It's just not very deep. It's pretty much it's pretty much entirely carried by its concept and the high of playing the rest of Minecraft. You know, you feel like your entire journey's been accumulating up until this point. This is when you really feel like you're conquering the world, you know, by defeating the most powerful creature in it. But, it's just not fun. It's just really plain and boring. It's just that Minecraft's combat system is so simplistic. It's fantastic for the most part. It, like, perfectly suits the game it's a part of. But when it comes to bosses, it just doesn't work out. I don't think Minecraft was designed for prolonged boss fights. I think something else at the end of the game would have been much better. Like an explorative challenge, maybe? I'm not sure. I really like the end itself. It's really cool coming to this place and seeing this wacky world full of creatures you don't normally get to see that often. And you even get new blocks in the... new block, I should say, in the end stone. I think they should have just focused way more on the traversing worlds part, you know? Coming to this new place and scoping it out and exploring. I would move far, far away from any kind of long boss fight. There, I hit the dragon with my sword, and my strength buff is so great and my sword is so enchanted that I actually got an achievement for doing so much damage, which is a little interesting. It's a little bit of an immersion breaker, as I've said before with achievements, but, you know, it's kind of cool. The Ender Dragon is at such low health that all I need is one well-placed arrow. It does one final charge, and from hell's heart, I stab at thee. Okay, listen, I've been dogging a lot on the Ender Dragon fight, but that is so satisfying. The death animation makes this almost worth it alone. I love it. The sounds, the way it explodes, the shower of EXP orbs. Here is the dragon egg, and as you saw there, it teleports away, which is pretty neat. You know, it inherits the properties of the Enderman. I have a little trouble finding it, but don't worry, it can't go that far. But you may be wondering, how do you get it if it just teleports whenever you touch it? It's actually disappointingly simple. All you have to do is place a torch underneath it, and there you go. I now have the dragon egg. There's only one per world, and it's proof that I did it. I beat the dragon, and all that's left is to go back home through the portal. Well, here we go. When you jump into the portal to leave, you are presented with what's known as the end poem. It is a conversation between two unknown entities about you, the player. It is the only story or text in the entire game, and as it goes, it's interesting. I'm gonna be honest, it's not really my kind of thing. I think it's a little too vague and, for lack of a better word, artsy. It doesn't help that it lasts quite a while. I think a more traditional credits roll would have been way more effective. As it currently stands, it's kind of a slog to sit through. Maybe that's because I've seen it so many times, but I remember not caring much for it even as a youngin' when I first beat the game. You can skip it, thankfully, but when that's one of the main upsides to it, then that kind of says something, doesn't it? So, overall, I don't think that the fight with the dragon or the end poem you get for beating it are all that great. I might even be so bold as to call them outright bad. The build-up is fantastic. Preparing for the journey, venturing out into the unknown to find the stronghold, jumping into the portal to be transferred to this unique world. It's just the fight itself sucks. And the end poem right after it isn't much better. I suppose I don't know what I would have done if I had to put a narrative at the end of Minecraft. I probably would have just not done it. I probably would have also added some music. If you didn't notice, it's quite quiet right now, isn't it? Which is weird because Minecraft has one of the best soundtracks in gaming history. I'm not exaggerating when I say it is a contender for the best. So why they didn't pick one of those beautiful songs to play here is beyond me. I feel terrible ending on this note. I've had such a brilliant time with the game. Nothing but praise for 99% of our journey here. But then I get to the end and I deliver some of my harshest criticisms yet. But that's just the way it goes, I suppose. I mean, having an end goal for Minecraft is nice and all, but I wonder if it's truly best for the game. A lot of people, including myself, often feel that it's fine to stop playing after you reach the credits. And it's kind of a shame that so many people end off on what's one of the weakest parts of Minecraft. It's also a shame because Minecraft doesn't really have an end outside of the fight. I wonder how many Minecraft worlds would have lived on for longer had the player not reached the end and felt like that was the point to stop. I'm of the opinion that maybe Minecraft shouldn't have a dedicated end or overall goal to get to built into the game. Its sandbox-like nature is one of its biggest appeals. You stop when you want to, not when you hit the credits. I think it also says something that the End Dragon fight is one of the most linear parts of Minecraft. The experience for almost every player who does the fight is pretty much the same. Whack the crystals, then whack the dragon. Again, it's quite depressing. By the way, I sped up these credits for you. In reality, they scroll by much, much slower. I actually counted. The End Dragon fight for me was roughly 8 minutes and 47 seconds long. This end poem, plus the credits right after, are 12 minutes and 16 seconds long. And unless my math is borked, it is about 2 a.m. right now, the end poem was 3 minutes and 31 seconds longer for me than the actual fight itself, which is kind of crazy. I don't know. I just thought that was interesting to point out. When you go through the portal, the game respawns you as if you had just died, but you get to keep all of your levels and everything in your inventory. Now, unfortunately, my bed was missing or obstructed, as it says in the text chat there. And if you remember at the very start of my journey here, the game spawned me in the ocean. So if I happened to be away from my computer while the credits were rolling, I could have just spawned in the ocean and drowned. That would have been really funny. Part of me wishes that had happened, but oh well. Now, I'm not actually done with the game. There is one more thing I want to show, and to do it, I'm going to need to go back to the Nether Fortress. Now, if you notice, I'm taking down all these torches because I want to hunt these guys, these funny little black bone men. They have a very small chance of dropping something rather important. I don't know the exact odds, but they're small enough odds that with their kind of low spawn rate, it's definitely going to take a while. I'm not going to show the entire journey of grinding for that special drop because honestly, it is very boring. It's just running around in the dark, hoping they spawn, and then hoping they drop the drop. Compared to the tasks needed to get to the stronghold, this part is very uninspired. It's basically like one of those kill X monsters or bring me X amount of item quests you find in some RPGs. It's a fetch quest, really, it's what it is. It'd be fine if it was quicker, or if it wasn't that important in the grand scheme of the game, but I still find out this is basically the only step in what is another very landmark part of the game. After about 20 minutes of wandering around aimlessly, I come across 3 wither skeletons, which is actually rather lucky. Normally they don't spawn so many at once, normally you only find 1 at a time, maybe 2. But thankfully, they actually dropped the thing I'm looking for, which is the wither skeleton skull. Fantastic. Thankfully, I can go back home. After I get 2 more, because you need 3 skulls for them to do anything. So after about 10 more minutes of searching, I find another skeleton over the garden wall, and you can probably guess why I'm showing this. He does drop the second head. And lastly, after another 20 minutes of running around, I'm looking for a wither skeleton, but little did I know, the wither skeleton was also looking for me. He completely ambushes me, he gets the jump. It doesn't help him that much, he still dies, but, you know, that was quite frightening. I was a little scared. He really made me work for that last skull, which I do appreciate. In total, it took me about an hour to get all 3 skulls, and depending on who you are, that may seem like a long time, or not long at all. But let me tell you that either way, it feels like a very long time. I've had it take even longer as well. If you get unlucky, this task can take multiple hours of just wandering around doing very little. You can speed up the process by getting a looting enchantment on your sword, which makes rare drops more common, but that's completely random because it's an enchantment, so it's not really worth it to go out of your way to try and get. Here, I'm still under the effect of my fire resistance potion, so I actually jump into the lava waterfall to make a quick and safe descent down, which is pretty cool. It's pretty neat to be able to play around in lava like that. It's another reason why I really like traversal potions, like the potion of fire resistance. Anyway, I just thought that was a really neat thing to point out. I thought it was cool. Overall, the Wither Skeleton Skull Hunt is easily the worst quest in Minecraft, mostly just because of how long it takes. Like, when I was at the Stronghold, it took me a very long time to find the end portal, but that was my fault. I was the one who missed the door. But even then, I was still exploring this unique and new area. I was getting loot, I was discovering cool things. Not only that, but what I was looking for was a physical thing. I wasn't just waiting around for me to get lucky and have something drop. The Skull Hunt just feels like busy work, and there's really no more steps after you get the skulls. It's not like the Eyes of Ender where you hunt the mobs and then you have to go find a place and enter a portal. After you get the skulls, you can pretty much just use them right away. I just find that very unfortunate. It feels like the Wither Skeleton Skull quest wasn't really thought out too much or finished. It feels like there should be more steps because they definitely lead to something pretty cool and important. It's just treated so unceremoniously that it's a little hard to care about it, really. It's rather disappointing, I should say. But before I do anything with the Wither Skeleton Skulls, I actually go back to the end, because you can just do that whenever you want. The dragon's gone now, so it's a very peaceful place, very calm and serene when you're not murdering the inhabitants. You know, the ambiance is nice, the neighbors are generally clean and friendly, and you can just mine as much endstone as you want. And I definitely want endstone for a very specific reason. As you can see here, I've built a little shrine to the dragon egg that I worked so hard to get. I thought it was only fitting that I should encase it in the stone of its homeworld, the end stone. And as you can see, I even gave it a little obsidian pillar to stand atop of. It's a very nice dragon egg shrine, I think. I wanted to build it in such a way where it wouldn't overshadow anything, so I just have it in this nice little spot here next to my river. If I go back to my house and look outside my window, it doesn't block anything. I can still see my farm, my animals. It's just nice to be there. I can just look to the left and see it and remind myself how cool I am every time I pass by it. It just feels like it'd be a real waste to just leave it in a chest, you know? Something so special and cool. I wanted a nice display. And because I have a very easy, renewable source of ender pearls, I'm actually going to use them for their main purpose, which is teleporting. I'm not sure if I actually talked about that or not. It's been so long, I don't remember. But, it's pretty fun. Anyway, with that out of the way, I've gotten a ton of food, I have potions, I have enchanted armor, weapons, arrows, And now, it's time for me to actually use the skulls. It's kind of hard to talk about without giving it away, but the skulls are how you summon another boss. And one neat thing about it is you can choose where to summon it. Now, I chose somewhere very near and dear to me, the ravine that I first found so long ago. Oh my god, remember this place? Remember when I was down here as a youngin'? So full of piss and vinegar? Anyway, I'll go into the reasons why I chose this cave system in particular to summon the boss, but for now I'm just going to be surveying the landscape, making sure I know my escape routes just in case things get dicey. Very important to know your surroundings when you're fighting this boss. Escape routes in particular are always very good to have. You don't want to get cornered by this thing too easily. Before I actually summon the boss, as you can see there, I put some soul sand in a little T shape, and once you put all 3 Wither Skeleton skull heads on top of it, it'll spawn the boss. So before I do that, I'm going to make sure I have everything in order. I have a lot of health potions. I have my night vision potion, because there's a very high chance that the torches down here will get, very high chance they might not be there in a few seconds. So I want to make sure I can see no matter what. And, very trepidatiously, I summon the boss, the Wither. And it actually takes a moment to, fully spawn in. When it does, as you can see, it explodes. And I was very far away, it still hit me. I whack it really, really hard with the Wither. It brings me down to 4 hearts. I know it's hard to see because my health bar is black right now, but it brought me down very, very low. I also brought it down very, very low, so what I can do is just go behind cover, get some regeneration potions, and come back and finish them off. And that was it. That was the entire fight. That was the Wither boss fight. Thankfully, a lot shorter than the Ender Dragon fight. Whether or not you think it's... we'll see if it's better or not once I go into my explanations. So, the Wither fight is great on paper. You get to choose where to fight it, which adds this element of decision-making and strategizing before the fight even starts. Then, when you actually fight it, it has 2 distinct phases that you need to fight differently. Well, in theory, you need to fight differently. The Wither, if you couldn't tell, is actually a flying boss. So, if you fight him outside, then he'll fly far away and actually shoot projectiles at you. In that case, you need to use a bow to, deal damage and shoot him down. When he reaches half health, he gets a shield that makes him immune to arrows, but then he can't fly anymore, and he stays very close to the ground. In that case, the fight becomes very close range, You have to hit him with your sword, because the arrows just don't work. It sounds like a really neat fight, but the one hard counter that you probably already noticed is to just build him in a cave. There's really no reason not to. If you die to the Wither and he's outside, he can fly God knows where, and you need to chase after him. He'll shoot anything. He'll shoot pigs, cows, whatever. He doesn't care. If it's alive, he'll try to kill it. You also don't want to spawn him next to your base, as he can destroy blocks and he can really just mess everything up. Spawning him in a cave solves both of these problems, and also negates his ability to fly, which makes the first phase of the fight very easy. Yeah, I could just not spawn him in a cave to make it more interesting, but I don't want to, man. Listen, the cave strat is just too good to not use. Like, I've done the fight normally, and the fight, it's a little annoying, but it's still underwhelming. It's underwhelming for similar reasons to the Ender Dragon. I just don't think this game's combat mechanics are really suited for boss fights. I do think the Wither would probably benefit from a proper arena, but I don't know how something like that would be implemented. But again, if it was up to me, I would just scrap the fight entirely and replace it with something else. I don't know what. It's a little unfortunate, though, because that makes 2 out of 2 boss fights in this game pretty lame. Oh well, that's kind of a shame. But anyway, what we actually got from the Wither was the Nether Star. And the Nether Star on its own is completely useless, it's just a paperweight. What you need is some obsidian and glass. So here I try to make my own obsidian, but I end up just making a mess. So... No, sorry. I ended up making 1 obsidian and then a mess. and I definitely need more than 1 obsidian, so I actually go back down to my spawner to get the rest. Something cool that you might notice here is, compared to the first time I mined obsidian, which took, 18 years, this only takes me a few seconds, which is really cool. I have some really strong equipment now. But with the obsidian, I can craft a beacon. And this is the main reason why you want to kill the Wither. The beacon is a really cool item, but again, it doesn't really do anything on its own. To actually make use of the beacon, you're going to need a lot of minerals. The beacon acts as the tip of a mineral pyramid. So it's going to be pretty expensive, pretty costly, and pretty big too. So I'm trying to find a really nice spot I can put the beacon. Something that wouldn't be too gaudy or flashy. Because, I'm a pretty humble guy, I like to think. And I definitely don't want something massive, on my island. My diamond pyramid with my shining beacon atop. No, I don't want any of that stuff. I end up finding a pretty good spot, so I start crafting the blocks of iron to make my pyramid. Now, you may be wondering what happens when you place the beacon on top of a pyramid. Well, once I click on it, you can see here that it has primary powers and secondary powers. And you can also see that the larger the pyramid you build, the more of these powers that you have access to. You can only use 1 power at a time, unless you're at full pyramid power, in which case you can use 1 power and then also regeneration. Generally, they're all very useful effects. Speed, jump height, strength, haste, which makes you mine faster. Really nice stuff. In my case, I only really care about jump height, because I just think that's really funny. I'm not really going to be fighting anything on my island. So right here, I'm just figuring out where I should place it exactly. I want to make sure it doesn't overshadow anything. I want to make sure that it doesn't, overtake the view of my window. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be building the pyramid underground. And you can see once you start to build a pyramid, the beacon actually releases a beacon of light into the sky. And this beacon of light goes very, very high into the sky. It reaches all the way up to, I don't know, I think it just goes on forever, to my knowledge. I've never really tried to go up and see how far it goes. But anyway, as I was saying, I'm going to be building the majority of my pyramid underground because I don't really want it to stick out too much. I want a nice, very simple beacon, just on the ground, And this is a very nice way to hide your beacon pyramid if you don't want this massive structure anywhere in your home base. Now, you can make the beacon out of any mineral. You can make it out of diamonds, emeralds, iron, and gold. Iron is obviously the cheapest and the easiest, so that's what I'm using. But if you really want to be flashy, you can make a pure, diamond beacon. That could be cool. But it's really up to personal preference. I think the iron beacons are perfectly fine. I actually go far away from my island just to see what it looks like when I'm approaching my island. And I don't have my render distance too high, but you can see as soon as the beacon comes into render, it shows. And this majestic beam of light shoots up into the sky. It's not really too useful for navigation. I already have my compass, but, it's still neat. It's a neat thing to have. Was it really worth the boss fight? Was it worth the risk of dying and losing all my stuff and potentially letting a wild monster run amok? Maybe not. Probably not. But hey, I got jump height, so who's the real dumbass? The effects do just last forever, as long as you're within the beacon's radius, so that's pretty cool. But that's pretty much it. That's Minecraft. I've done everything that I really want to do and am going to do. I guess I'm just going to spend a few minutes talking. I suppose if you want to leave now, you can, because this is where I'm going to get personal and I'm going to talk about my own experiences making this video. If that's boring and gay to you, I guess you can leave. Whatever. But, anyway. Oh, and I'm also not going to be trying too hard with this section. For the past 6.5 hours or so, I've had to redo takes. If I mess up my words, generally speaking, I'll redo the entire section. But this time, I don't care, man. I'm so tired. I just want to talk. I don't care if I sound stupid or my words don't make sense. I just want to talk, from the heart. So I made this video over the course of several months, and it's a very big project. You know, it's such a monstrous project for me. Minecraft's a very long game, very complicated game, so much stuff to talk about. It's kind of surreal to see it finally reaching its end stages. I'm kind of proud of it, honestly. I'm kind of proud of myself for getting this done. I'm generally a very lazy person, you know. I like how I give myself this pat on the back, even though it's just a video where I talk over some gameplay. I like to think I put a lot of work into it, but who am I kidding? It is just a Minecraft video. I'm just playing a video game and then talking about it. I shouldn't give myself too much credit. I don't want to get a big ego or something. Oh my god, I made a Minecraft video, I'm so epic. Anyway. You may have noticed that my voice sounded different throughout this entire video, you could say. That's because, again, I recorded all these sections at different times over the past few months, so sometimes I just sound really tired and defeated. That's because some days are harder than others, you know? Some days I sound very energetic, comparatively speaking. So that's why my voice sounds very different compared to when you're listening. There's a few things I wanted to do in this video that I just never got to do. I really wanted to do some pranks. I wanted to add random Discord sounds to prank people, but I thought, nah, that's just mean. I wanted to go into the files of the game and change one of the paintings to like a picture of Hitler and not even acknowledge it, just place it on the wall and just, yeah, it's a Minecraft painting. I thought that might have been funny, but too much work. I also, this is the one I really wanted to do, but I'm so mad I never did it. I really wanted to open this world to multiplayer and get a friend to like join me for just like one clip. Just one clip where like I'm just like, oh yeah, me and Man we're gonna go into the mine shaft and mine some diamonds. And after that, never acknowledge him again. He like disappears. Just it might not even sound that funny, but it's funny in my head. I don't know. What do you even make this video? I don't know. I guess I just wanted some like proof that I existed. I don't really have a lot of hobbies outside of video making. I probably should have made something more impactful than a YouTube video, but that's what I wanted to make. A little lower for you guys, Lonamite. I actually have a film degree, like for making films, not like a film studies degree, a proper here's how you make a film and produce it, but I don't really want to do that. I want to do YouTube videos. I want to talk about video games. I want to be relaxing and chill and have fun. Part of me wishes I was a different person. I feel like if I put the effort I put into this video into like anything else, it'd be way better, but oh well. Hopefully you enjoyed this. Hopefully this brought some joy to someone's life. Hopefully this wasn't just a giant waste of time. Oh my god, I put so much of my life into this video. It's not that big. It's not that dramatic. I'm being overly dramatic. But I don't know. I guess that's it. I guess that's everything I wanted to say. That's it for the personal section. Thank you for watching. Thank you for making it this far. I really, genuinely do appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed. I really do. And I guess I'll see you in the next video. You better not be lying to me.